Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Wholeshot Graphics, Dantia, Finance My Bike.
All right, quick update for everybody ahead of day 2 of the Motorcycle New South Wales state titles here at Maitland and Maitland District Motorcycle Club. They are out on track, already reworking the track after day 1 competition. Plenty of action happened here today. Day 2's ahead of us tomorrow, and the track crew is doing all their work, and we're going to cut to a few segments here from myself, David Hogan, and my mate here, Russell Hicks. We're going to show you some of the track and how it worked itself in over the day of day 1 and some of the prep that's already been done by the crew here at Maitland District Motorcycle Club.
All right, we are down here in the very first corner, so turn 1 after the finished start line. And I just wanted to show you guys just how gnarly conditions the kids are riding in today. You can see how deep the ruts are and how rolled over. This one is actually completely rolled over. So to commit to this sort of a rut takes a lot of guts and a lot of speed. There was a bunch of different lines that developed throughout the day. The one that seemed to work well was the very inside line. You can see that that rut has formed up pretty nicely and it gets you around pretty smoothly. And the very, very outside one seemed to be working well. But these ones in the middle were really challenging. It really separated a lot of the riders. Some of the smaller bikes were getting stuck. But if you knew what you were doing and could really work these ruts, it really worked to your advantage.
So Russell's just showed you that last corner after the finish line jump. You could see all the ruts that formed up from day 1 there. We're coming to the next corner, the very next corner after the last turn before we head out across the start straight. And you can see the ruts are just still carrying on from that corner into this corner. And they go all the way around and across onto the start straight. The mud here, or the dirt here, is super tacky. Walking along, your feet sticking to the bottom of it. You're growing in inches, you're walking around. But the lines here, you've got a very nice inside rut, but these other ones here, a couple of them cross out from the other one. The kids have done a reasonable job to get it through here, but basically once you're sat in the rut at the start of that last corner, you're going to follow it all the way around and across the start straight. That's just how this track formed up today after day 1.
As the sun goes down, presentation is all done and the track crew have gotten stuck into work. The posse track behind me is doing its thing. The tractor is out there as well, and you can see that this section has already been worked and is looking really, really nice. Towards the end of the day, we were seeing bits of dust to even start to come up, a little bit of dust clouds, which is really interesting when we've got the contrast of wet, sticky mud over there. We've got some dustier, drier sections coming up. I think tomorrow, my prediction is that the track conditions are going to be absolutely perfect for the seniors.
Good morning and welcome. It's day 2 of the Motorcycling New South Wales live stream coverage of the New South Wales Motocross state titles from Maitland. A great day of racing yesterday for our junior racers, saw 8 champions crowned. And the Maitland District Motorcycle Club, they have transformed this track overnight for today's racing with a massive effort by all involved at the club. We have our senior riders on track today with a few junior classes as well, and we should have another 10 state titles decided by close of coverage today. My name is David Hogan. You may know me from the Always Moto podcast and YouTube channel, and I'm joined again in the booth by Mikel Constantino, the man behind the East Coast Motocross Series and the Race Pace Schools. At some point today, you'll also hear the voice of Russell Hicks, who is the man at Power Sports Central at Morisset. So the commentary team is ready to bring you another massive day of racing. We've got riders on track already for their practice sessions, and Mikel, I hope you're ready for a big day of racing too.
Yeah, yesterday was really exciting. We talked about the track, and everyone was talking about the track really, about, it's going to be too muddy, no, we can't run this weekend. And the club did an amazing job getting the track to a raceable position, and that is even so, little 50s could get around, and it's, have a full day of sun yesterday and a full re-prep of the track for today. So the riders that are racing today have got the best conditions. It's rutted up already in most of the corners. It is big bikes today mostly, and seniors, juniors, older juniors and seniors. So, it's certainly, looking at the lines that are already formed in the corners, it's certainly not going to be a one-line track, that's for sure.
No, the crew's done an awesome job, and like you said, everyone was saying about whether we were going to ride or not. It worked out just fine yesterday, and today's going to be even better again. So, looking forward to seeing what we have on I have on track with the action-wise. I think we've got one of our classes just sitting here ready to get going. It's the 13 to 15s 125 class for their practice session. We're pretty much over halfway through our practice sessions this morning as the coverage has come in. So just a couple of practice sessions to go before we hit racing.
Yeah, so you got your 13 to 15 125s. Heath Davey on the Yamaha GYTR bike. He's out there leading the practice. Seth Thomas, the 295 on the gas right behind him. These two riders already sizing each other up at the start of practice. And, it's some of these guys raced yesterday. Seth raced yesterday on the 85. Heath hasn't. He hasn't seen the track yet. So his first look at the track. Look, these riders might be first lap, but they've ridden this track a million times as juniors through their career. So they know what how the surface is going to be like, and also the lines, the way they form up. Generally, they'll form up the same every single time. So they know where to go. So he's quite comfortable just being first out. And it's also a bit of a statement, I think. If you're the best in the class, you feel like, I want to be first out. I want to dominate the practice and let everybody know that I'm the guy. He's not fussed about the fact that Seth's there behind him in second, and he's going to be his main opposition, has been his main opposition in this class. He's just comfortable being up front and riding doing his own thing.
Now, talking championship-wise in this particular class, as they're out on tracks, we'll give you some championship standings here ahead of the motos today. Heath Davey is leading the way. He's out on 147 points. Seth Thomas is the man in second place, 20 points gap back to him. And then in third place is Tyson Williams, only 3 points further back from Seth Thomas. Now, Tyson yesterday unfortunately missed out on a title in the 85C class 14 to 16s by only a few points. But I noticed that presentation last night, and again, I think I saw this at Dubbo as well. Tyson had a little wrist brace, little soft cast thing going on there. So maybe he's dealing with a bit of an injury, and that's maybe where he lost his pace that we had seen at those early rounds at Lakes from Tyson. Yeah,
look, he was probably just toughing it out and doing the best that he could. I think that he had a tip over halfway through that 85 motor yesterday, which would have ended his title chase. And but you're right, like when you see someone that's been up the front in the early stages of the state championships, and then they're not at that same level, you start to ask the question, oh, what's going on? There must be something going on, and a lot of times there is something going on. You just got to figure out what it is. So. The wrist brace, clearly, yep.
Yeah, there's something happening there, isn't there?
Nursing, and probably just trying to get through the state titles to get a result. Not the result that he wanted yesterday, but still a podium. I mean,
yeah, second's nothing to shy at.
Second is not, although some riders, I don't know, like myself,
don't like that.
Like I'd rather, whether I come second or fifth, I don't care. You want to win, and that's what a lot of these kids are like. So, but Heath Davey, he's definitely this year stepped it up. He's found something. He struggled a bit last year, and a rider's career will have that. You'll have that roller coaster. There's so much that comes into it. You've also got to look at the age of these kids. 14, 15 years old. Mm-hmm. The pressure that's on them. And the kids in school as well, so they've got school pressure. They probably play other sports as well, and to race at this high level. And that's what makes motocross so much different to, say, playing footy or a team sport like that, or soccer, is all the pressure's on you individually. Like, it's you. your result is on how you ride. Yeah, you can blame the bike, you can blame the track, you can blame your dad, but at the end of the day, you're the rider on the bike. I'm not saying that you're not going to have mechanical problems. I'm not saying there's not going to be other riders that clean your wheels out, and it was absolutely nothing you could do in that situation. There are going to be times where it's out of your control, but
the majority of this is on you, right?
Yeah,
it's your sport. You're doing it by yourself as such. You and the machine.
You got to own it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think riders that do that take responsibility for their riding, they're the ones that learn and progress. The riders that make excuses and go, it's always something, and those riders won't. They'll stagnate because they've always got some excuse to lean on, and you even see it at the highest level. He's not going to hear me saying it, but Chase Sexton in America, like everybody says, or a lot of the comments that you hear and read and hear about is that, he just chokes under pressure and he only wins championships when everybody else is out. And if you look at pretty much all his championships...
History supports that, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much all his championships...
Unfortunately for Chase, it does support that narrative. So
that he's won have been when the main guys are... Not everybody, but the main guys, whoever it is, have gone out. And when the main guys are back, he just folds like a deck of cards. So that's all I'm saying is that's an example of someone that maybe needs even at that level needs help with his mental side of things to maybe boost his confidence. I'm not suggesting what the answer is there. See a psychiatrist or a sports psychologist, or maybe even another top rider like Ricky Carmichael or James Stewart, or someone from back in the day that can work with him and go, dude, you're like one of the fastest riders out there.
Let's work the rest of it out.
Let's just get your head in the game.
Yeah.
And Chase has got so much talent that and still years ahead of him. He could come back from that. So a lot of kids are at that stage now as a young 14, 15-year-old where they go out at a club day and they hose everybody at a club day by half a lap. They come to a state title or an East Coast MX or a Pro MX, and they just go into their shell because they can't cope with that bigger event. And if that's you or if that's your rider, you can either wait for them to snap out of it or hope that they snap out of it, or you can actually do something about it and talk to someone.
Now, in this class, Heath Davies particularly, when you're talking about dominating events and stuff there and having a good mindset, I think Heath's been pretty good. He's got 5 of our 6 past motos over the last 2 rounds here from Lakes and Dubbo that we've had earlier in this season. So Heath's on a pretty good run here. Obviously, he's been challenged a little bit with Seth Thomas and getting one of those other moto wins there and being second a lot of the time to Heath. But Heath's shown the way around the track for most of our events so far in this state championship, and he'll be looking to do the same much today. So,
yeah, look, Heath and I talked about nemesis riders yesterday. Everybody has a nemesis, and for a long time, Seth Thomas, Heath Davey, they're nemesis, each nemesis. And then yesterday in the 85, Blake Bohannon's Seth's nemesis on the 85. So it's like he's got 2. And and just getting back to Heath and Seth, they used to be very sort of 1-2, 1-2, and there were times where Seth was beating Heath more often than Heath was beating Seth. Now it's the other way around this year, for whatever reason. Whether it's Heath's got his head in the game better, worked things out, or maybe Seth is on one of those sort of, downers mentally. I mean, speed-wise, you watch the kid ride, and the guy is fast.
He's fast. There's no questions there.
No questions there. But people don't understand when you say to them, this sport is 90% mental. you need ability, but it's 90% mental. Like, you can have all the ability in the world, Chase Sexton, and not get it done because you just can't. Your head's not right.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a pressure sport when it's all on you. And we're seeing in this class today, we've got 20 riders on track, so decent amount of people to contend with here. If you don't get a good start, you're going to have to work your way through a decent pack of riders as well. So there's still plenty of racing ahead. As much as Heath's got that 20-point gap on Seth for this championship, it's still a lot to play out just yet. Now, our next riders out on track for their practice session, it should be our MX women's class. And I think we've combined our vets class with these guys this morning. I'm not sure if they're all out there just yet. Doesn't look like we've got everyone on track for our practice session, maybe. But I can definitely see a couple of our girls there. Taylor Thompson's going to lead the way out here as she heads out on that number 2 KTM. She's going to try and keep herself nice and clean. Somebody's just ducked around there in front. Is that Parker?
Aaron Parker.
That's our vets rider who's leading the championship in the vet side of things.
Yep.
So the 2 championship contenders for both classes decided they want to get out in front and just try and stay clean.
Well, I think it actually be good for Taylor to follow Aaron around this track because although, like I said, the kids have ridden this track many, many times and they know it, Aaron is a local to Maitland and he really knows his way around this track, and he's leading the Vets Championship and probably running even a faster pace and slightly faster pace than Taylor anyway. So I actually think it'd be good for her to follow him around in practice, have a look. As you mentioned, this is a combined class only for practice, though, I believe. They will be racing separately. It's just practice is really just a look at the track, also to get a lap time for your gate pick. And they may have raced separately at previous rounds, but they are actually racing together, I've been told.
Oh, we're going to join the races as well today, are we? I thought it was just practice. No, that's all right. So, yeah, there is a little bit less of the entry numbers in both these classes today, so that's probably why we are going to join these up and just tighten up our program a little bit here today. Yeah.
No, look, it's, daylight savings. I wish they'd get rid of it. Personally, my idea is wherever we are now, go 2 hours further back so that
permanently
and just leave it. Just leave it like that. Don't go back, don't go forward, just go 2 hours further back. And we'd have daylight till 5 o'clock. Kids would be able to come home from school, ride their bikes every day. Sure, you've got to start work
in the dark.
It might be a little bit dark to begin with, but hey, if you're in,
you're in a factory or whatever, it doesn't make much difference. The lights are on 24/7 anyway,
right.
So it's only the outdoor guys.
Well, if you're a tradies don't work till 10 o'clock anyway, so
joking,
joking, guys.
When you get out of the booth, you're going to be people coming out your left, right, and centre. There's a few of those tradie guys around the pits here, Mikkel.
They got a sense of humour. They say a lot worse things to each other than what I could come up with. That's for sure.
They just wouldn't be sitting at the pub at 3 o'clock anymore. So.
No, that's right. They might be getting hold of you too.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll protect you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thank you. All right, so we'll see. In the terms of championship-wise and points-wise for the women's class, let's get to them first. Taylor Thompson's won every moto this season so far from Lakes and Dubbo. Mia Tung's coming in second. She's 26 points back. She unfortunately had one rough moto there at Dubbo that we recall. She sort of had a big crash, I think it was, and took herself down a few places. Tabitha Newcomb's going to be third in the championship there. She is 19 points further back of Mia. Kira Collins is in fourth, 2 points back of Tabitha. And Sienna Gadis is in fifth place at the moment, 6 points further back of Kira. So that's your top 5 in the women's. Taylor's looking like trying to secure this maybe by the end of Moto 2, depending on how things go across the day of motos. But that's looking like a good situation there for her.
Well, look, as you mentioned, some of the points are quite close there between Kira Collins, Tabitha Newcomb for third place. You could probably say that failing a mechanical problem, Mia Tungle should secure second, and Taylor Thompson, she's probably
should be our
state champ if she can finish the first couple of races at the very least. And I think Taylor knows that. I mean, I think her focus again will be the same as what it has been previous rounds. Win the women's, but try and get the best finish in the MX2 as she possibly can. That's good training for her for nationals. That's where she's going to find her speed is having those much faster riders in MX2 that also race at Pro MX level that she's trying to keep up with.
Now, Aaron Parker there on screen, the 59 on that KTM in that bright coloured, I think it's pink. I want to say it's pink gear. But he is your Vets Championship leader at the moment. He's had a very good run of form through this series, only dropping one moto to Nathan Brocktrop. So Parker's leading this out the front. Brocktrop in second, 14 points back. Scott Shaw on the 61 is in third place. He's a further 34 points back of Nathan Brocktrop there. Adam Beck on the 177 is in fourth. And Ashlyn Rockland, the number 52, he's in fifth place, but he's got a little battle there. There's only 8 points back to a Brock Hallett. So those last few places of what we give away championship positions here, we go top 5 in the championship. So those 4th, 5th, 6th are fairly tight. Even 7th, Trent Loader, 919, only a couple of points back of that as well. So some battles for those lower positions in the vet class is going to be where probably the action's at.
Well, the good part about how the track is today is the track, I don't believe, is going to, be the catalyst on how some of these championships work out. It's actually, I think, today really up to the riders. The track is in great condition. So, as you see, Taylor Thompson there, sticking still pretty close to Parker, is lapping a couple of riders in practice that are only going to get 2 laps of practice. That's the downside of just cruising. You've almost got to go for the full 3 laps because you only get 3 laps of practice. But as I said, I don't think that championships will be decided because of the track today. I think it's going to come down to the rider itself and who wants it more. We've seen that yesterday in the 15 to 17 125 class. Riley Burgess and Ryan Jones, they were neck and neck all day, and the thing is, they both really wanted it. It's just
only one person can win in the end, can't they?
It. So Riley just managed to.
Riley had a little bit more in that last moto.
A little bit more. So that's the way it goes sometimes. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Riley definitely didn't have that. He had that DNF at round 1. But when I say you need luck, you need a bit of good luck, not bad luck. But he worked for it. And look, Aaron Parker leading this. The vets class. He's, it's really been between him and Nathan Brocktrop. And when you looked at the first round, Parker left the first round with a 3-point lead, and you think, okay, that's what the rounds are going to be like every round. It might be Parker one race, might be Brocktrop, and then they went to round 2, and Parker
kind of dominated that one in the end, didn't he?
He did, and that's why he's got a 14-point lead coming into the final round, which is a comfortable cushion, knowing that it's really him or Brocktrop. So he's just got to keep it together, stay on the bike. Although the track is not muddy like it was yesterday, just one little tip over and you bend your bars or break a lever or whatever that you can't, something that causes the bike not to be able to keep going, expires, and you DNF and you drop 25 points. So he can't afford to do that. I don't see him just sitting around settling for second. I think he's been training. I think you can see he's been training really hard, and so physically, I don't think fitness is a problem. I was having a chat to Nathan Brocktrop this morning, and he said he's been training hard too. He's been training for Hatter.
Nice.
Coming up, and he's like, I'm so tired, Mikkel. Like I've actually, he's like, I feel like I've burnt myself out. Because I've been doing so much training. I've never had that. I've never trained so hard that I actually...
Are you saying you didn't try hard enough, maybe?
I'm saying, like, maybe I didn't train hard enough because I never trained to the point I was like too tired. Anyway, look, we'll go to a short break and we'll come back shortly with day 2 of the final round of the New South Wales State Championships at Maitland.
All right, we are here with Dylan Wills. He's just hopped off for his sighting lap, his practice session. Mate, I haven't gone out there this morning. Tell me how the track's looking.
To be honest with you, it's probably about right. We know how the track needs to start in order for it to maintain moisture throughout the day. So for me, yeah, a little bit on the muddy side for sure. I'm in that point in my career now where I don't really want to wash my bike, so that's a bit of a bummer. But no, it should form up for a good day of racing.
Mate, I reckon the easiest way to keep your bike clean is just get out the front and stay out the front, mate. Is that going to be the game plan for today?
Yeah, for sure. That's always the game plan. Try and get out front, keep it on two, stay safe, and try and get a win.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno.
What do you think, Nonna? Gentlemen to the K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Yep. Get the Keno feeling.
Keno.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Welcome back. We are just continuing our practice sessions here at the New South Wales Motocross State Titles Day 2 and Round 3, the final round of our 2025 Championship. Our last practice group is out on track. It's the 13 to 16 years girls 125cc class. They're just finding their way out. They've only just headed out on track for their first lap here, so they get to find the lines and work their way into the track. But most of these girls have ridden yesterday in their 85cc class as well. A lot of them cross over. The only one who probably hasn't is actually the championship leader, Claire Pollard, the number 25 on the Yamaha. But she has had a pretty impressive championship so far. Mikkel, I think you jinxed her at Dubbo because you were trying to call her for a perfect, 9 motos, and she ended up dropping the last moto at Dubbo. So she's got 5 from 6.
Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, sorry about that, Claire. But no, look, Ada Harris, whoa.
Whoa, we've had a moment already as we're just trying to talk and introduce them. Ada's gone down.
Again, sorry, Ada. Sorry, Claire. It's all my fault. No, what happened there with Ada, that rut's already so deep that her foot hit the edge of the rut. It's chipped her foot, knocked her. She's done a knack off the side of the bike. I thought she was going to swing her leg back over and keep going, but she's just gotten enough off balance. It's like, okay, no, I'm just going to put it down, But I was going to say that Ada has an advantage that she's seen the track all day yesterday. Although, again, a different track today. I think.
Yeah, different conditions.
With the re-prep of the track as well. And I'm not sure if you noticed if they put any of the dirt back on the track that they'd scraped off for the first day.
No, majority of it, as you see the coverage as you go around, majority of there's some piles of dirt where they've had to take that top layer of sludge from the flooding rains that we've had over the last few weeks.
Yes.
They're all still piled up. They haven't been able to really dry any of that out, unfortunately, so they've sort of just got down to a bit more of a base. They did have the ripper out going, like the rotary hoe behind the tractor last night, so you can see it's all sort of fluffed up again, but yeah, unfortunately, some of that good soil that they would have had on top,
it's just on
not
the side.
Not in use.
No. After today, they'll put it back on, smooth it out, let it dry out, and then re-rip it again for the next time.
Unfortunately, Maitland Motorcycle Club's got a bit of work to do after this one as well. So as much as they got a track prepped really good for this weekend, they got more work to do afterwards as a bit of a clean-up job.
Well, a much easier track, especially when you look at the overhead, the lines after the jumps, up to the jumps, are so much straighter than yesterday. And that's because yesterday you had the little bikes out there, riders with their feet off, snaking down the straights, out the corners. It was like very few clean ruts in the corners. It was just that 125 class that was making lines yesterday where, as Claire
having a moment,
needs to get her weight a little bit more forward in the corners. Front wheel nearly tucked on her there, and where the bikes today, all big bikes.
Yeah,
there's nothing smaller than a 125 out there, and so the rut's going to be a lot cleaner. What I mean by that is they're going to be more arced, more sort of rounded through the corners. The lines down the straights are going to be a lot straighter. So a much easier track to contend with for today. Fortunately, they let the 125s out first yesterday to actually cut the lines in. I think if they'd let them out last, it would have been a mess.
Well, we might not have had too many 65s come back if we sent them out first or something like that. So
that's right.
Yeah, look, it was a challenging day yesterday for the little wheels and the little kids out there. But today's going to be a much different day, track-wise. And championship-wise, as we were just sort of mentioning, Claire having 5 of the 6 moto wins here over the opening 2 rounds. She has a 16-point gap over Ada Harris in this particular championship. And Sienna Cyprian is in 3rd. She's a further 11 points back on Ada. Mia Cameron's further 20 points back in 4th. And Jayla Parker further 2 points back in 5th. So that's probably going to be the top 5 because the next ones down are a fair few points back after that in terms of Mia Kazi, Layla White and Chloe Hart.
So lap times wise, Claire putting in 3 seconds quicker than Ada at the moment. I mean, look, even though Claire hasn't seen the track, she's still a good rider, and a good rider can go to any track and go well. Yes, Ada has an advantage because she rode yesterday, but Claire has set herself up in the championship, like you said, with 5 out of 6 wins.
Mm-hmm.
She has that points buffer, and it really has been between those two. As we've seen in a lot of classes, it's like there's 2 riders that are a step above everybody else, and then you get to some classes like MX3 or the 250 junior lights class, and it's just like can't even pick a winner. Any of those kids can win. So a lot of depth there. And, Claire's, she's a very, we were talking about also how the girls' approach to their riding and racing compared to, say, the boys, where the girls are a bit, say, smarter. So I'm a guy, I don't want to diss us, but, they are. They tend to, self-preservation is more important than hitting the triple. And they're all still doing most of them are jumping the big jumps on this track anyway, but they are a lot more technical and to get the lines right. And
they're a bit more precise usually, the girls, aren't they?
That's the word. So.
Now I mentioned Mia Cameron in 4th in the championship, but she's not actually entered for this class today. She did race yesterday. She's not showing up on the timing this morning, so she must not be participating in this particular class today.
No, maybe she, look, she struggled yesterday. I don't know if it was what she was struggling with, whether it was just the track itself, which everyone was struggling, I think, to a point, or, maybe she's also nursing an injury, or, just didn't have a great day and just wasn't feeling and just felt like, I'm not in the championship hunt. I'm not feeling it this weekend. I'm not going to ride. But that's the end of the junior girl practice. We're going to take a short break before the start of, I believe, our first race of the day.
Yeah, MX3 coming up shortly.
We'll be back soon.
Eating. I love eating. I can play basketball.
I'm pretty good at everything I try. Like Dad always tells me, I'm like heaps. Forgot the word. Eating.
Sprinting and track.
Play Oz tag.
Yeah. Basketball.
Shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
All right, our MX3 riders, they are on the gates. First moto of the day here for day 2 at Maitland, New South Wales Motocross State Titles, and we have them just about ready to launch off here. And we're going to have to watch out for Drew Kramer, Ryan Jones, Riley Burgess, Justin McHugh, Jack Burton in this class. They are your top 5 in the championship as the gate drops. And I can see Richie Lawler making a nice wheelie off the start there.
Yeah, he got a good jump, but didn't quite get that whole shot. It was looked like Riley Burgess, was it?
Is that Bowman going around the outside of everybody on the 99, trying to throw it away too? Oh, he's having a good run through that muddy bit there.
Yeah, and Drew Kremer just snuck into that third place. So he's up there. Is that Compton out front on the 6?
Yeah, it looks like it. The 6 has gotten a hole shot.
I haven't seen Max get a hole shot in, I don't know. It's been a while. So great to see him up front. I think he's one of those kids with so much pace. If he could just buy a start, he could do so much with it. So,
well, he got one cheaply this morning, so here he goes. See what he can do.
Yeah, that's it. And Kremer, well, what can you say about Drew Kremer this year in this class? He's just done, he's Mr. Business almost. Whether he's hole shotting or not, he's in the top 3 at the start of the race. He just clicks off the laps and he's scoring points.
Yeah, worst position so far for Drew Kremer across all 6 motos is a 3rd. So it's been a very consistent, high-performing effort from Drew Kremer so far. And that's been working his way through this pretty tough field, really. There's been some really good riders in this field in each of the rounds so far. But Max, the name that hasn't really been popping up, I don't think I've even got him in a top 3 finish for any of the motos so far, but he's decided today's the day.
No, that's it. And again, that's what makes this class so competitive. So he's jumping into the corner there. We've seen a few riders do that yesterday. And he's pulling away from these guys. So the number 6 is on fire right now. And Kremer's not too far off him. But I think Drew also knows that he knows all his contenders. He knows where the points are as well, or what the points are, should I say, how far the next guy is behind, which is Ryan Jones, I believe, in this one.
In the points, yep.
Yep, and he's got a decent gap on Ryan too. So I don't think he's going to be too worried about trying to race Max for the win. Although at Dubbo, I think Drew was just feeling it, and he didn't just settle. He went out there and won anyway.
Drew kind of built into those motos at Dubbo as such. Like, he definitely still was up front, and I don't think he got a hole shot as such. No, he didn't get any hole shots, but he definitely just super strong lap times across the day. So, he just built into the day, into the motos, and then took it away from him towards the end of them. Yeah. So maybe we'll see the similar sort of pattern from Drew here today. But I was just noticing, I mentioned Richie Lawler off the start doing a bit of a wheelie there. I don't know whether that was all from the start there, but he's down in 16th, so not a good start for him after that little moment where we noticed him off the gate at least.
No, he must have put it down somewhere. I mean, look, I was chatting to Richie and his mum last night with amongst a few other people around the campfire, and their focus is the 250 class, the Junior Lights 250. He's leading that, and he can win that as far as mathematically, because he's winning obviously, and he's got a bit of a gap down to the next rider in second place, I believe is Jack Burton. So
he might just be using this one as a bit of a feel the track out and learn some lines.
Yes, absolutely. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if he went in early during this moto, but just wanted to sort of get a start, get a feel of the pace. Clearly, he's put it down somewhere on the first lap, as why he's gone that far back that early. But Max Compton, this is the Max Compton that I would have wanted to see all year. Maybe this is his turning point. You know how some riders, they have a race in their, whether it's that year or in their career itself, and that is their turning point race, where from there they just get that spark of confidence.
Just cutting you off there, Mikel, as you're speaking about Richie pulling off, he's just done so. He's just decided to duck straight back into the pit. So as you predicted, he's probably just using this one as a little pre-warmer. Is that our leader down?
Well, he stopped for a second, I think, to let the other guys catch up. No, he's definitely... He made him a little mistake.
Little bobble there, so he didn't quite put it on the deck.
No, well, I think he has, because I think Kremer is our new race leader. So he's dropped a few positions. Those front guys were really close. Like we had Kremer, Burgess, Burton, and I think those three have gone through. So
that's a shame, because I was just going to say too, as you were talking about him before we talked about Richie, that he just put in the fastest lap time by about 2 seconds over the rest of the field. So maybe he's going to have to find that pace and work his way back through. But there seems to be our leader now, Kremer. And yes, he definitely is as we get that shot. There's nobody in front of him, so unfortunately Compton has just dropped out of that position. And we can see the three there, Burgess and Burton. Is your second and third position. So Compton is at least in fourth, if not worse.
Well, you know, for Kremer, he's like Toyota, you know, just everything keeps going right, you know. He's just enjoying it. Like everything's,
so there's Compton fourth.
Everything's going his way. This might be good for Compton because he, like you said, he put in the fastest lap time before he went down. He does actually have the pace to catch these guys, so I think it would be a better win for him if he was to catch all three of these guys, pass them and beat them. That would feel better to him, as much as it is much easier and less effort if you could just get a whole shot and keep it together and win. So, yeah, not sure. We missed how he actually went down, but he's got some work to do. Fortunately, it is a long race. We're only about a third of the way through, just over a third of the way through this one. And he does have time on his side, but because these guys are running a similar pace, makes it very hard to make up that time and then battle and pass.
Well, just noticing Drew Kremer too with a fast lap time of 1:56 and being 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else on the track by the looks of it. The only closest was a late 1:57. So, yeah, Drew Kremer finding his speed here early in Maitland.
Well, now that he's got the lead, he's probably figured, okay, well, Max has gone down. Maybe I will put in a couple sprint laps just to break the confidence of the competition behind me. And when we talked about some riders that rode yesterday, Kremer didn't ride yesterday. He hasn't seen this track till today. Burgess did, and Burgess, you could arguably say, was our quickest 125 rider.
Probably the fastest guy on track yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he would have been, because the 125 class was you arguably say your premier class yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, Burgess doing pretty good today in this particular class as well, running second at the moment. He's had some inconsistent results in this particular class. He's won a moto, but he's also then been well and truly off the podium in other ones. So,
well, Compton's just moved into third and got around Jack Burton. So he's on the move, and we'll see if he can close up the gap here on Riley Burgess and then potentially go after our leader. He has got some clear track though.
Compton's down into a 1:55, as were the front two in front of him. So he's going to have to try and find even more pace because they've all dropped their times. They're all doing 1:55s at the moment, are the top three.
Well, a couple of things have happened. Kremer's trying to put in some sprint laps. Riley Burgess
trying to chase him.
He's trying to, keep that gap the same. So he's pushing harder.
And Compton, he's trying to make up for what he did earlier.
Well, that's right. Yeah, he's trying to make up for lost
time. But they're all consistently the same now. So let's see what this next lap around is, because they're going to have to do something, because otherwise it's just going to be formation around here at the same distance.
Well, it's going to come down to consistency and concentration, those two things, I think, because consistency, what I mean by that is limiting the mistakes. Every little mistake costs you, say, half a second. You make four mistakes in a lap, and I'm not talking about big mistakes. I'm talking about a little slip, a little slide out, costs you half a second. That's 4 mistakes is 2 seconds a lap. You drop 2 seconds a lap, the next rider is on your back wheel. Now you try and make up 2 seconds a lap. It's a lot easier, as we just see. Burgess.
Burgess is on the move.
The split lane, and he's going to be up on the inside of Kremer here, but Kremer just moved over enough. Is he going to be able to close the door, though, in that corner? He's got the wider run.
The inside rut doesn't look very good there for Burgess.
No, Burgess.
Oh, he's off the track too. Burgess just making a bit of a move left and there and found the edges, the track limits for him. So he's going to have to make that back up. He's caught up and he's dropped off, unfortunately.
It was a really smooth line he took down that straight. Yeah. No bumps.
Nobody had been on that part of the track before, you might say.
A couple of sprinkler heads, but that's about it.
Well, let's see if Burgess can just regather himself here, keep it within the track limits, and put it back up towards Drew Kremer here, because they are very close. And Burgess has dropped to a 1:54 even with that little off-track excursion. So he was obviously on the move. He's probably going to be more like a 1:52 maybe without that.
No, that's it. And if you look at third place, Compton's still at that 1:55 as well. He's still a little bit faster than Kremer, but not edging up quick enough. Remember, he's got to catch these guys and then try and battle. And sometimes, as you can see with Burgess, it's taking, although he's running a slightly faster pace, it's taking him laps to try and get around Crema. It's not just happening straight away, even if he is going slightly faster.
So we watch Burgess try to get himself to the back of Crema here to try and make a move. It's interesting, that move that sort of happened last lap around, or attempted move, was in the area yesterday of the track where we're saying he was maybe using the wrong line through there, but maybe today it's actually the fast line in this split lane that's coming up here just in the next corners. So let's watch and see what happens this time. They're going the alternate lines. Oh no, he's faded out to the outside and then coming back across. So,
well, Crema's still sticking to the same line. And look,
here he comes.
These guys would have watched the live stream yesterday too, so they would have picked up a few things on what their opposition are doing. And
you see Burgess just then carrying the front wheel through those rollers. That was beautiful.
What I've noticed about Crema, he's not afraid to leave the inside open, and you've got to be careful with that one. Like he's using the momentum of the outside. He knows that the inside ruts are so deep that the rider can't just hop out of the rut and go across and take the line away.
An unintentional brake check there from Crema.
I was just about to say, I don't think that was on purpose, but he certainly got Burgess's heart rate up a bit there.
Almost went nose into the back there. Did Burgess into Crema. Unintentional moment from Crema, just sort of backed everything up there. But they continue on, another lap down. Still Crema.
Amazing the times, because they're now battling. They've slowed up a bit. They've gone from a 155 to 157. Yeah. But even Compton was a 156, so he was slightly slower. But he is closer now.
I think Burgess has just made a little mistake there, so it's sort of just brought Compton back in. That might give him a little bit of a spur on too, because Burgess has made a mistake coming across the start straight area there.
And what can really help Crema is if Compton gets on the back wheel of Burgess and they start battling for second. That's just going to allow Crema to run away with this, which looks like is what's happening right now. But what I was saying before, Crema's not afraid to go to the outside, leave the inside line open, and the advantage of that, he's getting all those momentum sweep lines on the outside.
He's carrying speed.
He's carrying so much speed out the exits of the corners.
As you see him do exactly that in that whole shot graphics corner.
Yeah.
And he's able to then completely clear that section with the double jump there.
That's right.
But that's something that Burgess wasn't doing yesterday. He wasn't quite clearing that, and then he was losing that little bit of momentum. So they're spreading out just a little bit here, but Burgess may be working his way back towards it, and Compton just dropping off the touch.
And to give you an idea of the lap times, when you compare what the track was like yesterday to what it is today, and we mentioned that Burgess would have been the quickest rider on track yesterday in that 125 class. A 159 was the best he could do yesterday, and I think we've seen him around 154.
And that was the lap that he sort of disappeared off the edge and had a little off-track excursion, so he was on the move.
That's how much better the track is today. To be 5 seconds a lap, like you think, it's not that much, but it is. And look at Compton now, he can smell blood in the water.
The battle's tightening up there, isn't it, for second and third, as Compton comes back towards Burgess as they head across the start straight into that Finance My Bike corner. They're getting really tight here for those second and third positions, but like you said, Crema's just sort of creeping just a little bit away here, and maybe because this battle's tightening up here for second and third.
And Jack Burton has latched onto the back of these guys.
Well, he's just sitting there lurking, isn't he? Maybe he's going to pounce here late in this moto.
He is. And that's the thing, is like, as these guys battle, you can catch them unawares. They're just thinking about their own battle, and even a little bobble or come together. It's an opportunity for Burgess.
Here's Compton getting Burgess, a little alongside Burgess here as they go over that tabletop. Identical whips as we head down the back here. He's going to be on the inside of this next corner, but it's a split lane and he's got no room to work with there.
No, that inside entry, you've got to slow up earlier, because you've got a much sharper turn, especially you saw where Compton's line went to the berm. I'd like to see Max taking that middle line around that corner, see how he went wide around that outside. This is such a long way around. There is a middle rut that has formed just outside of that inside split lane. And, maybe you didn't watch the live stream yesterday, but I think he can make up some time there if he picks up on that line.
So So we keep an eye on our front three as they head down to that Motorcycle New South Wales corner. We're going to start coming back towards the finish line area here to tick off another lap.
Well, we're getting to the pointy end of the race now. Like we said earlier, heaps of time left.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the last lap board, is that, I can't quite see the board there, if they've put it out. It is out, so we are on to our last lap here. So our front three have got to make something happen on this lap, otherwise they're going to be 1, 2, 3 as they run right now. It's Crema, Burgess and Compton, 1, 2, 3 on track. What will happen here across our last lap of this moto, and this is a 15+1 moto, so we are...
When we talk about the depth of competition in this class, a rider coming second in the championship, Ryan Jones, he's 10th.
Is he really?
He's 10th place right now.
Yeah, right.
So that's how quick, how so many riders in this class can actually take positions away.
That alone will bump Burgess up in a second in the championship, just this moto alone. So that's going to be good for Riley Burgess, not so good for Ryan Jones, and it'll be a bit of a jump around again, similar to yesterday with Burgess taking that championship over Jones yesterday afternoon.
Well, even Justin Mayhew in 6th place.
He might move forward as well, just a little bit.
Yeah, he won't. I don't think he'll surpass Jones
get close,
in this race, but he's going to catch up to him in some points. As we see a last-ditch effort here from Burgess, putting a charge in right at the end on Crema, and there is some lap traffic to deal with, and because the track is still fairly new and there's only a couple good lines that are formed, Crema's going to have to carve up these lap riders as best as he can, because Burgess is throwing everything at him right at the end here.
Oh, he's tried that inside again and it hasn't worked.
Yeah. Look, I think he had no choice there because Crema was already going to the outside. You can always hope a line will work, but he is as close as he's ever been, and he's trying everything. Going that inside, and can he get it done? He just, that inside just hasn't quite dried up enough. It's still a bit boggy. Crema's going to hold the inside here, cover the line, and then moves out wide to cover it as well. So, man, what a close
Nice finish there. Crema holds on for the win. Burgess second, Compton third. Burton's going to come across the line here in 4th.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Look, I think from Jack's point of view, the race was done by the time they got the last lap. He wasn't close enough to Compton to mount a charge, so he's taken a 4th, which, again, we're talking about the depth of competition in this class. Like, it's still a great finish, with Peter Wolf then coming in 5th place. So really exciting. Our first race of the day, David, and
wonderful start to the day here at Maitland for round 3, day 2. But we'll take a break after this MX3 moto here, and we'll be back with our second moto of the day.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So we've got our MX1 riders on the line for their first race of the day. This is MX1A, B and C grade. 2 combined classes, David. About half a grid, you could say, combined of riders, but we've got championships in both classes that are going to be decided today. Let's have a quick look at the points.
Yeah, let's talk C grade first, because we're probably going to see a lot of our A grade riders at the front here as the gate's about to drop, and we're probably looking for Dylan Wills to get a reasonable start. He's actually buried there at the start, but our C grade championship is the 74 of Kobe Leach leading away. He's got a 33-point gap over Jaden Dick, who I believe is not here today. Zach Henry in 3rd and Kayan Hatton in 4th in that championship. So let's see where those C graders get in this mix here. Well, but who's leading this race at the moment?
Rosendich on the 202, he got out front off the start, and even though Wilsey didn't get a good jump out of the gate, he was second in the first corner, got cross-rutted in the second turn. Riley Fitzpatrick took over second place. They both whip over the big centre jump towards each other. Like, that's scary when they do that. Like, when you go the same way, it works, but when you go against each other, sometimes you see the two back wheels hit each other. And Wilsey, though, making short work of Fitzpatrick, moving into second place quickly, and now going after Rosendich. Looks like Cooper Holroyd in fourth place on the 28. 28 Yamaha rider, and he's also quite a good starter too. So I've seen Benny Novak out there on the 70 on the Honda. Haven't seen him at the previous rounds of the state championships. I know he's coming back after some injury, so wanting to just get some track time.
Yeah, he's not listed on any of our previous rounds, so hopefully this is maybe one of the first rides back for him. But let's have a quick look at the championship standings in the MX1 A grade. And obviously we just mentioned Dylan Wills, but he's our leader in this championship. He's only dropped one moto. Second is Riley Fitzpatrick, 32 points back. Connor Rosendich, the moto leader at the moment. He's third in the championship, 24 points further back of second. Cooper Holroyd in fourth and Brandon Steele in fifth. So there's your top five in this MX1 A grade championship to watch out for as our moto continues on here.
We've got a combination of 250s and 450s out at the front of this pack here, and Fitzpatrick, he's on the 250, two boys in front of him, both on 450s, and the 250 is going to be easier to ride in the tighter sections of the track and the ruts. As you see, Wilsey trying to sweep around the outside there. That's where Kremer was going on the outside, was getting a much better run into the turns. And we'll see what Rosendich does here. Does he close the door? No, he just held that inside. And look at the big whips now coming from these there. Wilsey staying a little bit lower.
The typical Wilsey scrub.
Oh man, look at the drive he got down the straight there. Yes, he's got the worst line in the corner, but he is on the inside, just puts the bike in the way. And Rosendich has no choice but to resign to second place as they go around the whole shot. Graphics left-hander, and what you're saying about Wilsey, he's only dropped one moto.
And that was the Jai Dixon, the off-road guy, who's probably not here today because he's probably down in South Australia at Tintinara doing the Australian Enduro Championship this weekend. So Cross, he only dropped in for one round, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, look, Jai Dixon, this is Jai Dixon's home track. When I say home track, grew up racing this track. His parents were on the committee here for years. These guys are probably lucky he's not racing today.
Probably.
Because, I'd say he's also a really good starter too. But again, lots of competition anyway. And I was talking just before the battle started about some riders being on the 250, some on the 450. I mean, your 450 is going to have the drive off the start. It's going to have more drive down those long straights. But in the corners, the 250, I think, is going to be an easier bike.
Patrick just made a move on Rosendich for second, did he not?
Yes, yeah, just through those left-to-right section.
So he's making a move forward. So a bit of a change-up. So the running order's Wills, Fitzpatrick, Rosendich now. So that's your top three as we run. Now, I think I figured out why Willsy might have got a bad start.
Okay, let me know.
Well, he was riding a Ducati this week in Italy, so he's probably just a little bit out of tune with his own bike at this point in time. Maybe a little bit jet-lagged as well.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, we won't make excuses for him. But you're right. It's anybody that's gone overseas will know what having jet lag's like, and it's you should be awake when you should be asleep. And,
we'll find out later in the afternoon today as Moto3 rolls around how Wilsey is. Maybe he's going to have a little nap on the crossbar pad before the moto starts or something. We'll see.
Yeah, that's it. But look, I mean, he's a professional. He's got the fitness. Something like that can obviously make it harder for you. So if he can get a big lead here and then just manage this race. Fitzpatrick's one of those riders though that never gives up, and he will race you to the checkered flag. So I don't think Wilsey's going to have the luxury of just settling, and I don't think Fitzpatrick's just going to let him go either. He's clearly not holding anybody up because he's put a little bit of time on Rosendich now in third place.
Well, and just creeping in the shot behind Rosendich, I think that's Cooper Holroyd in fourth as well. So I have to keep an eye on those sort of places there. There is the 28 that you can just see right behind Rosendich. So Not too far, and that's the 70 as well, not far back as Novak. So, yeah, top 5 all reasonably tight here on track this morning early in Moto 1. Now, these guys are going to be on track for a little while because they've got a 20, I believe, in terms of their moto length. No, 15 plus 1. So, still plenty of time in this moto. Who have we lost here going off track as well? Another rider just start heading back to the pits early.
Yeah, for a second there, he sort of come through at the same point as Holroyd.
Thought it was the 28.
I thought it was. I didn't say it. I waited to see, and then I seen Cooper come through. So not one of our race leaders, thankfully. Not that we want to see anybody, head off the track early, but hasn't affected the lead. The front riders, as much as we said that they were starting to tighten up the gap a bit, they've all kind of spread out again. And I was talking to Justin McHugh's dad yesterday, and it wasn't not the roost here, specifically at Maitland, as we see Brock drop a bit further down the field, having a battle with a couple of riders. But the roost on these that flicks up from these 450s wouldn't hurt too much on a day like today because the dirt would still be soft, and but once the track sort of dries out and the little sand clods dry out, it's going to be a lot harder. Did I see Fitzpatrick go from the inside split lane and accidentally go over the berm into that middle lane?
Glad you said accidentally there, because I'm sure that was not intentional.
Well, no. Do it once, it's accidental. Do
it again on the next lap, you're in trouble.
Yeah, possibly. So we'll see.
Just watching Willsey make his way past one of our lap riders there, but the battle is there, second and third. They're very tight on track. Holroyd, I thought, was coming towards that, but he's just dropped off the back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like his line through that sand section. I'm not talking about down the straight, I'm saying through that turn. He's not getting any drive out of that turn. He's sort of back wheels wallowing in the mud. But Rosendich he's back on. He's closed back up onto Fitzpatrick. He's not pushing for a pass, but he's definitely keeping the pressure on. And Novak, another one of those riders on the 250 machine, I think. Looks like a 250 with the black plates. Hard to tell these days. Or the 450s have a bigger exhaust on the back. That's another way to look at it. And I think the engine's looks a bit more bulkier. But
now just getting some feed from our man Russell Hicks, who's down on the track there doing some of the post-race interviews that you see pop up in our coverage as well. He's sending me some inside lines and stuff here that are maybe not working. Just after the finish line, he's telling me that everyone he sees go through the inside is going a lot faster than the outside line, which is our Kennard's Hire corner straight after the finish line tabletop here. So maybe keep an eye on that as this race goes on. The line seems to be much better for the inside now that it's developed into probably a nice smooth rut.
Willsey just having a look over his shoulder there just to see how far back Fitzpatrick is. Again, I think he's going to want to get to that point. You're talking about maybe the jet lag playing a part in his riding today. Just wanting to see where Fitzpatrick is and then going, okay, is it time now to settle and manage that gap? Have I pulled far enough away where normally where it is if you can get out of sight. You just be out of sight.
You're one corner around, aren't you?
One corner around where they can't see you. Kind of takes their hope away that they don't have a chance of catching you. But while they can still see you, there's a target on your back. Much better line that time from Holroyd coming around. He drove straight out of that turn.
Well, our front top four have sort of spaced out just a little bit to where everybody's not really pushing into each other. Wills continues to take the outside, like we're just talking about through that last corner, but the next three riders in the queue there all went to the inside, all had a very nice smooth run through that inside rut. So obviously Russ has picked that up and pointed it out, and it looks to be pretty accurate. But I just noticed the purple on screen there for the fastest man on track was Riley Fitzpatrick in second. So
yeah, he's closing slightly. But look, from Dylan Wills' perspective, he takes the outside because he can. He doesn't have somebody right on his tail.
Probably saving energy.
He's saving energy. It's an easier line to take. I mean, if Fitzpatrick gets right up onto his back wheel, you'll see him switch to the inside line again. And he's definitely he's there. Again, on the 250, he's having to work a lot harder. But as I said, in this tighter stuff, he'll be able to ride the bike harder But then you'll lose time on this long straight here. At least for the first half of the straight when they're on the gas anyway. So they're heading into that split lane and clocking some really quick laps now. So this would be the premier class today, and 155. So we saw 154 from our fastest junior lights rider. And that is encouraging for our junior lights guys, and they're on 250s as well. A lot of them, when they move up into seniors, they go, "Oh, I need to learn the pace of seniors." They've got the pace of the seniors. Like I said, Kremer did a 154? Was it Burgess? Burgess did a 154. That's a second quicker than any of the MX1 guys that are riding right now. So, what I'm saying, junior lights riders, you don't need to learn the pace of the A grade of the senior. You need to believe that you can do it and go out and race these guys. People forget these guys were juniors once too, and they moved up and they had to do the same thing. So it's that junior lights, they're at the pinnacle of their junior racing before they go senior. But it's that mental game, the mental approach, your attitude, your confidence, just experience as well. You know, Willsy's a seasoned professional and enjoying his racing. He's still heavily involved with the sport as a rider, and works for Moto Online. Goes to a lot of the Pro-Mix and a lot of other events for them. That's where he was. You mentioned
for the Italy test. Yeah, he was there earlier this week riding that Ducati 450. So lucky bugger got to test out a Ducati. And
he was also at Manjimup. Did he go from there to Manjimup? I heard as well. And then back to here. So,
if he did, that's a hell of a trip because that's happening this week, wasn't
it? Yes, it is.
So,
that's what I'm saying.
Geez.
I think he went there. He went there either before or afterwards. So he's done both, and then I think flew in yesterday to race today. So, but certainly not showing any signs of it.
Not at this point.
Maybe it's because he was on a private jet and he was laid back and got to sleep the whole way. Very.
I don't know if they've got the budget there at that particular media outlet for that. So I'm sure he'd love to, but I don't think they have a budget that big. So, but he continues to lead the way here in this moto. He's got a reasonable gap. He's doing what he just has to do, really. Nobody's like Riley Fitzpatrick is in second, but he's got enough breathing room on him that he's not really challenged or forced into any particular lines or pace here. Rossendich continues to be there in third position. Oh, Cooper Hollerode, I just noticed, has gone down in that corner on the inside rut.
Yeah.
Maybe Russ, that rut isn't as nice as we were just talking about, but he's gone down in it after the finish line.
Well, fortunately for him, Benny Novak wasn't right there. He dropped back a little bit, so Hollerode doesn't lose any position, but he does lose track position.
Yeah. We see a couple of our lap riders getting in there as our leaders come through.
Well, Rosendich put in the quickest lap last time, so middle of this race, he's picked it back up, and we could have a three-way battle for the lead at the end of this one. Not what Willsy wants, He's like, and I said to you at the start of this race, Fitzpatrick is not going to just lay down. He will race to the flag. So unfortunately for Willsy, he's going to have to keep that gap. He can't afford to lay off at all. He's got to try and get past these lappers cleanly without losing any time, and hope that from his perspective, hope that the lappers will then hold up. Be good to get a closer look at that split lane again next time around. As Rosendich also starting to creep up now on the back of Fitzpatrick.
Just suggesting that the track prep might have led to a little easy switch over.
Well, what can happen in practice, and that's a difficult thing with split lanes, is like personally, I actually haven't seen anything in the rule book about
not transferring over.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think it's split lanes is actually something that's in the rule book itself. So it's like a grey area, and unless they're unless there's actually track markers.
Yeah, true.
On top of that split lane, from a rider's perspective, I'm not trying to give the riders any way out of possibly doing something. Like maybe it's just a gentleman's agreement that if you're going left, you stay left. If you're going right, you stay right. But again, not our decision to make. We just want to call the racing for everybody at home and everybody even here at the races that finds it easier to watch on their phones because you can't see half the track from where they're sitting.
Yep, one of our riders just having a moment there trying to get the bike off the track. That's 21. It's Keaton Chamings.
Keaton Chamings, yep.
Now we are on our last lap and Fitzpatrick is just creeping up a little bit on Willsey. Maybe Willsey's relaxed just a touch too much here at the end of the moto.
Well, look, I think they've cleared most of the lap riders. And, Willsey's got eyes on the back of his head too. He knows exactly where Fitzpatrick is and can just, ride this one to the end. And he's also got just enough room that he can run wide and just cruise and still just win by a nose. And that's the thing. When it goes down on paper, what the result is, it doesn't matter how far ahead you were. You've only, just clipped the inside of the sand there. His foot hit the ground, and that would have got the heart rate going right at the end here because he's like, okay, I've got this. Oh, wait, I don't. But he does look over the shoulder just to know that he's not going to get run up in the berm here before the final turn, but he's going to get the flag. Our race winner, Dylan Wills, another one in the books.
Fitzpatrick across there in second. We're looking for our third place. There's Connor Rossenditch. And we'll just have a bit of a creep back here, waiting for our fourth place position, which should be the 28 of Cooper Holroyd. And fifth place shouldn't be too far behind the number 70, Benny Novak. So there's Holroyd across now.
Now, what about our C-grade riders far as we were so focused on the race for the lead there, but he's Kobe Leach, and Zach Henry second, Caden Gray would be in the A grade. Jed Harper, I'd say, would be our third place rider in that one.
So that will conclude our MX1, AB, and C class, and we'll be back. We'll have a quick break here before our next moto starts off, which will be. Our next one should be the 13 to 16 250cc class, so they'll be out very shortly on track.
And here we are with the number 2 of Taylor. Taylor, you are the points leader. You've been pretty dominant this season. How is the track looking out there?
Yeah, it's getting way better. I think it'll be an awesome racetrack today. Even around for the last round, I reckon it'll be sick. Just got to keep up, stay on two wheels, be consistent, get good starts, and stay out of all the fights at the back. So should be a good day.
Awesome. Who do you think's your biggest competition out there today?
Probably just myself. I have had a bit of time off just from an injury, so this is my first ride back, so I've just got to keep my mind sane and just do what I need to do, concentrate, and I reckon I'll be all right.
Awesome. Great job. Congratulations on the red plate, and we'll see you later on today.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Junior Lights 250. David, and again, we didn't speak too much in practice about these guys because the stream hadn't started yet. So let's have a quick run through the top 5. Let's just see what happens with the start because a lot of exciting stuff can happen at the start. We can, as things settle down in the race.
We'll get to the championship points.
We'll get to the championship points.
Now that is the 27 Lawler in the middle, making a good run for that first corner. And after having a little sight lap on the other class that he pulled out of, this is the one that means a lot to him because he is the championship leader in this one, but that's Burton trying to make a move up the inside of him. And he is second
in points. So
the battle's on straight away. Here we go.
Now what? Richie giving up that position early. He has had a look at the track. Maybe not enough of a look at the track because he did come in quite early in that race, which Burton was also in that MX3 race. So
we've got the 28 of Wolf there in third, and I think that was the 23 of Corey Eisel in fourth as well. So few contenders up there. Now, Wolf is a bit further down because he didn't do our opening round at Lakes, so he's down in 8th in the championship. Eisel's down in 9th. He also didn't ride this class at the opening round either, so those two guys in 3rd and 4th, not necessarily in the battle for the championship, but they could affect some points here if they get between Lawler and Burton.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter Wolf, because he's not in the points, he's a spoiler. You know, he'll be one of those riders that'll be up there taking points away from other riders, and that's racing. You know, I actually hate it when people go, oh, you where they move out the way because they go, oh, I'm not in the championship, so I don't want to get in the way of the championship. Like even in, say, like AMA Supercross and that type of thing, you see the guys that you always end up with two guys that's going to be racing for the championship at the end, and it's almost like the other riders,
they stop competing.
They almost
with them?
let them finish first and second, and it's like, guys, it's racing, you know, and those two guys, they kind of need you to finish in between because
it helps things out.
It helps things out one way or another. So you know, it's good for, you know, riders like Peter Wolf to be out there, and it makes it's good for us anyway. It makes it a lot more exciting.
So your running orders: Burton, Lawler, Wolf, Eisel, Nate Ebick, Cooper Bowman. That's your top 6 at the moment as they run.
Yeah, then Ryland Brown, Clark, and Tung and Neil, your top 10. So look, Lawler, he's got a few points. I think it's 9 points over Burton in 2nd place, and so he can afford to just be smart here. You know, he doesn't need to win at all costs, and at the same time, you know, you can win a championship in this race. You can also lose a championship in this race.
Well, speaking of losing it, 3rd place in the championships, Heath Davies, he's listed there in 22nd on the timing through that opening lap, so not a good start to this particular class for Heath.
No, he must have, I didn't see where he was on the start. Clearly, that means he probably didn't get a good start at all, but to be that far back at this point early in the race, he must have also had a problem on the first lap as well that we didn't see.
Yeah, so look, the points in the championship, Lawler's 119, Burton 112, Davey 103, Ryland Brown 73, Cooper Bowman 71, Jed Gray 70, and then a bunch of them there after that. So look, the battles there for 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe if Heath has a terrible day, they can get into the mix, but 1, 2, 3 is where it's at in terms of championship, and we've only got the 1 and 2 in that battle. Burton and Lawler, 1 and 2 on track.
No, like you said, there's a lot of riders like Corey Eisel, Peter Wolf, that are up there, and they're going to fish in between those guys. Davey would be in salvage mode, trying to just make up as many positions as he possibly can.
We'll have to keep an eye on him as the moto goes on and see where he's showing up on our time in scoring, if he can move forward and salvage some points, as you say.
Well, Lawler's managed to keep track of Burton here. Jack looks like he's got it all together right now. He's built up a little bit of a lead. Unfortunately for Lawler, Wolf is stalking him, and you know, he doesn't want to. He's already giving up 3 points. Can't be giving up another 2 by letting Wolf by. And it is a long moto, so this one is 15 minutes plus a lap. It's going to be a long race for Richie Lawler in 2nd place, unless of course he can get on the back wheel of Burton, or if there's a mistake up front, that's going to make Lawler's life a lot easier. Peter Wolf, you know, he just wants to win. He's here racing to get some points, and we spoke earlier about how deep this field is. So yeah, I think anybody in this top 5, 6 riders could actually win a race in this class if they get the start that Lawler and Burton have gotten.
Now, man, Russell on the ground outside has mentioned that they are already having to put some water down on their start straight today. So very different circumstances from yesterday in terms of track prep and track maintenance going on here at Maitland by the District Motorcycle Club as they just keep this track in working order for the events today.
Well, the club definitely booked in the best weather conditions. As you see a lap rider down there on that outside, won't affect our leaders at all, because they had a full day of sun yesterday when the track was wet, so that dried it out nicely. And now that the track's dried out a little bit, they've got overcast weather, which is awesome because the track won't really
should
dry
hold
out
some
too much.
moisture.
Well, it just won't. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it just won't dry out as much. They won't have to. It won't bake in the sun. They won't have to put much water down, if any. But one thing you notice is the track's getting slower. The lap times. I mean, these are the same guys roughly that were riding in the MX3 class. Some of them, and they're in the 156s. They started the 158s, but when I say slower, as I said, we had lap times going down to 154. And then we just seen AMX1 guys, and they were doing around about, the 150, 155, 156, 157.
Maybe that was just a Burgess special in the...
we've seen a mistake there by a lap rider, and Lawler had nowhere to go. So that's given Peter Wolf the position. He hasn't had to do anything for it. Lawler just literally stopped in the rut. He's seen the rider down and panicked. Didn't really have anywhere to go. He was locked in. He's had two choices: try and pick his front wheel out of the rut and risk,
going down himself,
folding down the front, or wait for the lapper to move out the way. And that's a tricky one. There's a tree on the inside of that corner. Lawler wouldn't have seen that rider down until he got halfway around that turn, and by that point it was too late. So what that has done for Burton, though,
it's given him a lot of breathing room, hasn't it?
He is.
He's out front by himself at this point, as he's right down the back of the track, just navigating a couple lap riders himself there. But he's also showing up purple as our fastest man on track the last lap around. So there's no worries for Jack Burton in this moto at this point.
No, and he's out of sight of the next rider. So see a 275 in this class. I don't believe that's Riley Burgess. I think that's another 275. But yeah, not in the points chase anyway. And that's all Jack Burton right now, and he's picking up 5 points so far if they finish as they are. Still a lot of time left in this race.
So he just makes his way across the start straight there, heading into the Finance My Bike corner, just working his way nicely, just leading really easily now that little mistake happened there for Lawler, and that's probably going to give this points gap, if they stay 1 and 3 here, it'll give Lawler only a 2-point gap heading into Moto 2 for this championship standings.
Well, Heath Davies moved his way up to 12. So again, what I mentioned earlier about being in salvage mode, for him, he's just got to make up as many positions as possible. Yes, he had a chance to move up from third to second, or even potentially take the winners. We see Davey cross the finish line there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of riders just closely in front of him, so he's got a chance to make up maybe another 3 or 4 within this lap or 2. So he could get into this top 10 and really salvage a lot. So you see Burton in the whole shot graphics, taking that outside line, getting that jump nice and clear, just keeping the flow going.
And I think maybe what's happened with the split lane there is the inside of it. If it is more inside, then we can't see it. But I think just a line that's formed from the inside going to the middle, and so it does look like they're going to the inside, but they are actually going to the middle line there.
So we keep an eye on him out to the back of the track. Just nobody out in this section, so he can do what he wants here, taking the line that he pleases. Just tiptoeing around the inside there, trying to stay out of some of those other ruts that are further out in that corner, as we see Lawler into that same position on the track. Just dropped off the back of our second place rider now, so Wolf has gapped him a little bit, so looks like we're going to probably end up, unless something else dramatically happens here, they're probably going to end up staying as they are in 1, 2, 3 positions, with Lawler going to be third place. Eisel's a fair way back from him there in 4th position, so...
And Peter Wolf, quickest man on track that time, a second quicker than our race leader. But yeah, Burton was such a big lead. You're not going to make up that time once, even if he is a second lap quicker. And that whole shot is what has given Lawler the position where he is right now, sitting in 3rd place. He's gone backwards a couple of positions. Obviously, started out in front, but because of that early lead and track position, by the time they've sort of settled where they are now,
yeah, he's already there.
He's got a big gap back to the next rider.
Watching Peter Wolf over these middle tabletops here, throwing it nice and sideways, trying to track down our leader, but I don't know how he's going to go with that. We've probably got another 5 minutes left in this moto still.
Yeah, well, Davey, those 4 or 5 riders that you're saying he was behind, he has gone past them. So he's gone from 12th to 7th in that one lap. And the next rider
there's a bit of a gap there, isn't there? It's about 20 seconds.
20 seconds behind Cooper Bowman. So Davey's gone forward probably as far as he's going to go, failing a mistake from any of the guys in front of him. And but look, 7th place is still better than a DNF.
Well, I just noticed our 4th position in the championship, Ryland Brown, might have had a little moment as well, because he's dropped off this leaderboard. He's down on the 16th position as this will scroll through. Sorry, he's still 17th, so he's gone just a little bit further down there. No, actually, further down. He must be down somewhere still, so he's dropping at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's not good for him points-wise.
No, with a few of them right behind him in the championship, only being within like a handful of points, so that's not great for him in terms of getting on this overall podium.
Let's keep an eye on this lead now, because
Wolf has closed in, hasn't he?
He has gone even quicker again, I think, and he's getting right up. He's sort of feeling it. He's eased into this race, and he was 4 seconds a lap quicker than Burton on that last lap.
Well, Wolf could be Richie Lawler's best friend here right now, because if he takes this position away, that's going to be 3 points back towards Lawler, that he'll have an advantage over Burton for this championship as we run into Moto 2. So Lawler might be giving him a little cheer on here later in this moto if you can see what's going on in front of him.
Yeah, that's right. When a rider, especially a rider that's not in the points, can take points away from another rider for you, you go and buy him a drink after the race. Or even give them a trophy.
Now, Wolf was a bit of a surprise packet when he turned up at Dubbo last round, getting a few hole shots in different classes and running up the front, but he's shown it's no fluke here at Maitland as well, just repeating the process.
Well, good move there by Jack Burton. The 2 lappers were in the outside, and he just ploughed his way through the middle, but Wolf also managed to get through those lappers pretty quick.
He followed the same hole, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Or Burton just created a pathway for him. But we'll see what Peter can do here, because, like I said, 4 seconds a lap quicker. That is much quicker than the race leader was going. Yes, maybe Jack didn't have a good lap that time.
Write it down.
275. And
so we're just watching. There's a few in the way here in terms of lap riders as they come into this end part of the track. Still plenty of time left in this moto, but so we see what Wolf can do as he creeps back towards the back wheel of Burton as they come around for another lap here. They're within a second or so of each other, so there's potential for a move coming here. Depending on which lines they run, they take different lines into this split section of the track. And now S-bends.
Well, I just seen Deacon Do come through. He's about to go a lap down, and he didn't have his peak on his front of his helmet, so he's had a dirt sample somewhere around the track. But yeah, look, Burton has responded. Like, he's picked up the pace on that lap. He knows how close Peter Wolf is, and he's stretched it out a tiny bit. I'd say we've only got a lap to go after this. So
yeah, we should get the last lap next quarter round,
really. And as Wolf, that inside line you spoke about, how the rut on the way out. It might be good on the way in, but on the way out, it's sort of.
It's a momentum killer.
Got some square edges in it, and that slowed Wolf right down, and he's lost the toe now of Burton. And Burton, he's worked hard for this lead. He's not about to give it up at this point in the moto. And look, we've just seen Peter try that inside line. Like, the outside just seems to be a much better momentum line. He would have probably lost more time using that line.
Well, looking at it at the moment, the gap behind him, Burton might have broken Wolf here as we close this one out, but he's just dropped, he's not in the same shot as Burton, whereas a lap ago he was. There he is, just coming in now, so things have just gapped out and calmed down a little bit at the front for the moment.
As they have done with everybody else, like we're talking about Davey. Davey's gone from 20 seconds to 15 seconds behind Bowman, but if we're going to see the last lap board come out,
it's not going to change really,
is it?
It's going
to be hard to close up that gap.
And Cooper Bowman, one of our 5th place in the championship, in 6th in this moto at the moment, so he's going to be getting some points on Ryland Brown, who's dropped right down to 22nd. So
and Heath Davey a little bit anyway.
Yeah, so look, some change-ups after this moto in terms of championship standings, which we'll try and keep you across the day as it goes on.
Look, we've seen Lawler come through in third. Kate Tipper just behind Kate, a lap down. You know, I think most of us would be a lap down to these kids that are out front here, especially in 15 minutes. I think I'd be good for the first minute. Look, you do enduro, so you probably got a bit more fitness than I do.
Just a little maybe, but yeah. Burton on his last lap as we go around. He's got a nice little gap now, so hopefully he can just hold this. He's had a look over to check where Wolf is, because he probably knew he was right there a lap or two ago, but he's not so much anymore.
No, that's right. And look, he's done the job, and I like that middle line he's using.
Seems to have formed up better today.
It has. If you look at the outside, the outside's good to rail, but it's shiny, that marble shine on the outside, and which means that you can't just get in there and rail the outside berm as fast as you can, because you could go over or you could wash the front wheel out. And what those middle ruts offer is some train tracks for you to just drop into and rail around. So didn't see those lines yesterday forming up through the middle. Could see them today, and even in the earlier races today, didn't see the guys taking that middle line. So it picked up on it, and we'll see if some of the other riders in the other classes do too. As Burton, a little bit of a bobble there towards the end, but again, done all the hard work to get the gap, and he's going to get the checkered flag here and pull 5 points closer to a championship win.
Little flying W just for marking the occasion.
That's right.
Wolf across there in second. We wait for our third position, which should be Lawler. And I'm just noticing, I think Heath Davies up to 6th now.
Okay.
So somebody might have gone down, or he's put something really well together. But we'll wait for them to come across and confirm those positions. But here comes Lawler. He will be your third position.
I think Richie did enough in that race. When I say enough, I mean he's not going to be happy with third, but third is points.
He's still 2 points up at this point, so he's still got the upper hand. As Eisel comes across, the 64 comes across just behind him, a lap down Kate Tipper. We'll watch as these riders come across through these last section here, and we'll give you those results in a sec, but we'll go to a break here before our next moto on track, so stick around, plenty more action here at Maitland.
Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So that's the end of our 13 to 16s 250 Moto 1. Up next we've got our other senior motocross class, MX2 A, B and C. So two classes, your A and Bs are scored together, and then your C grades are scored separately. So quick look at championship points in this class while we wait for them to get going. David?
Yeah, our MX2 A grade, Riley Fitzpatrick is your championship leader at the moment on 147. 25 points back is Caden Gray, and 9 points back in third is Taylor Thompson. We then drop down to Tyler Easel and Luke Vella. So those fourths and fifths and sixths and sevenths, really tight there, but the lead at the front, like we said, Fitzpatrick, big gap over the field. And he'll be looking, he's the one taking our whole shot here as well. And that's our C-grade rider, the 74, Kobe Leach, getting there, almost getting the whole shot. He's in second place on track, but Taylor Thompson's in third on track as well, with a nice position there for her in that A-grade class.
Yeah, and not good news for the rest of the field with Fitzpatrick getting up front.
No,
Because
he's been very consistent out there.
Look, at Dubbo, he was half a lap in front of everybody. And Kobe Leach winning our C-grade championship, you wouldn't think he's C-grade looking at the speed that he's got. And the starts, like his starts are just amazing.
Well, I dare say,
Fitzpatrick's
tucked that front in. He's dug it into that dirt and almost pushed himself over the front of it in terms of a front roll. But
he's like, Mikel, I don't like that middle rut. You tell me how good that middle rut is, and I hit it. So
let's see if he uses it next lap around, or if he's decided that's no good.
He's going to go to the outside.
Look, we've at least made it a little bit exciting for the moment, because he's going to have to put a few passes in, and that's left our C-grade rider out the front. And I was about to say before Riley went down there that I dare say this might be the last time that Kobe Leach is a rating as a C-grader.
I would say so. Definitely, if you can run the pace that he's running, I'm sure he'd want to be riding up there in the A&Bs. And there's a few riders like that as we now look at second and third place there. There's Fitzpatrick back in, fifth place behind Caden Gray?
Yep, definitely fifth there. Taylor's still holding down third on track, which is awesome. So she's getting to learn a bit of the pace here in the MX2 class. Big whip from our leader, Kobe Leach, over the finish line jump there. It's a 2:28, running second at the moment on track.
Snow Morgan, and he's a fast local from these parts. He mostly hails from the Lakes Club and has done most of his racing there. But being that these hunter clubs are all within half an hour of each other, this is just as local as it's going to get for Noah Morgan. So hasn't done much racing for a while. I was talking to his dad as we see two riders. One went down and the other one actually had nowhere to go and just tried to go around the outside and threw it away as well.
So 32 was the first rider down
Zach
there.
Henry.
Zach, yep. From our C-grade class, as we see a bit of a battle here. Riley's trying to pass Taylor.
Yeah, well, they're actually a couple off track, so he's going to want to do that as gently as possible.
Yeah, be nice and polite if he wants to get a cuddle later tonight.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
As he's trying to make his way up now to second place, which is that Noah Morgan. We're just mentioning the local rider, so he's trying to make a pass on him. Not sure he's going to get it done here into that corner, but we'll see.
I don't think he's going to be that cuddly either with no Morgan as he might be.
Well, no, that's a one special deal with Taylor only. So as he has made that pass, so he's going to be making his way up towards this man, the 74, very shortly.
Yeah, I think so. So again, from the overhead, you can see that inside-outside split lane. See what I'm talking about, how the inside line is actually crossing over to the outside. So someone's done that in practice, and then
just everybody's followed suit.
That's right, the riders have created that line. So it will make that split lane a little bit less competitive on that inside-outside, being that you can go from the inside to the outside in that first corner. So it's like inside almost.
Yeah, definitely, and it might just be a bit better flow there for everybody to do that. As we're watching Leach come towards the finish line, you'll see just starting to creep into the back of footage is Riley Fitzpatrick in second now. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but I dare say he's going to be able to get this done. He's running a much better pace than Leach at this point. Just got to keep it clean and stay off the ground.
Yeah, well, he is 3 seconds off of Kobe. And again, that's when you look at Riley's times, a 2 minute, maybe he was on a 450. I thought he was riding a 250 in that MX1 class, but he was up around the 155s, and maybe he's not pushing as hard in this class because he knows he's got it covered. But interesting the different lap times between these 250s compared to the MX1 guys, and then also to our Junior Lights guys who clocking around the 155s. So. Like I said, very promising for our Junior Lights riders to be able to move straight up into these senior classes and be competitive.
Yeah, definitely. But it'll be interesting to see if that times holds suit when they come around for their Moto 2. Maybe it was just the track perfect situation for them, or maybe it was just a Burgess special in that for opening MX3 motor that he got those times that he did. But especially he was chasing down Kremer at that point, so he had the bit between teeth trying to get that Moto win, but didn't quite get it. So we'll see what the times play out later on as we go around Moto 2s.
But even our last 250 race, the guys were up around that 156, so they're still putting in good times. And but look, we'll see now that Fitzpatrick's up to second. We'll see if that lap time comes down, because Kobe's been clocking about that 2:03, 2:02 mark for this race, and Fitzpatrick clearly faster. So I'm sure he's going to close right up. And again, heaps of time in this race to make that pass. And again, it's not for points playing position. It's for bragging rights on who wins the race. And I'm sure Kobe, he'd be
loving it if he got that, didn't he?
To say, hey, I beat all the A graders.
It is closing up a bit there. You can see on screen Fitzpatrick right to the back wheel now of Leach as they come into the Finance My Bikes corner there across the start straight. So this is going to get interesting here in just a second. Our third place rider still remains being Noel Morgan, but he's got Taylor Thompson all over the back of him as they're competing there for third and fourth. So, and I don't think Caden Gray's too far back off the back of those two riders either in fifth. So battle at 1 and 2, battle at 3, 4, 5 as well on this track in this moto. So
yeah,
plenty to watch.
It is close, and Taylor Thompson has closed up onto the back of Noel Morgan. And look, I think for a lot of these riders at the second part of this race, their pace will depend on their fitness. The guys that the riders that have the fitness will just keep clicking off the same lap times as Fitzpatrick, using that inside line.
It wasn't that bad that time around.
No, he didn't actually lose any time.
No, he didn't gain, but he didn't lose. He's done the outside line there to get that jump cleared, and he's in the midsection of that corner, which is where you were talking about before, with the split lane sort of just moulding into one there. And he's going to make this move here, probably going to
try.
Through the rollers, they're side by side. Will Leach hold him out here?
Well, Leach had a slightly better entry into that turn.
But Leach decided to use that inside rut, and it's still no good.
He did, and also Fitzpatrick just left the brakes a lot later to brake in that turn. So Leach started that rutted straight in front of him. By the time they got to the end of the ruts, Fitzpatrick was in front, and then, like you said, had that wider sweep line that Kremer was using earlier. And you said that, Leach probably thought, I'll block the inside here, I'll take the inside so you can't pass me. And as you mentioned, that inside rut just not
still no good on the exit.
Yeah, very antisocial
inside
rut.
That doesn't want to be a part of it. So look, Fitzpatrick now gapping Leach, so and he's actually dropped down into that 158s there on that particular lap. So the good news for Leach is that our gap back to third and fourth is pretty long way, but there is a big battle going on there as they're coming across the start straight in that third, fourth, fifth position. So it would be awesome if we can catch some footage of those guys there, because I think Fitzpatrick is taking this moto at this point in time by the horns and just running away. So we watch our drone shots here of the Maitland circuit. Wonderfully prepared again today by the Maitland District Motorcycle Club. And we start to scroll back here. This is the battle that we want. This one here with our third, fourth, fifth. We've got Noel Morgan, Taylor Thompson, Caden Gray, all on track tightly here.
Taylor Thompson's actually made the move on
she has. She's
Morgan,
just jumped in front of them.
Caden Gray is now there. And, possibly Noah might be feeling, the arms might be feeling a little bit here.
They might be filling with blood at this point and just pumping up too much to hold on and control this as he wants to. But yeah, look, awesome that Taylor's jumped past here. She must have done that. Is that our 29 as well?
Yes.
Just sneaking in the back there.
Toby Houston.
Yeah, so nice battle going on here a bit further down in this field. So awesome to see all the action.
Well, Caden Gray using that inside-outside split the way it should be, and trying that option. Toby Houston going the other way. So we've got a three-way battle. What's that, for fourth place right now in this race? Yes, not all the same grades, but we won't worry about the grades
fourth
at the
place
moment.
On track.
Fourth place on track. So as they head into the sand section, and we're talking about arm pump, like, maybe possibly Noah Morgan feeling the effects of that. That's not always a fitness thing. When you get nervous in a race, especially a rider goes past you, you lose a bit of energy, sort of takes the energy away from you. But you can get tight in your body, tighten your arms, holding on a bit too tight, and then your arms pump up. As trying to go around the outside now is Houston on Gray. So Gray going the inside, Houston railing that outside. The two ruts may filter together.
The three of them, look at that, all in one shot, pretty much all in one rut too.
It was, and in fact, Houston actually jumped out of the rut to go to the outside in the next corner. Now he's back to the inside of Gray around the Finance My Bike turn, and he's going to have the inside to this next turn.
Now, as much as he's lost the position there, Gray, I'm going to give him a little compliment. When he's standing up on the pegs on the Honda in that Alpine Star gear, kind of gives you the Jet Lawrence vibes.
He does. He just got to pick up the pace a little bit.
He doesn't quite have the pace of Jet Lawrence right now, but he's hanging in there. He's just off the back of these guys, maybe a couple of different lines, and he'll be right back in front of them.
And I think you'll see that as a compliment, what we just, from both of us, because I think just being even compared to Jet Lawrence is a compliment. None of us have the pace of Jet Lawrence.
No.
We can all, I think, openly admit that. Not us anyway. There might be other riders in the world like Eli Tomac and whatnot, but certainly got the.
Houston's got the move on Morgan there for third.
Yeah. Gray's definitely got the replica happening.
Oh, yes.
He just needs to change his number now.
The inspiration is truly there. So, and look, he's done that move. He's used that inside to outside, taken the line away from Morgan. So Morgan's dropped from third to fifth in the matter of a couple of corners here. So Caden's got to try and take off after Houston because he's trying to make a little run for it now. So we watch them try to come out of that back section. There's Houston, there's Gray, and Morgan's just dropped off the back there a little bit. He think he's maybe done fitness-wise here. He's going to try and hold on for fifth at this point.
Well, look, when you look at the class and his position in the race, he doesn't have anybody too close to him anymore. He can afford to settle, and actually in his race class there is only 4 A and B graders that are actually mixed up in this class anyway, so he's still looking at a top 5 regardless, and he did battle up the pointy end of that A and B grade. At one point he was actually second behind Fitzpatrick. And actually, probably in front of him, he was leading because
Fitzpatrick
went down early in the race. So you could honestly say that Noah's been in every position in this race he could possibly be, and he's still on the bike. So that's a positive too. We'll catch back up with our leader in a minute. As there he is, Fitzpatrick, clearing that canyon jump all the way to the end, and.
Just all on his lonesome out front at this point of this moto. Kobe Leach has dropped off from him a good 10 seconds, I think I saw there, or more. So Fitzpatrick's just settled into this nicely after having that little moment. He's done that a few times throughout our series here. He's had some, obviously some good wins in his class, but he's also had moments where he's been on the deck and then had to work his way back up into the lead position.
Yeah. Well, that's probably why he's one of our fittest riders in the class, because
the interval training he's putting in forcefully.
That's it. And also, when you put the bike down in a race, you're in a flow while you're racing, you're managing your energy levels, and then you fall off and hopefully don't hurt yourself in the crash, but you fall and just the adrenaline, the nerves, just everything kicks in, your heart rate goes up. That messes with your flow completely. Then you get back on the bike. Now all of a sudden you've got to make up positions, catch up, and it takes a lot out of you physically and mentally. And he's managed to, like, if you only just joined the live stream now watching it, you see, Riley Fitzpatrick got a massive lead. He probably hole-shotted and just run away with us. No,
he did hole-shot, but then he threw it on the ground, and then he got back up, and he's now got himself back to the lead.
That's right.
It's been an interesting moto for Riley Fitzpatrick.
Yeah. Great for us. Again,
gives us something to talk about.
Something to talk about for sure.
Now, our third position on track is Taylor Thompson, and you're just seeing them on screen here at the moment. That's Darcy Houston. Oh, Darcy Houston. Gone the wrong Houston, I think. Toby Houston.
Yes.
Just creeping into the back there as well. So he's catching up from fourth to the third position of Taylor Thompson. So have to keep an eye on that as this moto closes out. We've probably got a lap and a bit to go here, maybe just onto 2. We'll see how they go when Riley gets to this next lap.
Well, this will be Toby's first year racing seniors. He's just moved up from junior lights, so he's got and he was one of you could say one of the top junior riders as well. Had a lot of injuries, which set him out of racing and championships. But a lot of pace and youth, 16 years old, 16, 17 probably. So, where Taylor...
Oh, nice moment there. He's found the edge of the track limits and found a bit of dirt that maybe wasn't pointing the same direction that he was going.
No, Fitzpatrick... was that Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, it was Fitzpatrick.
Race
Yeah,
leader?
that was our race leader, just having one of the bigger moments of his day so far.
Yeah.
I bet you that gave him a bit of a heart start.
Well, again, it's having the big lead now. I can only put that down to a loss of concentration.
Bit of laziness, maybe?
Well, just a loss of concentration, maybe zoned out. Yeah, I've got this one in the bag, and next minute your back wheel's in front of your front wheel, and you're wondering what happened, how you got here.
Why am I looking at the ground and the sky at the same time?
It's like that TV show. Where are they now? Well, you're lying on the ground, you get up facing the wrong way, and I can honestly remember going around a sand corner in a race and seeing 3 riders on the ground and wondering why they're on the ground, and then I hit a tree stump which was just underneath the sand. You couldn't see it, and I high-sided as well because it was in the main line. And
then you were like, that's why they're laying on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, Riley nearly had one of those moments where he's probably like, what did I just hit? So anyway, he's continuing on. He's on his last lap, so he's got about half a lap to go here, and he will get this moto win. He's got a nice 22 second gap there over second place, despite that little mishap on that last lap we've just been talking about. But he's looking comfortable now. Hopefully he'll just bring this one home and get another moto win and just extend his championship lead in this MX2 A-grade class.
Yeah, well, look, he should be able to wrap it up at least after a couple races. I mean, my approach for the day for Riley would have been get a hole shot, which he did, and cruise to a win in this race, conserve as much energy as possible to throw at the MX1 class when he's racing against Wilsey.
Yeah.
But he's done the opposite.
Made it hard.
Even that last little spill would have consumed a lot of energy, just trying to hold the bike straight from when it kicked out. And he certainly had to work for it.
Well, here he comes now. He's coming up to our finish line. He's going to take the checkered flag. Here is Fitzpatrick. So that's Moto 1 win in MX2 for Riley Fitzpatrick. Well, a bit of a gap now to our second place rider, which will be the winner of the C-grade class. It'll be Kobe Leach. He's got a couple of corners to go here before he gets to the finish flag. At this moment, it's third is going to be Taylor Thompson. Fourth is Toby Houston. Fifth running is Caden Gray. Sixth is Josh Miller. So we'll have to there'll be a bit of a gap here between some of these riders, so we'll have to bring those results to you in a second as they get to the finish line. But we might take a break here from our coverage and our MX2 moto before our next race gets to the start line, which will be our 125cc 13 to 15 years. So we'll have a quick break here on our coverage at the New South Wales Motocross State Titles.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So, Junior Lights 125, we're back. We're still in the first round of racing. And Seth Thomas, awesome hole shot there just in front of the 411 it looked like, with Max Anderson. So Max Anderson with a great start. He's hails up from the far north of New South Wales. And so we don't see much of him racing around the Sydney Hunter region, but he's up in a second. And Thomas, well, that's the start that he needed to kick off his day, because he's as talking about earlier, it has been a very challenging year for him. I think he's got so much pace, but it just
hasn't been able to consistently use it.
It hasn't worked out for him. So hopefully for him, he can keep the bike upright at the start of this race, and then from there settle in and manage this lead. Because when I say manage this lead, he's already got about a 3-second lead over second place, which has just changed. Anderson now back to third. Husqvarna of looks like could have been Buddy Brown that snuck into that second place. And Seth Thomas is just checking out right now. The rider in second might think he's leading the race because he's already won full straightaway ahead of everybody else. As he exits the New South Wales corner there, we see about a half a dozen riders fighting for the minor positions as Thomas comes over the finish jump, should I say, to complete his first lap.
It's a bit early for a checkered flag, Michael. As they go through, watching a nice little angle here of them getting over that finish line. There's Thomas, your leader, carrying across over that. He's got a nice gap already.
He does, and Davey actually didn't get a great start. He very quickly moved his way into second place, but he's got a lot of time to make up. That was Buddy Brown that passed Anderson, who's now into third because Davey's obviously moved up. So we'll stay with that third, fourth, fifth battle for now, and then later on maybe come back to Heath and Seth if that battle closes up a bit. But so Anderson, he started the race in second place, and he's dropped back a couple positions. Raphael Rossett is also up there on the 28. And Anderson now sort of regrouping to get back after Buddy Brown, who made that pass on him earlier. And Rossiter right there with him. So three-way battle for third place as they head down that long straight. Look at the straight line ruts. That's where the riders are on the accelerator. And then where you see the straight line ruts end, that's where the riders are braking and then rolling into that next turn where you see the ruts start to form again and back on the accelerator. So as Rossiter makes the move, goes up the inside there. We were talking about the riders using the outside to jump that canyon. Rossiter's used the inside to get up and make the pass on Anderson, and then he's used that split lane, that, like I said, that inside, but then it actually fades across. As well.
Bit of an overbalance there.
Well, I think he lost his balance. He was lucky enough just to get enough lean to keep that bike upright. But Rossiter's gapping these guys in third place now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to close up on Davey for second, but he's certainly pulling away a bit from Buddy Brown, who's now back in fourth and still has Anderson to deal with.
Well, let's have a quick championship look to see where these guys are sitting in as this race is going on here. The leader in the championship is Heath Davey. He's 147 points. He's got a 20-point gap over your race leader, and second in the championship, Seth Thomas. Third in the championship is Tyson Williams. Now, he's down, I think, in ninth, I think I saw on the list as we're scrolling through. He's a further 3 points back from Seth Thomas. Fourth is Raphael Rossiter on 100 points, and Riley Tung, the 116, is in fifth on 87 points. So that's your top five in this championship, so keep an eye on them.
Such a close battle between Brown and Anderson. And as I said, Brown made the pass early But Anderson is coming back, and that is seen a few riders struggle with that drop off on that right-hand side there. He got a bit sideways. He followed Brown in the ruts around just after the finish corner there. They were in the exact same rut, and Brown had to check up, and Anderson had nowhere to go. Now Anderson up the inside, and he's going to get the move here and complete the pass. So Brown moving, going backwards a couple of positions. Fortunately for him, he's got a bit of time between himself and Riley Tongue, so you can almost say settle in and relax a tiny bit for now, but not too much. You get too relaxed and let the next person catch you. Maybe he can remount a charge and go back after Anderson for that 4th place position. I don't think Anderson's even on our...
I was wondering if that's the 116 and that's actually Tongue that made that move. If I can read that pink back number there on his jersey, I think it's the 116, is it not?
Yeah, well, we've got Max Anderson reading in 11th place, so maybe it is Riley Tongue, and either something happened, because I'm pretty sure Anderson was in 2nd place at the start of the race, but maybe he's had a crash, and yeah, Riley Tongue on the move. And that's how it's showing in our timing and scoring.
So they're coming across the line now, so we'll get an update on that. And yeah, as they come past here, it's definitely 116 that's gone over in front of the 89, Buddy Brown. So it is Riley Tongue there, just made that move on that particular lap. Got himself up into that 3rd position. Well, struggling through that S-bend there, but he was, as he was trying to paddle through there.
Yeah, well, behind Buddy Brown now you've got McCloskey. McCloskey, he's riding with a lot of confidence because he won the 85 14-16 New South Wales State Championship yesterday. So today's he's not in the points hunt, but he'd be on a high after winning that championship yesterday.
Yeah, use that confidence for some good results in the overall motos today would be probably the plan for McCloskey. But yeah, we have to keep an eye on all these riders today as they go around. But the battle.
Well, looking at the lap time, Thomas with our quickest lap so far on the 159, and Davey sitting in 2nd place, didn't get a great start, moved his way into 2nd place. He's a bit off the lead time-wise. Whether he catches Seth or not, I don't think it's going to matter even for the overall for the day. It is the first race of the day. A second is as good as a first as long as you can make up for it in the next couple of races. But championship-wise, Heath's done all the hard work.
Yeah, he's got a nice 20-point gap.
Rounds 1 and 2. So if he gives up 3 points in this race,
it's not
going to phase him. If he can come back and get 2 wins in the next 2 races, he'll win the overall and the championship. Anyway, but look for Seth. I think Seth needs this win, and if he does it, it'll be a wire-to-wire win as well. I don't think Heath is going to settle for second. I think he's actually, it's one thing to win. It's another thing to want to dominate your opposition, and almost grind them into the ground. That's how some of the riders are. You want your opposition to just not just be beaten, but actually feel beaten. And so I think that he's I think he's going to try and close up on Seth and keep the pressure on. As Seth, a little bobble in that turn, quick look over, see where 2nd place is. Rossiter having a solid ride in that 3rd position. Got a great start.
Bunch of riders just getting caught up there in that S-bend as they came across the finish line, or the start straight area there, I should say. You can see some of the dirt there pushed off that we were talking about, some of that soil that was on the track that they push off for that sludgy stuff just sitting on the side there on the nice green grass. It's probably not going to be nice and green anymore after it's been sitting there.
Yellow or brown.
Yeah, so anyway, it is what it is. But that was a nice little bump in that exit of the rut there that Thomas jumped off of as he launched out of that corner.
Yeah, just a little acceleration launching ramp that's formed from... whenever I watch Seth Thomas, I always think of Jason Anderson, the Kawasaki rider in America, the shirt hanging out, and it's just almost a trademark, So
A bit similar now that you've said that. I can see that.
Yeah. Not even the way Seth kind of corners, where he steers with the rear of the bike. Where he gets on the accelerator. It doesn't really matter for him anyway where the front wheel's going. That helps you on those flat corners or the loamy corners where there's no ruts. Unfortunately, it actually has the opposite effect when you have a rutted track, because you can't ride like that on a rutted track, or in the rutted corners anyway of the track. You've got to be more precise. You've got to line up both wheels, get your weight a tiny bit more forward. But in those open corners, you can get loose. You can get your weight back. That seems to be his style, the way he likes to take those corners and get on the back wheel, get that power to the ground. Very close battle here for third as they come over the finish, and we still have vision of that through our drone shot.
I think that's actually the 5th, 6th, 7th on track, because there's Tyson
mistake.
Williams, Buddy Brown. Is that McCloskey as well, just in front of them?
Well, McCloskey just made the pass because Buddy Brown stood the bike up in the rut as they come out of the Finance My Bike turn and gave up the position to McCloskey. So Buddy Brown not enjoying life right now. Started the race in great position, and has struggled the rest of the races. He now has Tyson Williams breathing down his neck. And
I think he's just gone down too.
Yeah, he's like, Mikkel, just leave me alone, okay?
He's got to get that bike going and get moving so he doesn't lose any more positions on track, but he's just dropped out of that. So that'll put him down in 7th, I think it'll be now. So, not the moto that he's looking for. Yeah, because Tyson was in 7th, so Tyson's just snuck past him now. So, 5th to 7th since they crossed the finish line there in a matter of a couple of corners for Buddy Brown.
And he was up in 3rd earlier in the moto, so for him, how much rain we've had. You actually got a green line of grass around the outside of that big sweeping right-hander. And look, from Buddy Brown's perspective, he can't relax too much because he's going to have Cade Tipper, who's also a fast local from this track, who's will pick up on that and try and run him down before the end of this moto.
Well, these couple of moves that Tyson Williams is trying to make as well is helping him secure this 3rd position in the championship for this class. So with Rafael Rossiter just up in 3rd, he's trying to gain some points on Tyson. So Tyson moving forward is helping his case for a championship podium outright here.
Well, Riley Tung is pushing. Is that Riley Tung trying to get onto the back of the... No, sorry.
No, that's still Tyson.
Tyson Williams trying to get on the back of McCloskey. But I did notice in our times that Heath Davey was a second quicker that last time around than Seth Thomas. I mean, we are sort of getting past the 2/3 of this moto, and but there's only a 6-second deficit there. So, a second a lap though, I think he'd make up in 6 laps. It's enough time for Seth to control this one.
Just watching a rider come over the finish tabletop with the front wheel locked up. They must have grabbed the front brake. That was not how you want to attack a jump face.
No, that's right. But
as we see this battle continuing on here with McCloskey and Williams for that 5th position on track.
Well, this might be some redemption for Tyson Williams.
Well, this was yesterday's battle in that 85 class, wasn't it?
Class. So he's probably like, you took my championship. I'm gonna, I'm coming for you, mate.
I'm gonna get this position on track as payback.
And look, for McCloskey, he's probably he's not going to give up the position either. And again, these kids race against each other week in, week out. They want to beat each other. It doesn't matter what the situation is. And look, as you said, Tyson, if he is nursing an injury, is putting in a brave effort if that's what it is. As we get a shot now, we're back to our leader, and Seth Thomas. He's, as I said, he rode a great race. Got the whole shot, and when we talk about like having that whole package of getting it right, this is what Seth's doing right now. This is, if he can just replicate this every time he goes out, and almost after the race, if you can bring this one home all the way to the end, just record this race and just watch it over and over and over again. And
Positive
just go,
reinforcement.
Yeah, and just go, that's what I need to do every time. Get that whole shot, run and hide, control the lead. I mean, he's not going to have the luxury every time of his opposition, like Heath not getting the greatest of starts, you know, at some point, and we've seen that, them two battling where they're 1 and 2 off the gate, which is what we want to see anyway, and everybody else. They see that battle all the way to the end as Seth's using that inside-outside option, and I like that because he's not using any of the ruts. He's actually using the top edges of those berms, which would be a lot easier lines to take. However, having somebody right behind you might change your lines there.
Well, when you have the space that he does on that 6-second gap, you can pretty much take whatever line you want, so long as it's going to continue around the track. So Seth is coming around here. I think we must be getting close to a last lap board, aren't we?
Look, it is getting towards the end. If it's not the last lap now, it would be at least a couple laps to go.
Yep, here comes that last lap board. So Seth Thomas is on the last lap now. 1 to go in this moto here.
Got a couple lap riders in this tricky S-bend section to get through, and he gets around Ellis and then up the inside. So he gets through clean. Davey just crossed the line there for second place, and it's not really like he did put in a charge and clicked off a second a lap quicker. I just seen Seth stop there. The coverage just froze for a second. I'm like, Seth stopped. He stopped on the track, but it was just a little freeze in the matrix.
Just enough to throw you out, isn't it? You see that at a split second. We've got a couple of screens here we're trying to look at, and obviously out the window to keep things going. You see that. It happened to me yesterday. Same thing. I thought the matrix had stopped.
Yeah. And that's what we like with Compton earlier when he was leading the race. I was like, did he just stall the bike? But he was actually he had a little tip over.
Well, Rossiter's just come over the line there for third as well, so he's got a big gap in front of him and behind him. But here's a bit of a battle.
Something happened to Riley Tongue because he was in front of these guys. And
so McCloskey's now fourth on track. Yeah, Williams as well.
So
and there's Tongue.
Dropped a couple positions.
So something's happened to Riley Tongue on that last lap around, and he's just struggling a bit here as Seth Thomas continues on leading this moto. He's got probably half a lap. He's got this one pretty much sewn up. So
yeah, he does. He's really just got to bring it home. And, but a close battle there for that, what was it, fourth, fifth, sixth place. And that will be an interesting one because anything can happen with those positions towards the end of this race. So we'll try and bring that to you as we just watch Seth finish this one out. But there it is. We got the drone shot. And one of the riders,
Tyson, I think, having a bit of a
maybe,
struggle.
Yeah, I think so because McCloskey was like in the lighter gear, and that's going to give Riley Tongue the position. But whether or not Riley is going to have enough time though to catch McCloskey, I'm not sure. So McCloskey, like again, he's having a great weekend. One on the 85.
He's up to fourth.
He's up to fourth in this one. Moved up a couple positions. So Heath Davey, good charge to get the second.
We've just seen Thomas win that one. Davey's got the second. We're waiting for our third place. There's a bit of a gap now back to that third position of Rossiter. And then we'll see that battle as well to see what happens. Here it is. This is the fourth. The blue bike at the front there, just at the top of the screen. That is McCloskey. Then you've got Tongue and Williams. So they're right there on track. Right together here is this last couple. They got 3 corners to go here on this Maitland circuit.
Well, they started the lap like all over each other, but they have spread out as this lap has come to an end, and I think that McCloskey's got just enough of a lead to be able to bring this to the flag and not have to worry too much about Tongue running it up the inside in this final turn. So.
As you see McCloskey now make his way to that finish line with Tongue right behind him, and then Williams as well just behind that. So that was your 4th, 5th, 6th on track to finish up the 125cc 13 to 15 years. We'll take a break. We'll be back with I believe it'll be our women's race up on track next.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
what was that, love?
I said, Ken,
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Oh, junior lights girls 13-16, and Mia Tung out. Oh, sorry, not junior girls.
It's the women's.
It's the senior women's.
The senior women's.
That's right.
Taylor Thompson's got the whole shot
She
there.
does.
Mia Tung right behind her. 1-2 in the championship, 1-2 on track as this moto's just getting started.
And we're given the bump steer this morning. We were told that the MX women and MX Fest were running together, but all good. It's going to be easier for us to call anyway, knowing who's in what race. And Taylor Thompson, yeah, another whole shot. And, you know, what I was talking about earlier with Riley Fitzpatrick, how I would have liked to see Riley or his plan for the day to get that whole shot and have an easy run. Taylor Thompson's like, yep, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a whole shot. As she goes around the whole shot left-hander and try and just check out and sort of bring have an easier run in this race. Mia Tung is a fast competitor, and she's not going to let her have Taylor have all her own way. Opportunity for her to see if she can learn Taylor's pace, at least stay close enough to her to see what she's doing.
Yeah, as we see Taylor, she's already got a bit of a gap here on this opening lap of the MX women's class. And one rider just having a little struggle there, I think, as we sort of switched over to the drone shot there as in the rollers. So not a massive field here for the MX women's. I think we've got about 8 riders on track, maybe 7.
Well, we'll see when it's going to be a lot easier on our timing screen because
they're all on one screen at once.
All on one screen because when we have the bigger classes, we've got to wait for the screen to reset as Taylor over the finish jump through the Kennard's left-hander and
completes lap 1.
Yep, completes lap 1.
Taking a nice wide line there around that second part of that S-bend after the finish line, trying to stay out of some ruts. Here's a bit of an issue.
Couple riders, yeah.
2 4.5s in there. And that's Syra Perry.
Well, Syra, I think this is her first year in seniors. Haven't seen much of her this year.
I think she didn't do the Lakes round, but she's down doing Dubbos. So this is only the second round of the 3 series for her. But she's just got herself going again, which is good. So nothing of foul there. Just a bit of a moment in the moto.
Well, more than likely, one rider went down and then the other one went down as well. So you've seen a lot of that where it's almost like you've either got nowhere to go or the rider panics when they see the other rider down and grab a handful of front brakes and crash as well.
No problem so far for Taylor Thompson as she leads this one from the front. Got a nice healthy lead over Mia Tung in second. Kira Collins currently running third on track. Tabitha Newcomb fourth. Sienna Gadis in fifth, but I did just see her having a bit of a moment in the S-bend after the finish. So I think Syra just made a move past her. So Syra Perry might be fifth, Sienna Gadis sixth, Bella Brownlee in seventh, and Imogen Christie running eighth on track.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on them. They're spreading out a little bit here, especially Taylor Thompson. She's like margarine at the moment. She's spread right out and got a decent lead as she heads into the far back turn there. I see the banners have been down a couple of times in that turn. I think riders have gotten cross-rutted or maybe had a little bit of help in that turn, and it's a far back part of the track. I mean, things you can't hide from the live stream, but you can if the camera's not on you at the time. So.
It's probably the best spot to do it if that's going to be the contact point of the day. So
someone you don't like.
So we get these overhead shots of the facility here, seeing different parts of it. We're getting some decent angles. You can see that's the finish line jump and the scoring tower just there in the center of screen as the rider comes up and over that jump. You can see these ruts in this S-bend That's the Kennards corner there that the rider is entering into. Following around there, the next one, the ruts through this section, they are better than yesterday, but they are still pretty treacherous through this whole section. Finance My Bike corner, look at the ruts in that one. It's really developed up to this morning.
Yeah, I like the middle line through there because the rut only really forms up about halfway through. So you've got the luxury of just rolling in there and then dropping into it on the way out of the turn at the acceleration point. You're not trying to line up your front wheel to get into the rut to begin with. And that's not normally the case with the middle line. Normally the inside and middle is your most rutted, and then on the outside you have that sort of easier line. But that outside, especially when we were putting up banners before the event started, on that outside was very, very soft on the very outside line.
As we see Taylor on screen, heading through those rollers all the way out to the back of the circuit, you're saying, and there's that hole in the banners that you're talking about, Mikkel, the whole shot graphics. Yeah. Somebody's had a bit of a venture out there into the bush. Maybe they wanted to do the off-road round a few weeks ago.
It's just an E-shot banner now. The hole is gone.
As we see Taylor making her way back up onto the 204. That's Imogen Christie just putting her a lap down as she heads towards the end of the circuit here. Just taking a nice, smooth middle line there.
Well, two riders that are battling for a podium position in this championship is Tabitha Newcomb and Kira Collins. There's only, 2 points separating those two riders. And right now, Collins has the position in third, but Tabitha 2 seconds a lap quicker. She is behind, about 7 seconds behind, so she's got some time to make up. But that, we will see that battle maybe tighten up towards the end of this one. Or as I say that, Tabitha did a lot of paddling around turn 7, and it's just going to cost her more time. So Kira Collins is doing what she needs to do to try and sort of pack a few more points onto her position for that third, to try and hold third. And when I say try and hold third, it's they're pretty evenly matched. These two riders, they have been, they've sort of found each other on the track every single race. It's been a lonely second place for Mia Tung.
Who's on screen right now.
Yeah, who's on screen. We're looking with the overhead, and look at those trees. Look so small from
when you're above them like that.
They are, yeah. They look like, tiny little weeds, and then when you look across and in the tower, some of them they're twice the height of the score tower where we're sitting.
Oh, Mia just having a little moment. That inside rut yet again, just. It's not a smooth transition there from the middle to the exit of the corner. Mia just got a bit bumped up there and couldn't quite get the exit she was looking for. But she's got going again. She's also gone past our lap rider there in Imogen Christie. Yeah. So Mia just making her way through the middle section over a couple of tabletops on her Honda there in the Coastal Motorcycle Centre bike.
Well, Tab Newcomb taking another 2 seconds out of Kira Collins' lead. So even with those couple of little mistakes, I think Kira has also made a couple of mistakes here and there. Same with Sienna Gadis and Sarah Perry. Those two, that battle closing up as well. So, we'll maybe come back to the Kira Collins Tabitha Newcomb battle and see, especially as we get to, we're on the second half of this race now, and as I said, that battle started with a 9-second deficit. The worst thing for Kira Collins, or not for Kira Collins, sorry, for Tab Newcomb, is Taylor Thompson is putting in some serious lap times here compared to the rest of the field. And if she laps not necessarily all the way up to Mia Tung, but if she laps the third, Kira Collins is going to be very thankful about that, because it's one less lap she's got to do to hold on to third place.
As we see Mia Tung there coming over that tabletop into the National Motorcycle Alliance last corner towards our finish line. Having a nice jump section there. And there's Taylor Thompson on that KTM Australia bike, rocking the number 2 out front of this series, showing that she's the best woman rider in the New South Wales State Championship this year, winning all 6 motos so far, looking to make this 7 from 7 and potentially a perfect season for her if she can get the 9 done across the rest of today. She's using that inside line there, Mikel, around the track there for Taylor. But we found our 13. This is our third place rider, Kira Collins, on screen now. And you can see just in the background, I think that'll be the 77 of Tabitha Newcomb, who was just in a bit of that longer shot there.
Yeah, well, Kira's definitely picked up the pace a little bit because that gap has stayed around the 5-second mark. I mean, I think Tab is still clocking slightly quicker than her. Whether she'll run out of time or not, so we'll just stay with those two and see if that closes right up as Collins goes over the line. Again, she'll know exactly where Tab is as we do have a look. Tab only a second faster that time, although it was 2 seconds a lap before. So
we're about 4 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds there, gap between the two. So there's a bit of work to still be done by Tabitha if she wants to get in front of her.
Yeah, and another mistake, just that little bobble in the turn. I was speaking to you earlier about, limiting the mistakes. Every mistake costs you that half a second to a second of time. So, you try and make up a second or 2 seconds in a race. Very difficult to make up time. Very easy to lose it. So I think it's not about who's faster at the moment between Collins and Newcomb. It's more about who's going to make the least amount of mistakes. And that is just the other competitor, and that's the track. The track is, I said yesterday, your biggest competitor's injury. The way the track is now, that's your next biggest competitor for these two riders especially.
Yeah, well, in this moment today, it's the track, isn't it? The injury is what keeps you out of the events. Completely. But right now, in the middle of the event, it's the track is that competitor number one.
Well, Kira was able to clear that lap rider, I think it's Imogen Christie, before that corner, and Tab is, she's gone to the inside to just completely avoid the lap rider, but that inside's so much more difficult, and she didn't make the pass on the lap rider anyway. Does get it done now.
That was a bit tight.
Had to thread the needle a bit there, but, used it to her advantage to jump the canyon jump, and but it would have cost her a tiny bit of time having to go to that inside line.
Yeah, there's just enough gap between the two of them at the moment that Kira doesn't have to worry too much about it, but we're coming to the last lap board for our leader, so I think we might.
Well, our leader's already gone. Long time ago.
So this might be, depending on where Taylor is, and I think Taylor might. I don't think she's going to quite catch them. She's just entering that section that they're leaving, so I think they're pretty safe. They're going to get one more lap here. Kira Collins and Tabitha Newcomb, but only just.
No, that's right. And look, Tab has closed up again slightly, but Kira's. She's pushing hard enough just to keep enough of a gap there. And like you said, our race leader, Taylor Thompson, is nipping at their heels, but will not get them. They will be racing for this position with one more lap to go. And then our race leader is going to come through and get the flag.
So here is
this
on
is
screen.
Very close.
On screen is Taylor Thompson. She's going to get that checkered flag right now. Here she goes. So she is our race winner for Moto 1 in the women's class. We're just going to have to wait a few seconds here to find our second place rider in Mia Tung, because there is a few lapped riders that are going to come through the field here, and the first one that's going to come over is the 204. She's Imogen Christie, so her race is done. 245 is Cy Perry. Her race is finished as well.
And Sienna
Gadiz, her race is done there. So that's sixth for Sienna. So we've got Kira and Tabitha back on screen.
Yeah.
And there's Mia Tung coming towards the finish line. She's going to be our second place for the women's moto.
Look, it's anybody's race with Kira and Tab. Kira can hold on to it, obviously, but I think Tab is now close enough. Again, just knocked another 2 seconds off Kira's lap time, but it's one thing to catch a rider, it's another thing to pass. Like, she's been all race, but just trying to close that gap up. But closing the gap, as they head down the centre straight, and Tab is still not nearly close enough to actually make a pass. She's using that inside line. She actually prefers the inside line over that single to the outside there. And it didn't look like she lost any time, but there's one lap rider in front of them.
And that's the last one on track, Bella Brownlee, the number 12. So she might be a factor here at some point.
Yeah, again, I think that Akira's done enough to hang on to this. And as I said, one thing to catch the rider, another thing to pass. Really, even if Tab got within 3 bike lengths, she'd be relying on a mistake in order to actually make that happen. So making a pass is probably out of the question with the gap that's there.
Well, and Kira's now cleared the lapped rider, so any chance of maybe getting a bump into that and having a mistake has now disappeared. So 2 corners to go. Kira's going to secure this 3rd position in this moto and then gain some points on Tabitha in this championship. So it'll actually be, they will actually be tied, I think.
Well, I thought Kira, yes, that's right. Yeah, there was 2 points behind, so they'll be tied heading into the next 2. So it's still anybody's race, and Kira needed that. I think if Tab had got her and just extended that lead by another 2, it would have made it that much harder for her. So great riding for both those riders.
And there's Bella Brownlee over the finish line as well. So she is our last rider on track, making her way off. And we're going to switch over to our next moto, which will be our Vets class. And we'll be looking for Aaron Parker and Nathan Brocktrop to get them way to the front. There's the 9 of Brocktrop. There's the 59 of Parker getting that whole shot. He's done what he's done so many times before in this season of racing, getting whole shots and just leading from the front.
Yeah, he has, and it just, again, makes your race so much easier. We've seen the 68 of Adam Parrington up there as well, and he's a very new vets rider to this class, Adam Parrington. As is Aaron Parker, really. I mean, Aaron is only 35 maybe, not even, I don't think. Where Brockdrop's around about 47. So, besides the fact that Parker's riding really, really well, and he's been training clearly, and he's got the fitness. He's got that youth on some of the older riders in this class. So Brockdrop's going to have to he's going to have to work for it, unfortunately. And when I say work for it, he's behind as well. So he's got to try and catch up, put the pressure on, and Parker riding with heaps of confidence, plus having a pretty reasonable points lead. Parker using that inside.
Well, he's looked like he was going to, but then he's faded into the middle to try and avoid anything in the inside there that we've been potentially talking about through the day with that one not being as smooth throughout. But continuing to lead.
Well, he's guaranteeing a defensive line in that turn. He's covering the inside rut all the way into the turn, then drifting out wide. So there's no way that Brockdrop can get inside of him in that turn. But if Brockdrop was to use the wider line down that straight, he would have more flow through that corner to gain some time on him.
If we just watch back here for second and third, I think we're about to have a change for position. The 68 is trying to make a move on Brockdrop. But also we've got in the same corner as the 182, Daniel Bartlett.
Who just got him.
Just got the 68 of Parrington. So, bit of a change-up.
Yeah, well, Parrington was going for gold on that outside, and unfortunately the gold line was on the inside, and that's where he actually lost the position to Bartlett. So, we were talking about Brockdrop trying to close the gap and challenge for the lead. He's got to
battle all himself behind him.
He's got a couple of riders that are just annoying him right now for that second place.
Well, it's a bit of a different perspective here. Like Parker and Brockdrop have been at the front, but they've been gapped out a bit on the field in most of our other motos at Dubbo and Lakes, whereas these two other riders here, Parrington and Bartlett, are right with Brockdrop, and even Parker's not that much further in front of them there as well. So some potential for some other riders to get in the mix here in this moto if they continue to ride as well as they have been so far in this opening moto of the Vets class here at Maitland. So we keep getting our overhead drone shots here, looking down on our riders going through the track, and that split lane, you see Brockdrop making that canyon jump there in one leap. Just not bad for an old fella. You get the long shot. You see right down through the roller section there. A couple of different options they're trying to get through there. Towards the end of it, you can sort of double out.
Well, Brockdrop actually doubled.
He looked like he did, didn't he?
And that's an energy saver. You know, when you're monoing through the rollers and you're backwards and forwards, manhandling the bike, you just use so much energy. If you can get enough rolling speed to go double, it's probably not any faster, but you're using so much less energy because you're just using the acceleration of the bike to jump and land and then accelerate again.
It must be all that Suzuki power that he's got to be able to do that.
Yeah, and that's a kickstart Brocky. It's a pretty old one too. You know,
it's well used.
It's below the.
It's cultured.
We talked about it last round that it's probably like 214, something like that. That he just keeps rebuilding, but he's got good mechanical skills and clearly, and I know that he's very good at suspension adjustment on his own bike. He's got the bike dialed to where he likes it. So, yes, it's nice to be on a new bike, but it's better to be on a bike that you're comfortable with.
So we're watching Parker continuing to lead this moto here for the vets. Oh, just losing our feed there for a second. As we see, here we go. Parker's back on screen, coming through the middle section of our track here.
He's doing it too
nice big leap.
He's doing it too easily.
Well, today he is. He does look very comfortable today.
Yeah.
The other Lakes particularly, he was under a bit more
he
threat.
had to work, yeah.
Dubbo, not so much. He was a bit more, earlier in the motos was a bit of a challenge, but he had it pretty good by the ends. But I
think he had to work at Dubbo just because how
the track was pretty difficult.
Rutted the track was. But, and look, the track's, I think, tricky today too with the ruts. But he just, like I said, just looks like he's literally on a Sunday ride.
You see him bounce through that section. We're just talking about Brocktrop potentially getting a double-double. That rut right at the end of that, just a little bit deeper and a little bit challenging as you're losing your momentum, trying to slow down for that corner.
Well, that whole shot banner's back up. Thanks, John. He obviously heard us.
Somebody heard us.
Yeah, I'll say thanks, but also apologise. Yeah, that's great. And Emily South Wales, left-hander there for our race leader, points leader. And Nathan Brocktrop has managed to get rid of the mosquitoes behind him. He's now got some gap on Bartlett and Parrington, who are still battling for that third place.
Now, if the results run as they are, this is going to get the gap from Parker to Brocktrop to be about a 17-point lead heading into the last two motos. So that'll be a nice breathing space for Parker, given that they have pretty much run 1-2 this whole season. So something dramatic would have to happen for Parker to potentially lose this one here on the final day of the championship.
Yeah, well, that 25 points is really the key. If you can get 25 to, say, 20... look, even for Parker, be 25, because even on countback, he's won most of the races.
Motos,
so even if they tied on points, he still wins. So he really wants to get to that 25. I don't see that happening. I don't think he'll be 25 points ahead at the most, even, like you said, 17 now.
Yeah, it'll still be mathematical come Moto 3, I'd say. So he's still going to have to ride the last moto of the day, but he just won't have to have the worry or the pressure of too much effort going into it if something does go a little bit astray. So,
but I think Parker's mindset has switched from round one. Like when he won round one to round two. Round two, he probably thought, I really need to try and consolidate this round two to win this championship. But I think it's changed from worrying about the championship to going, you know what, I've got this. I want to win. Yeah. I just want to win.
I can win motos and I can win overalls.
I actually don't care about the championship anymore. I've already got that. I want to win. And I don't see him, even in the next race, if Brocky gets in front, I think Parker will challenge him for that lead.
As we watch him go into that Motorcycle New South Wales left-hander, there's nobody in the back of that shot as they're getting towards that part of the track. So he's got a nice, healthy lead of about 6 seconds over Brocktrop at this point of this moto. We're going to be about 8 or so minutes in. And I believe we'll probably have another lap to go through before we get to our last lap board for this Vets class. As we see him in the deep rut there after that finish line on the inside, taking the inside through that S-bend. That first one's gotten rather deep there as he heads across the start straight. Just cruising through, nothing out of the ordinary here for Aaron Parker. As we see Brocktrop on the overhead shot, just battling through that rut there, across the start straight.
Just watching the different styles of riders, like I just watched Brocktrop come through this finish line and the left to right S-bend, and it didn't even sound like he had the power on. As we see Bartlett lay it over just after the finish line, that turn there, he did 2 paddles and then tucked it. And but Brocktrop was just like in a higher gear, just cruise, very light on the throttle, rolled into the turn. And then I seen Adam Parrington come over and land the jump aggressively, hard on the gas, hard on the brakes, smashing through the rut, and both were about the same speed. And you see, it's not just like in these riders in this class.
The 61 just having a bit of a struggle there. Scott Shaw
found some soft spots.
Yeah, just got deep in that rut there for a second and didn't carry his momentum through and lost the position there, I believe, to the 151 Dean Hay.
Yeah, so even in our, if you look at some of our national riders, like Kirk Gibbs, as an example, rides a bike in a higher gear. Todd Waters is the same, rides a bike in a higher gear. They almost float around the track, cruise and float around the track. And then other riders like, say, Luke Clout, as an example.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive on the throttle and just looks like he's attacking everything. And they're, again, about the same. So, it's just different riding styles that suit different riders. Watching Aaron Parker ride, he's a bit of mixture of both. He's
somewhere in between, isn't he?
Yeah, he's aggressive. Sometimes you'll see him get hard on the gas and attack, and then other times he's rolling through. I spoke to Brocky, not today, but a previous race day somewhere about, because we're about the same age, say, you're still racing at that A-grade level at state, and how do you do those long motos? And he said it's just, and his answer was an obvious answer. It's just trying to find the easiest way around the track, save energy. Just saving energy as much as possible, being smooth rather than trying to rail the bike around the track. And when you problem with that though is when you do come up against a competitor like Aaron Parker, who is 10, 12 years younger, has the bit of youth, still at that age, and the speed to go with it as well. Then you may have to actually change the way you ride and attack a bit more. I think there's only so much fitness that you can actually get to. You can, if you're just as fit as the other rider, well then it's going to come down to speed. Or if you're just as fast as the other rider, it's going to come down to fitness. One way or another, you've got to have an advantage over your competitor.
Right, now we are on the last lap, and the flagger is getting ready to pull out the checkers here for the Moto 1 win for Aaron Parker. As he makes his way around, he's going to head to that final corner, the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. So that's it there. That's the last turn. He's making his way to the finish line. He's going to get the win. Going to extend that points lead in the championship out to 17 points over Brocktrop. So nothing's done just yet, but things are looking pretty good for Aaron Parker for a state title here at Maitland.
Yeah, he's on rails at the moment, and his confidence is at the highest point it could possibly be. And I don't even feel that Aaron even thinks that he's going to get a second. And for Nathan, he's tough competitor. You can't write him off though. Give him a start, and I think it'll be on.
All right, we're going to take a break here from our coverage of the state titles. We'll be back with our final moto of the opening round. It'll be the girls. It'll be the girls class, 13 to 15s, I think it is, the 125cc. So we'll be back shortly.
Sorry, we're back with the junior girls, 13 to 16s. And this is going to be the final race of our first round of racing. And the day tracking on nicely here. We'll see who's going to pull a hole shot. We've got Pollard on the inside. She looks over, a quick look over, see who's there. Sweep line there for Ada Harris as she runs around the outside into the early lead. Pollard back to second. Jayla Parker in third place on the 58. As they head into the second turn there around the tree and disappear for a second. So, our two contenders for this championship class, Harris and Pollard, they have been battling each other, the nemesis of each other, and they've had some...
this has been one of the spicier classes,
it has,
let's say.
Yeah, you know, I think it was that's a good word for... You think about lakes, there was a couple... moments in the race where they found each other and got within each other's bubble, and we'll see. Again, we talked yesterday about how this track's formed up with the ruts. You can't really do that on this track. You can't go from inside over to outside and close off the line. It's really who's going to get the line better, the rut better that you're in, and you're able to, if you go around the other rider, if you can get it better, or stay in front of them if it's the opposite.
So we watch some of our riders here just a little bit further back from Ada and Claire as they come into the rollers. Can't quite pick up who those ones are there at this point.
Jayla Parker was in that third, but here we have a almost pass for the lead. And
Ada's just closed Claire off there into that corner. She knew where she was, and she just took that line away beautifully to maintain that front position. But Claire's coming here. She's on the inside rut of Ada in this particular corner, but not going to work out just yet.
Well, that sand corner is one of those corners where you can go across because the ruts haven't formed. The sand sort of just keeps moving every lap. So Ada was able to do that there. Maybe not the corner for Claire to try something. Maybe because Ada's aggressively covering the line. She's going to maybe need to pick a different line.
Ada's had a moment.
She has. She's gotten cross-rutted there. And
she's handed that one over to Claire at that point. That's unfortunate. She got a bit cross-rutted, lost the front off the back of the bike and couldn't keep it going. She had to sort of just regather herself. So,
well, she almost had to let Claire go there because had she gone off track and still maintained the lead, it's potentially a advantage of gaining an advantage because she's made a big mistake, gone off track, and it all worked out organically because she made the mistake. She dropped a position, so no harm, no foul. And we'll see what Ada can do. She was able to hold the lead and run the pace. Let's see if she can do the same now that she's in second place behind Pollard.
So our third place rider in this one at the moment is Jayla Parker, followed by Layla White, Chloe Hart and Sienna Cyprian is our 6 riders out on track for this particular class here with the 13 to 16 years girls.
Not a great start for Sienna. We didn't see her yesterday on the 85. Maybe she's not riding the 85 anymore for the remainder of the year. I mean, she is getting quite tall. A lot of these riders around that 14, 15 years of age, it can be uncomfortable trying to ride a much smaller bike.
Well, she's in third in this championship, so maybe it was just a safer bet to not risk any mishaps and secure a podium position in the state championships in this particular class instead.
Well, Ada's sticking with Claire right now, and this is the outside that she used. Whoa!
Claire was on the very, very edge of that track down that line of the section there, and then I think that sort of caught her out as she came back into the track almost nearly. We're watching. Still Claire just continuing on here. Ada's right in behind her.
Yeah, she is. She's managed to stick with Claire and not keep the pressure on as such, like showing her a wheel or anything, but she's sort of just staying with her and needs to do that to keep the pressure on. I mean, Claire's only going to grow in confidence the longer she stays out front, and although and maybe capitalise on one of those mistakes that like Claire made on that outside left. I think Claire picked that line up from Bohannon. I don't know if you remember seeing Bohannon get up on that wall yesterday on that right-hand side just to stay out of the ruts. So But like you said, when you drop back down off that wall is where she's nearly tucked the front in the corner. But quickest lap time, which is not a good sign for Ada Harris there. That last time around, Pollard was 2 seconds a lap quicker than Ada. So if she continues to do that, she's just going to stretch this one out. And then 10 seconds behind is Jayla Parker for third. Close with Layla White, though. They're doing the same
Nearly
lap
matching
times.
lap times there, aren't they? Sienna Cyprian actually doing a better lap time behind those two girls as well, but a couple of seconds faster, but not in track position at the moment. She's probably catching up, hoping, looking to make a pass maybe.
She's right on the back wheel now of Layla White.
So we can see some of those long ruts through that straight section there. You're right in the middle of our Maitland circuit. Still very tight here between Claire Pollard and Ada Harris at the front. 1 and 2 on track, taking very similar lines at the moment as they go into this split lane area of our circuit.
Well, Ada Harris down that long straight, she actually went to the inside over that hump and made up a lot of track position because it's much tighter line. But then on the way out of that turn, just the momentum that Claire had from the outside.
Now Claire's using this same line again. Will she get a bit caught up? No, a bit better. She stayed higher in the corner that time. She didn't try to cut back down, which seemed to be where she caught the edge of a rut and almost had a moment that last lap around. So learning as she's going here is Claire Pollard.
And I think it's slightly faster for her than the line that Ada's taking, because Ada's going through that middle and she's trying to balance. And because she's trying to balance, she's sort of cruising that straight, where I think Claire getting sort of off the track a bit, if you will, almost riding the edge of the boundary. She can be a little less careful and therefore go a little bit faster. So lap time wise, Claire putting another full second on Ada, and that's what we're talking about, her potentially stretching this one out. So we'll try and get back to the battle for 4th and 5th place, as Jayla Parker seems to have 3rd under lock right now. These riders are coming towards the finish line, but Layla White has given up the position to Sienna Cyprian. So Cyprian has moved up into 4th, and like you said, she was clocking quicker lap times than the two girls in front of her. Now that she's made the pass on Layla White, we could see her close up onto the back wheel of Jayla Parker, because she is again going about a half a second quicker than Jayla Parker that time around, as Chloe Hart just crosses the finish line.
As we can see there, that is Jayla at the front of the shot there, leading those couple of riders, but Sienna is closing in on her. That pace that we talked about, she's definitely moving towards Jayla's position here on track, and with a couple of laps left in this moto, she'll be trying to make her way past her before this is done here.
Yeah, she's closed it up. And again, when we were watching the senior women's and Kira Collins, Tab Newcomb, they were racing, and it was more a battle of survival, just to get perfect laps, limit the mistakes, and I think that's where these girls are in the race right now as well. Yes, Sienna might be going slightly faster, and again, both these riders, and I think the reason why they're preferring that inside is you look at the straight line ruts on that outside leading into that corner. It's almost like they're like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Too hard. No
too
thanks.
Hard basket. Yeah, it's really getting close. I think either of these riders need to try and pick up on that middle rut that looks like it's a little
bit of a bobble there
outside.
for Jayla Parker just before the rollers. I wonder if she's going to not have the same momentum as Sienna is, because Sienna's just closed right up thanks to that little bobble that she had. As they make that turn, they're very close now. Sienna's got right to the back wheel of Jayla Parker here for 3rd place in this moto.
Yeah, it is. It is closed right up, and they're going to be trying to fight for that 3rd position very soon. I did notice that Ada Harris has dropped her lap time by 1 second, or just over half a second, over Claire Pollard. So keeping her honest, Ada is, she wants to win races. Maybe the championship might be slightly out of reach, but still wants to win races.
As we see Sienna and Jayla go over this finish line, I'll be interested to see what lines they take here in this last corner on the
Both
track.
decide to follow.
Yeah, both went right outside to try and avoid those ruts. I thought this might be a chance for Sienna to make a move past Jayla in this part of the track with the multiple lines and how difficult it is, but they both just ended up going the same way through that whole section.
Yeah.
Sienna's still looking good on the gas, standing up there through that section. We're still attacking.
They've got slightly different lines. Like I said, at the end of that long straight, they both go to the inside there, but then through the split lane, that might be the place. Remember, Jayla made that mistake last lap around through there. Not saying she'll make another mistake, but because Sienna's following a lot of the lines, very hard to pass if you're using the exact same lines. It's almost waiting and hoping for a mistake. But sooner or later, we get towards the end of this race. I mean, I think the last lap board will be coming out probably next time around. So, Sienna's running out of time here. And yes, it's great if you could just wait for a mistake. But if a mistake doesn't come, you've got to make the pass.
Now we're going to have to jump back to our leaders because there's been a change for the lead here. Claire Pollard has gone behind Ada Harris. Ada's now leading this moto as they head to this last lap board. So not sure what's happened there while we've been checking out that third, fourth position battle. But Ada Harris, she's leading now. She's got the moto lead with 1 to go as Claire's trying to get to the inside of this last corner to see if she can get her way back to the front.
And a different line twist, I like that. And very close. And Claire looks angry. I think that mistake
something's happened
the mistake she made, I think she's like, no, this race is mine. I'm not going to give it up. And Ada's just pinned her ears back. And she's going for it.
Ada's a little fighter, and I think now that she's got this close to the moto at the end, I don't think she's going to give this up too easily.
No. Claire's going to have to take it as we see Jayla Parker with a mistake in the second last corner and just got a little bit off balance, had to stand the bike up, and she's still trying to actually get. She's
got to get a weight over.
She's trying to, without falling over, and she does. She kept the bike going. Thankfully, she didn't have to restart it. So just loses the one position there, but. Pollard, I think you're right, David. I don't think Ada's going to give this one away. I mean, failing a mistake, obviously, which is what Claire obviously did. We missed that mistake while we're focusing on the Parker Cyprian battle. And
Ada's just got a nice little couple of second gap now formed up on this last lap. So I think unless something happens, she's going to hold on to this one. But as has happened at each of these other rounds that we've talked about, you're watching Ada's bike, there's just those smoke puffs out the back as she's going around again. So, again, I think it's just the jetting or the fuel mixture that's going for her. But
possibly, because it's coming from the exhaust, not...
it's not overflows or anything. So, she's okay on that side of things. But just, lots of lots of blue smoke coming out the back of the two-stroke.
Yeah.
We see Claire still running that outside line there, and just not close enough. Ada's gonna do this here.
Yeah. Look, with a couple turns to go, and Claire's going to be really annoyed at herself for I mean, Ada Harris, she stuck with her. She kept the pressure on, and Claire made the mistake. Now, when Claire got in front, Ada could have backed off and just settled for second place, but she didn't. She kept the pressure on, forced the mistake, and she's going to earn
the win
victory for that.
Yeah, so Ada Harris takes that moto win from Claire Pollard. Our third place rider is still yet to come through, but it will be at the moment. It is the 459 Sienna Cyprian after that mistake from Jayla Parker that we saw on screen there, just with that one lap to go. So looking for Sienna to come through here in just a second. But that will be our moto here for the under 13 to 16 year girls 125 class. That will conclude our first moto round for all of our riders here. We're going to start moto 2s here just shortly at the New South Wales Motocross State Titles.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Okay. So into our second round of racing, David. We had a great day yesterday and it's kicked off today in the same fashion. Lots of racing, lots of passing, some exciting battles, and we're back to the MX3 class, which Drew Cremer, it's been the Drew Cremer show, actually.
It has been, but it wasn't all his own way in that first motor with Riley Burgess right behind him. And if you look at this start grid here, you can see the number 5 there just in the middle of your screen, the 275 just to his right, and just to his right was the whole shotter and third place winner in this first moto, the number 6 Max Compton. So that's probably where you want to keep an eye on those 3 guys as they head to this first corner here in just a second, because the board's gone sideways, the gate is down, and away we go with Moto 2 for MX3.
Cremer, great jump out of the gate, slightly better than Compton, and
Compton held it on.
But then from the outside, Compton's just like, brakes, what brakes? You don't need brakes. He's just, and on the 4-stroke, that's what I love about the 4-stroke, he's back the throttle off and lean, and the engine braking helps you sort of ease into the turn. But Compton, man, like this is almost a repeat of race 1 as they've started this, and Burgess up the inside of
I think it's more Cremer trying to make a move on Burgess, because Burgess is not going to want to let Cremer get in front of him here, because that's the problem he had. He couldn't get him back at the end of the last moto, despite the speed that he showed with those 154 lap times.
That's right.
So this could be interesting here, and I think Cremer has got in front of Burgess here, just into that section here. So
yeah, he has.
Not good signs at this stage, because Cremer's probably likely going to be the one running away with this, and Burgess is going to have to try and chase him down again.
Well, when you watch these riders and their styles, we're talking about different styles of riders. And
a bit of a mistake there from
Cremer just loves his outside lines. You know, as I say that, he goes to the middle and he's going to go to the inside. But just watching him, even once he made the pass there on Burgess from that outside, he then switched to the next outside line as well. Really likes keeping his flow through the turns. But Max, after that third place, he'd be really annoyed with himself at that third place, because he had the whole shot, had the lead, and as Burgess just sees him,
he tried, didn't he?
Snuck up the inside, but then he's going to be on the outside heading into that final turn. But Compton with a pace for sure, just got to put it together.
Now the 355's just behind them in 4th as well. That's Justin McHugh, and I think it's the 235 of Jack Burton. And then 28 of Peter Wolf coming through there across the finish line.
Well, we didn't see some of these riders in the first race like Justin Mayhew. Justin didn't get a start. Didn't get a good enough start in that first one. And he is a good starter. So if he's a good starter, that just shows you how good some of the other guys are too. And but good to see Justin up near that top 5 of the pack this time around. And he's one of the senior riders in this class. MX, when I say senior, it's his first year senior. Same with Cremer, I think. And this is a mixture of a class between junior and senior, as is Burgess. Burgess, his first year in senior as well.
Now, is that Burgess in front of Cremer there as we get back to some tighter shots here? I believe it is.
So
that's better for Burgess at this point, but he's now got to chase down Compton, who's doing what he did early in Moto 1. Got the whole shot and leading from the front. Now, can he keep it together this time?
Yeah, and he's opting also for that inside-outside split through there. doubling the first couple of whips. Haven't seen many riders do that. Seen most of the riders sort of slap through those rollers and then try and double the last two. But he's trying to double the first two and then mono the middle ones and then sort of bounce into the last two to double them.
Oh, bit of a moment. He's got
2 moments.
Sideways
he
there.
went one way.
And Burgess just finding that was the that was the Fitzpatrick moment
that
line.
Was
that one.
The Fitzpatrick acceleration bump.
Just when you get a bit wider on that thing, there's a bit of an odd-shaped mound of dirt there developed on the outside that just kicks the riders back the wrong way.
Yeah, there's an anthill or something.
Yeah,
on that outside.
So the running order is Compton, Burgess, Kremer, Burton now into 4th, Wolf the 5th, and Justin McHugh in 6th is your top 6. 7th is Eisel as he comes over the line there. And we've got a bit of a gap back to, and there he is, Mason Ryan.
No.
Ryan Jones, sorry.
Jones.
I've just done it again.
Yeah, you have.
Sorry, Ryan. Well, actually, just noticing Corey Eisel's gone down in the S-bend after the finish line, so he's dropped a couple of positions there, but yeah, Ryan Jones is the man in 2nd place in the championship, but he's not having the good 2 motos so far. He's going to be giving up points to Riley Burgess here, who's doing rather well in these opening 2 motos so far.
Well, I'd say after that first race, Burgess would be in.
Burgess has jumped in,
he'd be
for
second
sure.
in points. Actually, I remember Justin McHugh, I think the first race he was about 6th, so, he's still up there in the top 10, but like I said, didn't get the start that he needed. But, man, Max Compton, again, just replicating what he did in the first race. Hopefully not completely replicating it, because we don't want to see him make that mistake. But look at the time that he's putting on these guys. He's going a second lap quicker than Burgess, and Burgess again a second lap quicker than Kremer. Now, with Kremer, he does have some points to play with, so he doesn't need to finish in front of even Ryan Jones or who was running second in points, nor Riley Burgess. He can afford to take a third even, but he does have Jack Burton closing on the back of him. So you don't want to relax too much because you'd hate to win a championship and not finish on the podium today.
Yeah.
And be like, oh yeah, I won, guys, but I didn't even make the podium. So
now as we see them come into this S-bend after the finish line, Russell Hicks down on the ground there is telling me that the inside line in the second part of this S-bend is just breaking down, and you're seeing the guys just struggling getting through as Burgess just has a foot off the pegs in that corner, exactly as I was saying that it's not the nicest line at the moment. So good work there from Russell to pass on some information that he's seeing on the track as well.
Well, Jones still in that 8th position. He's got Nate Ebeck in front of him, and then Corey Eisel wanting to hassle him for that position.
Or hassle him back for it because he had it and he threw it away a lap ago.
Right.
So
exactly. But not the day that Ryan needed. Max Compton.
This ride is looking impressive.
Yeah.
He's out front. He's gapping them. Considering that Kremer and Burgess were had it hammer and tongs in that last one for the moto win, they're not gaining on him at this point.
Well, that's what I said to you. Like, you need that one race that just turns your year around. And I know we're halfway through the year, or just about. This is the ride that Max, I feel, is needed to. And that first race, even though he come third for half that race, he had the whole shot. He had the lead, and no one was near him. Like he was running away from those guys, and he's doing the same this one. So hopefully, he can take this to whatever event he's going to go to next and go, man, I can do this.
Yeah, it's confidence instilling, isn't it? So, and just watching him around that exit of the split lane there, that berm on the outside that's not exactly smooth, he was on the pegs the whole way around that. So nice technique and bike control for Max Compton at this point in this moto.
That Fitzpatrick bump on the outside of that sandy corner, look at the tree shadow. I reckon that's part of the reason.
Just hiding it for them? They're not seeing it as they're coming out of it?
Yeah, and the key thing there is, guys, don't drift that wide into that turn. Try and sort of hold more of a middle line exit out turn. You won't have to worry about that. There's either some really soft dirt that just, when you accelerate, makes the back wheel kick out, so it makes it look like a bump, or there is actually a bump they're hitting and it's flicking them back the other way.
keep an eye on these guys from above, from our drone shots here at the Motorcycling New South Wales state titles. The images have been pretty good so far this weekend. Just keeping an eye on them from afar. Oh, is that a pass?
Yeah, so Burgess has made a little mistake there in the ruts, and Kremer has used it to make a pass. Now, Burgess was pushing a bit as he tries to cut down, nearly gets
He
him
wants
back.
that back right now.
Does, yeah.
He's on the outside of him, but this is going to become the main line here. But I think Kremer's going to close him off as they go to that outside.
No, nothing really Burgess could do but follow into that corner. But we'll see what they do through the split lane here. And this time, Kremer's not going to the very outside anymore. He's going to the middle line. Still clearing that tabletop, though.
Well, they followed through there because that's the line that Burgess wants to use and has done all weekend, is that inside-outside, and that's where Kremer seems to have wanted to go now. So these guys are just going to be battling over second, it seems. Compton is gapping them.
Well, that last lap around, Burgess actually matched Compton's lap time. So I think he was putting a push in to try and catch him, and that may be what forced that mistake, and now he finds himself further back. Not just in time, but
well,
in
he's on the
position
inside
as well.
of Kremer here. Oh, they got close there. Those ruts were going to come together, and luckily he pulled out of that just a little to let enough for Kremer to sneak past in front of him again. But the battle is on for second and third here in this MX3 moto. We're deep in the moto. We're probably about halfway through now.
Well, Kremer's, you know, he's almost got like an old head on his shoulders, you know. Burgess got by him early in the race. Didn't phase him. He just stayed there. Burgess made a mistake. Now Kremer's got second again. And just doesn't seem to be in a rush to do anything. He's just letting the race come to him, Kremer. And where, you know, a lap ago, Burgess could see Compton in front of him and was thinking, hey, I can get a win here. And half a lap later, he's down a position, and now when you look at the gap, Kremer's got away from him. There's
funny little moment again for Richie Lawler. As you said earlier and predicted, he's just done it again. He's just done about, 4 or 5 laps and pulled in,
well, he
saving himself for his other class.
He probably listened this time. What I said last time, maybe he should have done a few more laps just to get more comfortable with the track. So he's done 4 or 5 this time and gone in. And we'll see if that helps him with his battle with Jack Burton, because...
Well, Burton's deep in a battle in 7th at the moment, so he was moving up towards the 4th position there at one point, but maybe he's had a little moment because he's just back into 7th at this point. I don't think he's necessarily in this battle. Oh, he's in probably about 5th position in this championship, so Jack's going to want to stay out there. He can't be having the same sort of relaxing moment now that Richie Lawler's having ahead of the next moto in the other class that they're battling out in.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing, that Jack has something to race for in this class, and you know, I mean, the tough thing though, the big disadvantage for Jack, he's going to use a lot of energy racing 6 races, where Richie's going to be able to conserve that energy.
We'll call Richie racing about 4.5 or so, because he's going to come out and do about half of these other ones.
He will.
So
Yes, yes.
He's going to get 3 full motos and probably 3 half motos across the day. So anyway, look, we'll see what Richie can do when that next moto commences for the other class. It's the, what's that, the 13 to 16 250 class. So that'll be happening here shortly. As we watch the front here, this is still the Kremer Burgess battle going on for second and third, and that's going the other way on that drone shot was your leader, Max Compton. So you can see the gap that he's got over these 2 riders here. He's putting together a stellar moto here in Moto 2 is Max Compton. No mistakes this time around. He's leading from the front. That whole shot has given him the advantage that he needed, and he's making it work.
Yeah, and Kremer's just solidifying that second place. Actually got the quickest lap time out of these guys last time around by a full second and a bit. And he's put some time on Burgess, closing up a little bit on our leader, but as they go through the whole short left-hander, but it's a long way to, as we go through Kennard's left, it's a long way to catch up to the race leader, Compton.
You've got to wonder too now, at this point in the moto, with Kremer being in front of Burgess and Compton not being in the title hunt, but Kremer just wanting to make sure he secures this championship. will that be, the point that Kremer is just looking after? Because I'm looking at the points here. He had 27 coming into the weekend ahead of Ryan Jones. Now, with this being second moto, if it finishes the way they are, Drew Kremer's going to be your MX3 state champion.
Yeah, and that's it. He's done what he's needed to do. And even from an overall perspective, as probably got a couple more laps to go in this one. An overall perspective, Kremer won the first race. Second in this race, he still looks really good points-wise for an overall. Compton with a third in the first moto, a win in this one. Yeah, it'll be close. And yes, if Kremer could pass him, he would almost guarantee his overall win as well as the championship. But he doesn't need to win this race to win the overall, and he certainly doesn't need to win this race to win the championship.
No, definitely not. He's playing the smart game at this point. He's going to secure this if he stays exactly where he is. So let's just watch on. But like we said, Max is the man out in front. He's doing what he needs to do. He's building some confidence, getting a race win, potentially putting himself in position for an overall win here by the time we play out Moto 3 later in the day.
Well, Jones back to 9th. Eisel's moved up a couple positions.
Just noticing that Jack Burton has actually pulled off the track.
He's like, no, Richie, I'm also going to get...
I saw what you did. I'm going to play the same game, mate. Here we go.
I don't know. I actually think he potentially might have had a bike problem because, as you said, he is racing for 5th in the championship.
To be this deep in this moto and then pull off, like we are probably only 2 laps to go here in this total moto, it seems like a poor time to pull off.
No, that's it. I think he has a bike issue, to be honest. I haven't seen him crash, so I don't think it's an injury or anything like that. Especially this late in the moto, like when you've got, a lap to go, lap and a half to go, it must be something relatively serious to not want to finish out the moto. I mean, think about things like a flat tyre or like a rear tyre. Flat front tyre is just deadly, but you can finish out a moto with a flat tyre. Hopefully it's nothing too serious with the machine because we want to see him back out there in the 250 class competing for that championship.
Well, I've just put our man on the ground, Russell Hicks, to work. I've sent him a text to see if we can find out if that is a bike issue or not for Jack Burton. So we'll he's just confirmed he's heading over there now, so we'll find out soon.
One more lap now for Kremer, and to hang on to this second place. He's not our race leader. Max Compton, the number 6. He's our rider out front who's dominated this class, really. Even in the first moto before his crash, he was dominating. So
well, he's dominating, but we're going to have to give some love to Drew Kremer because if he holds on to this position here on this final lap, he will be your MX3 state champion. With 1 moto to go because he'll have more than a 25-point gap here over Ryan Jones. So an awesome season that Drew has put together here. His worst finish so far in this season has been a 3rd position. He's got 4 second places, 3 first place moto wins in this class. So a very, very consistent and dominant performance in a class that is very competitive here in this MX3. And this is an MXGP qualifying class as well. So this should put him on a gate up in Darwin maybe later in the year.
For sure. Well, it depends. I was chatting to his dad about Darwin, and they were deciding whether or not to do junior Aussies or Darwin. And when I say junior Aussies, you've got the 15 to 17 year age group now for kids, but they can go to junior Aussies and still win a junior title, or go to MXGP. And look, you could do both. But they're within a week.
Financially, it's a big chunk, isn't it?
A big ask. So, I think a lot of riders are going to be in that position where they, of that age anyway, where they're going to decide one or the other or both, depending on how much money they want to burn. So, but Compton, what a ride. He's going to get the flag as he heads down the main straight, the number 6.
Your moto winner,
and
Max Compton.
That's how you do it.
But here comes the number 5, Drew Kremer. He will be your state champion for MX3 in this class. Well done, Drew Kremer.
And to do that with a race to go.
Impressive.
It just also shows you that, again, had he DNF'd a race, remember what happened with Riley Burgess as Riley crosses the line. Burgess DNF'd a race at the start of the series. You DNF a race, you don't give up. You race all the way to the final moto. So, like, Kremer hasn't DNF'd a race, but now he can afford to. And he's still got the championship wrapped up. So as you see, Mihu come through there as well. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back with our coverage of the final round of New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
If I got paid, I'd probably wear a Ronnie Mack outfit. But
Ronnie Mac's outfit.
Princess.
Yeah, those inflatable dinosaurs.
probably a dinosaur costume.
Batman.
Princess.
So we're in our second round of racing, and we have our MX1 A, B and C riders on the line. Combined class, the A and Bs scored together, and the MX1 C grade scored separately, but they go off the same gate drop. And Dylan Wills, he controlled the first moto win from the front, got out to the early lead, and then held it from there over Fitzpatrick, who was nipping at his heels for most of the race. Rosendich was up there as well. Rosendich, another hole shot, another great start for him. So we'll see if he can hang on to that lead as Willsey nearly tucked the front on the way into that turn. Holroyd bouncing off some acceleration bumps out of that exit there. The 28 rider with another good start as well. So Willsey's going to want to try quick work here of Rosendich so that he can check out and ride his own race. And you see a lot of riders, we talk about the different riding styles, the different approaches of the riders, and some riders like to settle into their race, so they get a start, even if they get a hole shot. Willsey's not one of those guys. He just as he makes the pass up the inside there, rides with a lot of intensity at the start of the race, and you've almost got to have that sort of Jekyll and Hyde type riding style where, you know, if you think even of some of the best riders in the world like Eli Tomac, or even Ryan Dungey, if those that remember Ryan Dungey, and Ryan Filippoto. So Ryan Filippoto, Ryan Dungey, that's two good examples. Dungey was called the Diesel because he was like a diesel engine. He sort of settled into the race, and then he just got stronger and stronger as the race progressed. Where Ryan Filippoto rode with heaps of intensity at the start of the race and then settled into the race. Now, Filippoto arguably won most of the time when him and Dungey were racing, but they were about the same. They were about the same pace, and it was one or the other that would win races. And what I'm saying is, I think you do need that intensity at the start of the race to get the position, like Willsey's done. He's got the position, and now he can maybe put in a hot lap or two, try and gap Rosendich for second, and then maintain. As we look for Fitzpatrick in this race.
Yeah, track position's key in all these things, which is what you're getting towards there with the Villopoto-Dungey analysis, because, yeah, if you're in front at the beginning, it's harder to get there over the course of the motor. Wills with a little mistake there as we just watch him through that corner, but Rosendich in much the same line ended up doing much the same thing. So, yeah, you're right about Fitzpatrick, but where is he in this moto?
He's about 7th place right now, so didn't get the start. Remember I said to you, I wonder if he's riding the 250 and the 450 class. Wasn't sure when I was looking at the lap times in the MX2, but Rosendich getting a bit racy here. He's like, Mikkel, I've got intensity. I'll show you. Look.
Well, he's a long side here.
And I think what that was is, you mentioned a little mistake there from Wills, so a couple of little mistakes, and Rosendich is, his eyes lit up, and problem is, you said run in the same line. So
yeah, it's hard to go past someone when you're in the same rut as them. So you need to be at least 1 or 2 over to try and get, when they do make that mistake, you can sneak past here.
And then there's the roost.
Well, that too. You don't want to be directly right behind getting it pummeled into your face. So things to think about when you're racing. It looks easy from the camera booth, from the TV booth up here.
And it does slow you down. I'm not so much talking about the roost hurting when it hits you, because it does. I'm talking about you get a handful of sand smash in the face in your goggles. It slows you down. Whether it's you reaching to pull the roll-offs, or if you run in tear-offs, pull the tear-off off. So Rosadic is going to want to stay out of that roost zone, as Holroyd sticking with these guys.
He's keeping pace, isn't he?
Yeah, got the front three.
Here's Fitzpatrick, bud. He's made his move up. He's into fourth.
Yep, he's our worker B, and he's up into fourth place.
Just watching Holroyd having a little handoff the bars moment. It just signalled that he took a little off-track excursion and wasn't gaining an advantage.
Yeah, it's an interesting viewpoint that we've got up here, David.
It's
there's a lot of stuff going on.
You can see plenty of action up here.
There is lots of action, yes. Anyway, back to racing.
Purple cup on our screen there. Connor Rosendich with the fastest lap so far in this moto. So that shows that he's maybe, like we're saying, that little bit that he pushed up on the back of Dylan Wills there, he's definitely going faster at the moment.
Well, I think that mistake that Willsy made is besides kind of putting in a really good lap to get that 158. It was very close. It was 1/100th of a second faster than our leader. But I think you might see Wills just put in, again, try and put in a hot lap, and we'll see if that lap time changes. And again, looking at that 158s, we were seeing 156s, 157s in our 250. Well, MX3 class that we've just seen, guys are on 250s. So
we haven't seen any more 154s like we saw in that opening moto of the day. So from Riley Burgess. So as we see both our first and second place and third just in the back of that shot there as well. So this MX1 class hotly contested in this Moto 2 so far. Wills with a bit of a different line there through the middle of the corner. Rosendich carrying speed around the outside of that one as they head into this last corner, the National Motorcycle Alliance. Towards our finish line jump here. Nice little bit of style there from Dylan Wills as he takes that inside rut. Rosendich not following here, which is good to see. Different lines.
And another quicker lap time from Rozzo. So slightly faster again. I thought the opposite was going to happen. I thought Wilsey was going to try and put in a hot lap. Maybe he did try and do that. And they both did drop their lap time by a second, but Rozzo's on the gas, and he's stretched it out over Holroyd a little bit there, back in third place.
Dylan seems to have a very good skill. You mentioned it before about having eyes in the back of your head. He seems to be very good at that, riding from the front and just doing exactly what his rider behind is doing, and so basically just keeping the same gap the whole way through. He seems very, very controlled in that manner, which is a good skill to have, because you're not then overriding the track and potentially putting yourself at risk of a crash and losing that position.
Not comparing Dylan to this, but it's like that driver in the single lane road that's driving 5 Ks under the speed limit, and you get to the passing lane and they turn into Mario Andretti, and then when it goes back to single lane again, they slow down to 5 Ks below the speed limit. So again, not comparing Dylan to that driver, just saying that Dylan knows exactly where the person behind him is, and he just is so good at managing it. And look, that he's been pro for what? Like a decade or more.
I was going to say it's got to be somewhere near 10.
It's got to be over a decade, and so
might not quite be 10. It might be nearly that, but
I think it is. I think he's been there a while. I mean, when you think about when he first went pro, at 16. He'd have to be close to that. He'd have to be around to that sort of late 20s. So, it's not his first rodeo. He's been here before. And if you had to say to him, "Oh, do you feel pressure?" You'd be like, "Pressure? What's that?" I don't know what you mean. Like, it's fine. I don't care.
Well, the interesting part of that too, he just took a different line into the start of that S-bend. So he's not just running the same lines every lap either. He's still moving around on the track. Maybe he's just trying to throw Rosendich off here.
Well, he's got his earpiece in. We're talking about how the junior lights riders have been putting in these lap times quicker than the seniors. He's just done the quickest lap of the day on a 154.
Oh, he's found the 154.
Yeah, he has.
He almost dipped
low,
153.
Yeah,
wow.
A low 154. So he's like, no, Mikkel, we're still faster. We're faster than the junior kids.
Well, Dylan, if you're listening, we want a 153, mate.
Yeah, show us a 153. But that lap is, it was
that's pretty impressive.
Second and almost 2 seconds quicker than Rosendich. He's basically just let Rozzo know that no, dude, no, you got no chance. I'm running.
Oh, a bit of a moment, but he had the front bouncing there as he was trying to exit that corner and just got a bit of almost a front end push, but it was off the ground pushing, bouncing along. So,
and I think that's because he is trying to run right now.
Well, he is. He's trying to break him, isn't he? In the middle of this moto, he's trying to break him. So,
and that's actually a dangerous time for him because the track being so technical, you push too hard, you crash. We've seen that happen with a few riders that have, over the weekend, not just today, but yesterday as well, where riders have had the lead and then thrown away. It's actually happened 3 times today so far. I won't want to mention the riders, make them feel bad, but we'll just leave it at that. You can go back and watch the live stream, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Well, just checking in here too as we get this shot. There's Cooper Hollerod. He's dropped off the back. His pace hasn't been able to keep up with Wills and Rosendich here in this moto. He's doing sort of 3 seconds a lap slower on that last time around. So he's just dropped back a bit here in third.
Well, Rozzo was a second quicker that time, and that mistake, that almost big mistake that he made, is he just clears that lap rider there. That was close. Their lines met up on the way out of that turn. And, Rozzo's keeping the pressure on. As we see Fitzpatrick come through. And what you were saying about Cooper Holroyd dropping off the pace, he hasn't actually dropped his lap time. He just
hasn't been able to go any faster.
No, he hasn't been able to get below that 158. He's clicking off the same laps every single time, as is Fitzpatrick's been around about the 159s and is staying there in that 4th place. He's about 10 seconds back off the back of Holroyd now, but also has some time behind him as well. As that was close for our race leader Wills. He got cross-rutted halfway around that berm there, and these little mistakes creeping in, well, that just makes you tired. You just lose that little bit of energy. The heart rate gets going a bit. Maybe he does know what pressure is.
Maybe it's just one mistake in an isolation.
Well, he overjumped that step down jump there, and in an overjump you also lose time because your suspension compresses really hard. You bounce. You can't brake properly. Rozzo's closed it right up now, and also just very luckily squeezed in front of that lap rider just before the exit of that turn. So, he's right there. He's all over him right now, and this will be a quicker lap for Rozzo as the back end steps out. He's, you also got to remember with Conor Rosendich, he's also only just gone senior a year ago. Not a good line though for Rozzo on that outside berm. He went to the very, very outside, and he lost a heap of ground. Prior to that was the previous turn where the back end stepped out. So, but he's closed right up on him.
Yeah, I think he wants a piece of this action, does Rosendich, because he's right to the back wheel of Dylan Wills. Takes a different line on the exit of that corner as we head across the start straight. You can throw a blanket over the two of these at the moment.
Yeah, they're really close. Just trying to have a look back at our C-grade riders.
Yeah.
Kobe Leach is back in 14th. Jed Harper, also one of our C-graders in front of him in 13th place.
Well, Zach Henry, I noticed, is up in 10th as well. So he's currently 3rd in the championship. He's not going to catch up to Kobe Leach on those scores today, but look, I think we might have Kobe Leach by the end of this moto. If he stays where he is, he's probably going to have more than a 25-point gap, so he'll be your C-grade class winner in the MX1.
Well, Kyne and Hatton's also in between them as well. So a lot of our C-graders round about that 10th to 15th mark, our top 5 anyway, as Rosendich keeps going to work here on Wills. But even with the little mistakes that Wills is making, like Connor's, he might need to make a move here because we are in the latter stages of this race, and we've probably only got maybe 3 laps to go if we're lucky. So we'll see what he can do, but Connor's pushing.
He's just he's still there, but not quite as close as he was as they came across the finish only half a lap ago. But obviously different ebbs and flows on this track. Maybe Wills has a good section here through the middle, and Rossendich may be better for this last section. So we'll see how they compare as we come to the line again.
Well, Wills may have settled after those couple of mistakes that he made. He might have sort of gone, okay, put it behind me, and that's what you got to do as a rider. Something happens in the race, whether it's hopefully not a crash, but if it is, you've got to put it behind you. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, you've just got to settle in and go, right, okay, that happened, nothing I can do. I'm just going to go out there, click off the laps, get my lines, and he stretched it back out now.
Yeah, he's second faster on that last lap, around a 155 to a 156. So just taking that little bit of gap back to his advantage is Dylan Wills.
It's actually your fault because you told him to get a 153,
well,
so he's trying to push really hard to
just wanted
get
to
that
see some action.
Yeah,
I feel like he's got it in him. I feel he's riding within himself, Dylan.
so we're probably in our second last lap now, as they might get an extra lap after that, but we could be seeing our last lap board coming out soon.
It's going to be touch and go as to whether they get it or not. I think we will get the last lap board based on the 39 seconds we've got left to go.
Seeing Kobe Leach jump over the finish jump, and he's got nobody around him. His body position was very...
He's cruising.
Yeah, he's like, you know what, there's nobody in front, there's nobody behind, I'm not going to catch Jed Harper. And he probably also knows he's got this championship well under control. So no point pushing and throwing it away.
No, so that will, like, if he comes around here in the position, he will be your state champion for the C grade. MX1 will be Kobe Leach. Now, speaking of championships, Dylan Wills, with this moto being Moto 2, and him having currently at least a 35-point gap, with this moto, he will also be your champion if he finishes exactly where he is.
Well,
so
we can just go home then. We'll just finish this race.
We're almost done, really.
Yeah.
Don't worry about third motos here, but no, look, he's on track. He's got the last lap board.
Well, we gave a fist pump.
Did he think he had one to go? Did he think that was the end of it?
No. I think he's seen the last lap board and he gave a fist pump like, I've got it. And yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was because he thought it was the end or if he's like, I've got it. But yeah, don't... you know those videos you watch where people celebrate early?
Yeah,
And I've seen it in motocross many times. I won't actually mention the few riders that I can think of because nobody wants to relive or remember those moments, but it has happened many times over the years.
So we keep an eye on Dylan here as he's on his last lap, heading around the track one more time. He will, if he does this successfully and cleanly, as he should, as long as he avoids these few lap riders here, he will become your MX1 state champion for 2025.
And he is cruising right now. I think Connor has sort of resigned to second place. He's did on 158 on that last lap around, which is, nothing.
Still very good.
Nothing to sneeze at.
But it's just a touch off what they were doing when they were getting 155s and Dylan a 154 there in the middle of the moto. So yeah, pace has just eased off a fraction, we'll say.
And with a lot of these riders, they dropped out of the 2 minute lap times, but at the end of 15 minutes plus a lap. And, nobody in front of you, nobody behind you. Anybody that's still racing for position, you'll see their lap times will still be up where they were in the middle of the race. And as Will's with a couple corners to go now, and just cruising really.
So arguably this is our premier class of our championship here, the MX1 class. Oh, he's just having a little detour. I just noticed off the outside of that second last corner. But yes, this is the MX1 class. It is our premier class of this series. So Dylan Wills, with this moto win, will be your New South Wales state champion with a little flying W for effect.
Yeah, he's on. If Jack Burton can do it, I can do it too. I want to win the freestyle competition today at Maitland. So it's a close battle between those two. We'll see if anybody else can beat the what do you call it? The flying W?
Yeah, well, that's what it used to be called. It's just basically a no footer.
Yeah, no footer.
I think I'm showing my age. In the 90s, I used to call it that. So
yeah, I just said no footer, which is like the 80s.
Well, yeah. Anyway, so we have Wills as the moto winner. Ross and Ditch come across in second. Holroyd's come across in third. We're waiting on Fitzpatrick to come across in fourth. It'll be Brandon Steele, Jackson Mitchell, Caden Gray, Nathan Brockchop, Zach Henry, and Kane Novak will be your top 10 in the MX1 class. So that will wrap that one up. We'll take a break here. We'll be back with more action from our Moto 2s here at Maitland.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Wholeshot Graphics, Dantia, Finance My Bike.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
We are back at Maitland. We are day 2, New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Round 3 here, our final round of the 2025 Championship. We have on the line our 13 to 16 years, 250 category. We're looking for Richie Lawler.
On the outside and a sweeping hole shot into that turn. Jack Burton, his closest opposition in this championship. Burton obviously clawed some points back.
He's fifth there.
Eisel's not having anything of this, and he's just like, no, I'm going to take the win here. Lawler getting swallowed up quickly by other riders, and what I was mentioning in that previous race with Dylan Wills is the intensity at the start of the race. Like these kids, it's just all intensity. Like it's not even for the beginning of the race. These guys are intense all the way through, and so Wolf getting the better there of Lawler and moving up into second, and both the front two riders not in the championship hunt really. So from Lawler's perspective, he's just got to finish in front of Burton. That's it. You know,
sounds simple.
It does. But what I'm saying is he doesn't have to fight these guys for the lead. He can let them fight amongst themselves as long as he finishes in front of Burton. He finished 2 positions behind Burton in that last race. It's shortened the points gap right up.
2-point gap only now for Lawler over Burton. And just a quick one, Burton, like we said in that first MX3 moto, pulled off. So did Lawler, but we're trying to check on Burton. I assume he's okay. Russ, our man on the ground, couldn't find him. So he's out there in 4th position. So I assume he's doing okay.
Our 2 championship leaders are 3rd and 4th in this race, and that is where it's going to be at. So I see this race being the race, mentioned it last round, we're talking about a race in the championship.
Oh, we've got side by side over the finish line there.
I'll get back to that philosophy in a second.
Wolf. Yeah.
As, we'll focus
battle
on
into the corner here.
When I've got time to talk.
Wolf trying to make a move here, but Iser's going to hold him out as they head across the start straight towards that Finance My Bike corner, but damn, they got close over that finish line as they battle this one out. But yeah, Mikel, you can probably make that point now that you're trying to make before about Lawler and Burton.
Well, you know, there's a race in your championship where you sort of go, that was the race I won the championship, or that was the race I lost the championship. And I believe this is that race for both Burton and Lawler. And I saw Lawler look over his shoulder a little bit, he really just needs to keep his eyes front, because if he starts thinking about Burton behind him, that's when you've almost lost the race. So Eisel seems to have settled things down at the front. Yeah, Wolf was hungry, like the song, and he's all over him.
Well, Eisel had a bit of a rough first moto. He was sort of around that 6th, 7th position. It had a crash, put himself back a little bit. I'm not sure exactly where he ended up finishing in that one, but he was definitely inside the top 10. So, but having a good bounce back here, leading this one. But Wolf's alongside in this split lane, but Eisel's going to hold it as they head into that roller section towards the back part of our track here. Wolf still just stalking from behind here, trying to find a position to make a move.
And Richie in that third place, he's he's done well to sort of deal with the pressure of Burton, but what a battle for the lead. I mean,
crisscrossing here.
Yeah,
Wolf to the inside,
is having nothing. Yeah,
he's running
nothing of it.
I think he ran him a little bit there, tried to get him a bit further out in the corner, but Eisel's holding strong.
Fortunately for Eisel, the outside became the inside in that next turn. But
here we go.
Great cut down there and a big whip from these guys.
Who's going to hold it? Wolf with a bit of a moment there. He got chunked into the mud and just took the foot off. Eisel's managed to sneak through the inside. They had two different lines going into that S cutback section there. Eisel continues the lead.
And a mistake from Lawler. Burton's moved up into third.
So that's going to drop. They're going to be equal on points.
Yeah, no, exciting for us, but not exciting for Richie at all. His hope was to try and make it so going into the final moto is a bit easier for him, and it's not going to be as we see Eisel get hung up in that left-hander.
That corner's giving a few mistakes for some riders today. That rut seems to be just catching a few of them out as they get in there and they get just a bit out of shape. So,
the mistakes that I think you're seeing is, again, that intensity. Like I said, that if you're going to ride at 100% intensity for the full moto, you're going to have mistakes. And that's why you see your really good riders, they'll get it.
He's gone down.
Yep.
Oh, that's a shame. Peter Wolf has tucked the front on the inside there, trying to make a move on Eisel, but he's gone down. He's dropped himself to fourth position, I believe. I think we saw our championship contenders, both Burton and Lawler, go past. So that'll be fourth at this point in time. So that leaves Corey Eisel with a nice lead here.
Well, Corey can win races. I mean, he's always up the front, fighting for position. I'd just like to see more consistency from him, and I've got to know their family over the few races that I've seen them at, had a chat in the pits over a campfire, and they've been in motocross for 3 years, started out in BMX. But if you're going to compete in any sport, there is that mental side to it, and I think that's what Corey would like to see him work on. Is just his strategy and how he approaches his races. Because
can we drop back to the battle for second, third, fourth? Because
and what a close when you talk about that battle, David. Peter Wolf is now looking to make the pass up the inside of Lawler, and that is not going to help him. But what will help him is when he catches up to Burton
and makes that move as well.
Then
we'll be back to the 2 point. We'll be back to equal points. So, look, the battle is raging here, but Peter Wolf is trying to move back forward after that little tip over that he had on that previous lap. So, I wonder if he'll take a different line when we get to this corner, the next corner where he had that move where he went the inside over the roller. So we'll see how he goes there, but he's gapped our championship leader in Lawler, and he's almost up to Burton right now. Probably going to make a move here. He's on the inside. Oh, not close enough that time around. Burton holds that one as they head over the tabletops through the middle of the track. This is where they came to that section that I'm talking about where Wolf went down last time. He's still going to use that inside line over the roller. Can he get through this rut cleanly this time?
Well, clearly he wasn't put off by that crash and still opted to use that line. Now we've got Lawler, he's kind of had the wind taken out of his sails a bit. He's lost a bit of ground on these guys, maybe lost a bit of confidence, and he can't afford to, let that sort of swallow him up because he's got Nate Ebeck, not far behind him.
Yeah, he's got to bleeding forward.
Well, he's bleeding points right now. As Wolf just made the pass, so Richie's like, okay, thanks, Peter.
We're equal.
We're equal now. We've still got a chance, and. And this race is far from over.
Well, as you see there, like you're talking about, there's Richie Lawler, and just behind him, it was in that shot, was Nate Ebbig. So he is creeping up to him as well. So Richie can't rest here. He's going to have to work forward and keep his pace going, or he's going to lose. At the moment,
well, Burton made the pass back. He got the pass back, and then Wolf got him back again. So I was going to say, how is Burton going to take this? Is he going to fight Wolf for that position, or is he just going to accept that he's in front of Richie and be happy with that? But we're only about halfway through this moto, so heaps of time for anything to happen. But it looks like Wolf has sort of now finally broken away But then, where's Nate Ebeck in regards to Richie Lawler? Nate Ebeck is Jack Burton's teammate. I'm going to say right now that there's absolutely no team orders. But then again, Nate is Richie is Jack Burton's teammate, and he might think, well, look, if I can get that extra position, it might help my teammate in the championship.
Well, look at this. Here's our leader, 23, Corey Eisel. Peter Wolf has just got back to him somehow in a lap. After going down, he had to make 2 passes, and here he is again, back to the back wheel of Corey Eisel. So has Corey made a mistake? Has he slowed down a little too much and relaxed? Or is it just the pace of Peter Wolf bringing him forwards?
I think with Peter going down, he's picked up the pace, and he's running at a faster pace than these guys because of that, that charge. And where I think Corey, maybe a combination of Corey also slowing down, but he's going up the inside now.
Keep an eye on him. Eisel with a big mistake. He's missed that rut. Wolf's made the move, but Eisel's going to have to try and fight this one back as they come around the section here. Eisel's on the outside. You better watch out for that. Oh, he almost tucked the front too. Jeez, he's pushing hard here, trying to get that position back on the outside now of Peter Wolf, but I think Peter Wolf's going to hold this one. He's going to take this lead here as we come around to the finish area. Tick off another lap. National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Peter Wolf is your leader now with Eisel in second. Burton still running third. Look at that lap time from Wolf too. It just flashed up as purple, so he's got the fastest one in this moto.
And that's the fastest of the race. Over halfway through the race, he's put in the quickest lap time. So, yeah,
1:55.
He's
nice
blown
efforts.
These guys well. I mean, 6 seconds a lap quicker than the rider behind him, and 5 seconds or so quicker than Burton in that third position. But to be 5 to 6 seconds a lap quicker by the next lap, he's going to be out of sight.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, look, maybe it'll wake Corey up a bit in this race, that he'll sort of go, okay, hang on, what's this? What's going on here? What just happened? I was leading the race for half the race, and
Wolf's just made a little mistake there. He's lost a bit of drive. He didn't make that tabletop there, and that's allowed Eisel just to close back up, even though he made a mistake the corner before. So it isn't over just yet. Eisel's back to the wheel of Wolf as they come into this section where this was where Wolf went down a couple laps earlier when he was trying to battle through the first time on Corey Eisel.
Another thing with these kids is they're at that age where they just don't. They've got no self-preservation whatsoever. It's they're like, well, it's fine if I get hurt. I'll just go. I'll just be at home next week. Don't have to worry about going back to work. So, Corey is an exciting rider like that. He's not thinking, championship perspective. He's not in the championship. He's not thinking even overall. He's thinking, I've got a race to win.
I'm trying to win this race.
There's a guy in front of me. I want to beat him. He's trying to beat me. And it's really exciting. Jack Burton has pulled away further from our championship leader. They are now
tied on points as we run at the moment with Richie Lawler.
So that's going to be exciting going into the final moto. One positive that Richie can take away from this race is that he's got 2 hole shots so far.
Well, he's putting himself in the right position for the championship, but he's just going to have to hope that maybe he can do that again, and that Jack gets an even worse start than he did this moto, because Jack was only about 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
If he was about a 10th, that would give him enough breathing room for Richie to sort of hold on to this, but it hasn't been. So far, Burton has beaten Richie in both motos.
No, Jack's definitely stepped it up, and he's taking this win if he gets it in the end. So
ride it down in this corner, and that's going to throw Peter Wolf out, but it also affects Corey Eisel. But they're side by side as they try to get out of that corner. That was not what you want to have happen when you got the 2 leaders in the one corner on these later laps here in this moto for our 13 to 16 years 250cc class. Peter Wolf surviving that somehow with Eisel right on his tail here.
Yeah, well, Eisel looking at the wider sweep line into this turn. They're both going to end up roughly in the same line, but Eisel looking to get momentum. And that's what I was saying about that outside being so shiny. You can't just rail around it. Eisel actually lost time there because Wolf was able to get into that rut and just rail the rut. While we're talking about this battle, just talk about Heath Davey again. Bad Start Blues. back in 6th place right now. Like, he was back half of the top 10 in the first race.
That's not great, considering he's our 3rd position in the championship as well. So he's not doing himself any favours points-wise today to secure that podium position. But hopefully he's got enough, because he does have a bit of a gap over Ryland Brown and Cooper Bowman. So
yeah, I don't think those boys are going to catch him points-wise. I'm just saying from an overall perspective.
Yeah, he's not going to be on the podium today, is he?
He's struggling a bit. And what that is, I think, is there's not many riders in these classes.
Just noticing that Cooper Bowman's actually retired from this race. So that's, points-wise, definitely he's is okay for the championship. But, not a great day for Cooper Bowman either then in this class. Just noticing our leaders, there's a bit more of a gap between 1st and 2nd. Peter Wolf has probably got a 2 to 3 second gap over Corey Eisel now as they make their way across that start line into the Finance My Bikes corner for another time here at Maitland Motorcycle Club.
Yeah, Jack? We're going to see a last lap board next time they come around. The time will expire about halfway through this one.
We're watching Peter Wolf head out the backside of this track here into that deep rut. That is the rut that is the troublesome one on the exit there. You see him just sort of slow down, balk before he could get on the gas to move himself out of that section there. Cleaner run that time, making that tabletop, so he obviously didn't get affected like he did the lap prior that I was talking about, where he didn't clear that tabletop.
No, he's opened it up, and that's going to give him a heap of confidence heading into the final moto. Now, he finished 2nd in Moto 1 to Jack Burton, who's currently running 3rd. So, from an overall perspective,
this puts him in the driving seat, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so
he's looking overall win today, and I'm not sure why he missed one of the rounds of state. I think it was because the first round of state and one of the rounds of sunny states ended up clashing, and
so he was maybe
he would have gone and raced in sunny states. So.
Yeah.
But what could have been had he done round 1? I mean, he's obviously committed to both series, and being that they live right on the border of New South Wales and Queensland, they have that luxury of choosing one or the other. Luxury, but heaps of travelling either way, doesn't it? Up and down.
Yeah.
So it is positive, but it's also there is some the travel's not fun.
So our leaders navigating the last corner here through National Motorcycle Alliance corner. They're going to get the last lap board this time past, as you see on your screen there. Peter Wolf continues to lead this one. He's now got a 4-second gap over Corey Eisel as he just navigates his way through a few lap riders in the S-bends after the finish line here.
There's Burton just crossed the line in third place. He's settled a bit.
The gap is closing up a little bit between Lawler and Burton, isn't it, for 3rd and 4th on track? So
it is.
Keep an eye on that on this last lap. Maybe something happens there, but again, at the moment, those two will be tied on points heading into the final moto of our day for the championship in this 13 to 16s 250 class.
I just think that Jack knows that they're at that point in the race, and definitely after getting the last lap board, he knows where Richie is. He doesn't need to use any more energy to hang on to that position. He can pretty much cruise and still hang on to it. And same with Richie, like, it is the end of the race. If he's got energy to push, then for sure, push. But you also don't want to push and then throw it away. And I think Jack, if he needed to, could pick up the pace anyway to match him and just manage that 3rd position in this race. So these other riders I feel that they will play a part in this race. Yes, Jack and Richie have sort of found themselves in that 3rd and 4th place, but I think that your Peter Wolf, Corey Eisel, Nate Ebeck, even if he can get a start. Nate's been struggling on the starts today. I say that because I haven't seen him up near the front. So there's
just navigating that lap rider that just decided to stop there unexpectedly. He must have stalled as that rider gets going.
And one more turn to go. Peter Wolf is going to be our winner, and with a 2nd and a 1st. We're talking about the overall before. Looking overall win today if he can bring it, put it all together in the final moto.
So that's the checkered flag there for the 28 Peter Wolf. Just looking for our second place rider of Corey Eisel. And he's dropped back a bit, and Burton was actually getting close, but ran off the track in that last corner. So Burton's going to come across 3rd. Where's Lawler? Here comes Richie Lawler for 4th So like we said, tied in the championship is Richie Lawler and Jack Burton with one moto to go.
Well, I thought Jack was going to cool off in that one and just settle. I think he's seen...
I think Eisel decided to cool off and settle.
and Burton's thinking, hang on, I can get another position and actually get a two-point gap heading into the final moto. But it will be who can put it together in that final one.
Well, some awesome sportsmanship being shown by these guys too. They're just sitting there at the end of that moto there, all having a bit of a chat and a bit of a handshake. So awesome finish to that one. One moto to go. This one will be exciting for Moto 3 when we get to it, but we'll take a quick break here on our coverage of the state titles here at Maitland. We'll be back with more shortly.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Donna? Gentlemente de K.
Hey, boss. Cano sorted. All good?
Canos.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Keno.
All right, we are returning here. Maitland Motorcycle Club, round 3. Final round, 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Championships. Our next race on the gate is going to be our MX2 ABC classes. And they're away. Drop the gate there. We're looking for, that's Taylor Thompson there on the inside, but it's going to be the 74 and the C-grader, Kobe Leach, take the whole shot. Very good starter is the 74 of Kobe Leach, making his way through. And the 134 there, Caden Gray is running second. Taylor's going to slot in the third early in this moto. We're going to have to look for our championship leader in the A-grade side of things, the 185 of Riley Fitzpatrick. He's going to be back there a bit in the pack by the looks of it because, well, actually, we've already had a change for the lead. We've got Caden Gray out front. And we've had a change in the commentary box up here. Mikkel stepped out for some lunch. We're going to have Russell Hicks join us here. So, Russell, welcome in, mate.
Thanks, mate. Good to be here. Nice to come and see how the other half is living.
Yeah, we've had you down working, slaving away on the track, mate, doing the grunt work. But we've brought you up into the, I wouldn't say plush commentary box. It's rather warm up here, but it's pretty nice otherwise.
It's been chilly mornings, mate, so the warmness up here is actually quite nice. I've just had to take my jacket and jumpers off because I'm freezing down there and you boys are cooking up here. But no, mate, I've been down there on the shovel and the rake and in the mud hanging out, chatting to a few of the riders as they cross the line and come on through and been watching a bit of the action, mate. So it's been an awesome day so far. Cool to see a couple of champions already crowned, emerging, which is really, really cool for them. But yeah, all in all, great day. Sun's out, conditions are good, track shaping up. Love it.
No, definitely. And we're just getting those drone shots. We're back down on ground level. Caden Gray leading the way here. The 74 has just dropped back in the second place, but we've got the 29 has moved up. That's Toby Houston. He's in third position. So Taylor's just dropped down. She's just, actually just making a move. But no, that's Riley making a move onto Houston there. So Riley Fitzpatrick is finally showing his face in this moto. He's up to third position. And Houston's fourth. We've got the 228 in fourth place. That is Noah Morgan. Taylor Thompson there in fifth is your running order. Then the 32. And then the 262. So that's your top 7 as we run on track at the moment. We're just keeping an eye on him. There goes Riley. He's trying to go the long way around Kobe Leach as they go around that section of track before we cross back where the start line intersects. You can see 1, 2, 3 all in the one shot now. Caden Gray's just coming back to him. Kobe Leach maybe making a move here. Riley's trying to make a move on both of them. So we see that inside rut again. Kobe Leach is getting hung up on that rut. It seems to be the exit of that one, Russell. They come in all right, but they can't seem to carry their momentum. There must be a bit of a hook or a bump that sort of throws them off, and it just saps everything they've got on the exit.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a theme of the track here today is that some of these ruts leading into the corners not too bad, and then get all crossed up and hooky and messy on the way out. So it's been pretty impressive to watch how some of the guys can make it work. Watching Dylan cut laps around here was pretty interesting.
There's a move for our lead as well. We just had Riley Fitzpatrick take the lead away on the inside from Caden Gray. So Caden Gray's been relegated to second place, and this is sort of where we expect Riley Fitzpatrick to be. Now, if he does what he does here and continues to lead this moto and win this moto, he will be your state champion in the MX2 A grade. So we'll keep an eye on that as it goes on. And we'll also be keeping an eye on the 74 Kobe Leach. He's already secured the C grade MX1 championship in this MX2. If he does the same thing here, which is leading that race from the C grade point of view at the moment, he will be your MX2 C grade state champion. So he'll have 2 state championships to his name this year if he continues as he is.
Yeah, he'll be all dressed up on the podium this afternoon, mate. A few medals hanging around his neck. But, man, super impressive to watch Fitzpatrick come through the pack there and out in front and now just checking out. He's got the jersey flapping in the wind, El Hombre style. Yeah. And swinging off the back of his KTM there, mate. It's very impressive. Getting a little hooked up in that corner there.
Yeah, that corner. That was the one you've been talking about from the S-bend where some of the ruts have been changing and getting a little bit more tricky as the day's gone on. And it's just everyone's having a mistake in there at some point in their motos. It's just not clean running.
Definitely, yeah. There is no perfect line through that turn 1 and turn 2 S-bend there. It seems to be that the aim is just to make the best of what you can out of a fairly messy situation there. You're either getting a good run in or you're getting a good run out, but it doesn't seem impossible to sort of do both or tie them all together.
No, we see Fitzpatrick now on the screen. He's probably making it look the easiest at the moment, just getting the hand up there. You see him pulling the roll-off stream, so even though he's out front, he's still making sure that vision is clear. Must be throwing some dirt up off his own front tyre. He's probably going that fast.
Yeah, he's going to have a nice clean number plate for the rest of the race, I dare say, mate, looking at how much he's checked out and got ahead of these guys. The track's definitely starting to open up, speed up a little bit more sunshine on a few different spots now.
Well, everyone should be familiar with the lines now too, so they should know where they want to be and where they're going, given that this is deep in the Moto2s, and a lot of these guys are running a couple of classes across this day as well. So they're getting plenty of track time, seeing what's developing, and obviously the coverage here, the live stream. They've probably got a few of them with the phones out, or their Starlink set up in the pits there on the caravans with the TV going. So they're picking this stuff up pretty well here as we see him heading out of that back section towards us. You see some of those long ruts, there's shadows through there. It's got to be a challenging part of the track for these guys.
Yeah, mate, absolutely. There's a great shot there of a whole heap of ruts. And as those shadows change, like you mentioned, that's really going to affect their vision and affect how they see coming into those ruts and getting out of them too. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we go on to the later parts of the day.
Now, you might not have seen this, Russ, but Fitzpatrick has found this special bump that we've named the Fitzpatrick bump out on the end of the track here. So we'll have to see if he heads out there and finds it again, because a couple of times he sort of drifted wide before the Motorcycle New South Wales corner out to the very edge of the track and just found this bump that squares him up and sends him the opposite direction. So there's been a few riders finding it, but Fitzpatrick was the first one that we've noticed. So keep an eye on that later on as he goes around that section of track.
Mate, I'll definitely check that out. I had a little sneak peek at the Pro Motocross over in the States earlier.
Don't give me I'm trying to not know any of the results. Don't give it away.
I won't do any spoilers, but very interestingly enough, Jet Lawrence was doing that exact same thing, and they were focusing on that. It was practice this morning that I was watching. He had found a little line to basically be able to double through some bumps, and the increased or the decreased lap time that he got from that was just astronomical. It was blowing all the people away that were commentating on that particular race, of just being able to see those little things, tie them together. And, if someone like Fitzpatrick is doing that here, that's super impressive to be able to read the track that well.
This one's not quite so much tying it together, just bouncing off and heading in the opposite direction. So we'll see if he gets to that. But he's heading through that whole shot graphics corner. He's all by himself now. He's gapped this field. You can see there, it's probably a good 5 seconds now to our second place rider, Caden Gray. Keeping an update on that third place is Kobe Leach with the 74. That's our C grade man, who's probably going to have no more C grade races after this one, because he's going to grade himself out of this class with these impressive results he's had throughout the state titles here, throughout all 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's great to see when these guys do step up in the next class and see how they go. It's great to see them all coming up through the ranks.
Well, it'll be pretty... He's already getting a sight at this, because he's basically going to... If he actually had been an A grader, I reckon he would be on the podium for this A grade, given his results, because the races have been combined for every single moto of this championship. So he's been pretty much in this sort of third, fourth range every race, outright on track, not just
which is super
considering
impressive.
C grade. Yeah, so he's obviously not going to be C grader for much longer.
No, that would be called sandbagging, I think, or trophy hunting.
Well, I think we might have had a little change for our third position on track, but because Taylor Thompson is now in front of Kobe Leach, who we're talking about, and she's making her way towards Caden Gray in those S-bends. So keep an eye on this. Taylor might be on the move here.
Yeah, Taylor has just been, I mean, yeah, we say it time and time again, but she's just so impressive. You know, just to be one female mixing up with the boys and the very pointy end of the boys' class. She's not real big. She's pretty short. She's pretty small. That's a disadvantage again. And she's just absolutely, just nothing is holding her back. She's wide open. She's chasing these guys down. She's holding her own. I'm sure none of them are giving her any kind of grace whatsoever. And she's just holding her own with the best of them, which is really impressive to watch.
Yeah, no, it is super impressive. I think we had a couple of times where Taylor's gotten a few moto podiums in this MX2 class across the different rounds. So this would just be another one if she can hold on to this third, or even better if she can get onto the back of Caden here and continue to chase him down, which she's only, maybe a second or two off him at the moment. So this is a chance that she might end up second in this moto if she continues the way she's going. So yeah, super impressive from Taylor Thompson here in this particular round here at Maitland. As we see, that's our leader there, just leaving that whole shot graphics corner, heading back towards, and this is the section I'm talking about here. He's not as wide as he was, but there's a bump out here that he seems to bounce off of and just shoot himself the other direction. But he's on the inside of that corner there, the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, heading towards us here at the end of the circuit. National Motorcycle Alliance corner, coming towards the finish line jump here. We are still got a good 5 minutes left in this moto before he gets the last lap board. So he's going to have to try and just, bit of a leg off there in the corner as we watched out the window, trying to keep an eye on our other riders on screen as well at the same time. But he's got the MX1 moto coming up here as well, that he's trying to just keep some energy in the bank to try and put some good efforts in there as well, because he's in that championship as well. But watching our riders here, this is our second, third, fourth. That's Caden Gray, 1, 3, 4. We said he's a bit of a Jet Lawrence lookalike with the gear and the Honda bike there.
Absolutely. Yeah, just going back to Fitzpatrick there, it was interesting, just before he had that little boggle, it was interesting to watch him come into that tricky first corner in the start of that S-bend there, but wanted to stay standing up on his pegs and really drive through that corner. Unfortunately, caught his foot and it sort of ripped his foot off the peg and got him unbalanced, but it was interesting to watch what he was trying to do there. Was a lot of the riders are sitting down with the leg out, but it was pretty interesting to see him try and do that corner standing and really drive through, even though he's got that big gap out in front. I've seen him look back a couple of times to see where his gap's at, but he still seems to be pushing quite hard.
As we keep an eye on Taylor here right behind Caden, as you talk about Riley, you might have mentioned it before at some other point, but he has had a couple of little drops of the bike in this class and had to work back and forth through the field at different times, but he's probably just checking to see how much gap he has, to see how much he has to press. Because if he can just ride around at a bit more of an 80% in this one, it would be nice and handy for him just to save that energy and just learn the track, maybe take a couple of different lines, see where the good ones are as such. But yeah, just keeping this battle in focus for us. Caden Gray, Taylor Thompson. This is second and third on track, and second and third for A grade in this particular moto. And that might actually change up a little bit of our... Well, this is actually a bit of a battle for second and third in the championship, as well as Caden Gray is second in the title with 122 points, and Taylor Thompson is third with 113 points. So not going to change massively if Taylor is able to get in front of Caden, but might just give her a little bit of a leg up towards, with one moto to go. Maybe she can sneak in the second, but she's at least third in this championship, which is just super impressive for a female in one of our premier classes here, which is not being graded just male or female. She's in the combined class here, so awesome effort from Taylor Thompson. So we watch them take those different lines there through that drone shot. You can see all those ruts, and now exiting the corner, she's probably as close as she's been, is Taylor Thompson. She's going to head into this Finance My Bike corner, takes a different line. Probably didn't work out as well as she'd hoped, because Caden had the more premier line there, but she's trying some things. She's not following.
All over him. Yeah, absolutely. She's definitely looking up the inside there. She's looking for options.
I feel like this is coming maybe this lap, and if it doesn't happen this lap, I think she might find that she's, the bubble might burst and she'll drop back off because she's putting a lot of effort into this particular lap here, and she's had a couple of lunges already. Just not quite successful. And look, Caden has had a bit of a mistake there. He didn't quite clear that jump. He had to look over his shoulder to make sure that Taylor didn't land on him. Oh, and there's a lap rider in his way.
He's going to get caught.
That's going to give Taylor a little advantage. She's got the wheel on him. Can she hold it now down into this next corner? Because I think Caden's going to try and lunge, but no, she's closed it off. She actually they both went to the inside, which is an unusual line there. Oh, but Caden's making a run here again. Taylor's going to have to hold this line into the split section. She's in front of him for the moment, so she's made that move into second place as Caden Gray is now relegated to third. And they've just settled down here a bit as we leave the split lane. Taylor's just gapping him just a tiny bit now through the rollers, so she's made the move. She was assisted by that lap rider. Unfortunately, that guy's just in the bottom of the screen there. He's probably going to... Caden's probably cursing him as he's going past there, but... Look, it's part of racing. He's got caught up. He didn't take an optimal line following that lapper into that corner, and it's just given Taylor the chance she's needed. She's now second on track. So her partner, Riley, is leading this moto. She's in second. Power couple going on here in MX2.
Mate, that is just unbelievable. And, I mean, for Caden, really, it was that jump before that turn that he really stuffed things up, I think. He had a bit of a look back. He didn't make that jump. Had a bit of a look back, and that's where she was able to gain that ground. The lapper did help, for sure.
Well,
but there was definitely a mistake there.
With him looking back, he's not looking forward to see where that lapper is in the corner. So he's just taken a line blindly because he's looked behind, and he's just messed that up, unfortunately.
That's right, yeah.
We are on the last lap of this moto now for the MX2 class. This is the second moto for the day. This is Riley Fitzpatrick back on screen. He's just cruising. Look at him, standing up on the pegs, relaxing. He's actually dropped down quite a bit, so... At some of these longer shots, you might see Taylor starting to creep up towards him.
Well, I think Taylor's just dropped a lap time there too.
Yeah, and that was obviously, like we're saying, she was pressing for that pass, and she's obviously made a lot of effort there. So she's gone 5 seconds faster than Riley did on that lap. So that's why they're starting to creep together here. But look, credit where credit's due. Riley Fitzpatrick, other than one moto this season, and that was the second moto at Lakes, he's won all of them. Wow. So far. So he is going to come through here. This is going to be the championship for him in MX2. So an awesome effort for Riley Fitzpatrick. He will be your MX2 A-grade state champion here at New South Wales. He's just got half a lap to go, so just hold it together. I don't want to, put any curses on. Bike, just hold together now.
No
I've basically announced
curses.
you as the champ, but let's just get you over the finish line, mate.
Come on, mate. That is poor form to give him the old commentator's curse there, mate. That's terrible.
Oh, well, look, he's pretty much there. So he's got 3 corners to go.
He's looking pretty cruisy.
He's casual as. I don't think he could go any slower in that corner and still stay standing up like he has. So maybe he just wants to do a formation finish with the girlfriend here, get a photo for the wall or something.
Wouldn't that be lovely, mate? They could hold hands as they go over the finish line or something. That'd be just beautiful.
I'm not sure he's going to let Taylor get that close because Taylor might just take the chance to get one up on him if he gave her the opportunity.
Can you imagine? Yeah.
But here he comes, last corner now, National Motorcycle Alliance corner, out of there, towards the finish line flag. He is your state champion confirmed for 2025 in the MX2. And across the line now, Taylor Thompson, second in that moto. Awesome ride for Taylor Thompson. Caden Gray across in third on that 134. So he lost a couple of points, but not too many to Taylor in that championship race. One more moto to go for this class. And we will take a break here on our coverage of the state titles. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with more action in this round 2 motos here at Maitland.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, welcome back to Maitland. We are here for our New South Wales state titles. We are looking at the start line ahead of our next moto, which will be the 13 to 15 years 125cc capacity bikes. We are looking for another strong start here from Seth Thomas, who was your Moto 1 winner, but the championship leader is Heath Davies on the 125 bike numbered Yamaha Australia mounted guy, and they're both there heading to that first corner first. Seth's going to hold the inside line there and just hold Heath out. And we've got the 28 making a way, bit of a run there on the outside around Heath Davies as they head into that second corner there. Seth in that inside rut. A few of them still struggling. That's that rut. I don't like that inside rut.
Yeah, mate, it is super impressive to watch Seth. One, his starts have been on point. Two, how he gets through that first corner has just been such an advantage to him all day long. He's just making it look so easy and so smooth. Really, really impressive to watch this kid just go absolutely ham out there on his gas machine.
Now, if Seth can hold this, he's going to keep this title mathematically open into Moto 3. But Heath Davies, even if Heath gets in front of him and goes 1-2, it'll still be mathematically a chance. So this is important for positioning here on track and on championship-wise to keep things alive. But Seth, I think he's just looking for a good, solid day here on this 125. He's had some inconsistent days across the rounds. Been strong speed-wise at all of them. Just, a couple of times he's found himself on the ground. But so far through today, the Moto 1 win and now leading this early end, putting a little bit of space between him and Heath. Looking strong at this point in the Moto.
Yeah, Seth's never really struggled for speed, has he? He seems
he's
to always have that in spades, that's for sure. But again, like you said, it's more about for him just staying up on two wheels, riding smart. He can use his speed to his advantage. And I think for me, probably, if anything, just needs to just slow it down a little bit, get a little more accurate, a little more clean. And I think it would serve him well by doing that.
All right, so across the line, it's Thomas, Davey, Raffiter, McCloskey, Williams, and Buddy Brown, your top 6 runners in this race so far. As we keep an eye on our leader there, Seth Thomas through this corner, just getting a nice bounce through that rut. So does Heath Davies. On the exit of that, some acceleration bumps that aren't so pleasant for them. Look at that. Look at the height of that rut there that's built up on that mud on the inside there. That's a foot peg killer.
Yeah, it's unbelievable just how deep some of those ruts are. And going the speed that they're going to, just that little pull either side on a foot peg, can just pull any normal rider directly to the ground. So to be able to watch these guys go this speed lap after lap through those ruts, very, very impressive to see.
How's the style of Seth over those couple of tabletops there? He's as low as you probably can get across the top of those tabletops there for a young kid on a big bike. Like, he's small for this 125 at this point. Like, he's stepped up to this class, and he's throwing it around like it's as light as his 85 is.
Yeah, it's a really interesting sort of age group, isn't it, between that 85 and 250 mark, all around that 125. There's smaller kids, there's bigger kids, they're growing at different speeds, and some are taller, some are shorter. There's a big variance around that 125, and that's the first of the big wheels, really, right? So it's interesting to see what kid blends with that bigger bike, because coming from an 85 to a 125, it's a big step up.
Oh yeah, it's a big change. There's a lot more motorcycle to throw around at that point, but he's making it look pretty easy at the moment. And if you notice the number plates on his bike being the red and white, he's not the points leader, which is usual red front plate. He's actually just the year group younger. The colours of that indicate that he's a year younger than Heath Davey, who's got the black with the yellow numbers on his bike, which means he's up in that 15-16 age group. So yeah, Seth's just that little bit younger than the rest of the guys on track, but doesn't matter at the moment. He's out front.
It doesn't at all. Quick little look back there from Seth to check on his gap. But, mate, I think Seth's got a really, really good career coming up in this sport. He's shown a ton of talent, ton of speed. He looks great on the bike. I think the kid's got a huge future, and I can't wait to see where he takes this sport.
Well, he's had pretty good Supercross skills as well. He's been a part of the Australian Supercross Series last year. I think if I remember correctly, he won the Wollongong round, or at least was on the podium.
Yep.
So he's got skills in both areas of our sport, which is awesome to see. And obviously, as you see these jumps, that's where he's getting that Supercross skills from, because he's got the bike maneuverability in the air. So He's leading from the front extremely well, and like we said, being a little bit younger, racing some of these older kids here, he's in good stead for what, like you said, what's coming for his future. So long as he keeps things on 2 wheels, doesn't get any distractions. We can say some other distractions off field might come into play as he gets older and the hormones play in, but I dare say he's going to be pretty focused on this motorcycle as well most of the time.
Well, and this is that age group, and we've all seen it 100 times before, right? It's not just about talent. It's not just about being able to go fast. It's when you're, 13, 14, 15-year-old boy, there's a lot of other things going on. And it's interesting to see how young riders can navigate that space, whether they can stay focused and stay on the bike and keep to their training and eating schedules, all that sort of stuff, or whether they kind of get distracted with all the other interesting things in life.
Well, keeping an eye on this race too. Obviously, we're trying to fill in some talk time here, but like the lap time that he did the last lap around was the fastest 1:58. So he's only a few seconds off of the fastest we've seen all day, which has been the 1:54 range. But he's also got a massive gap that he's built up over Heath Davies here already. As they come across the line, this will update for us. And we should be seeing them that they are, it's like 5-6 seconds that he's up on them, up on Heath Davies. So this has got to be one of the bigger gaps that we've seen in this class across the series, because these two riders at the front have been pretty much glued together, either one in front or one behind and vice versa. So yeah, Seth's doing something impressive here in this particular motor right now.
He definitely seems to have found his groove for sure. I know he wasn't super happy with his riding first thing this morning. After he came off the track after practice and first round, he wasn't real happy with what he was doing and where he was at. But it seems to me he's definitely found his groove now, especially with the 1:58. That would definitely prove that he's settled in, probably made a few changes on the bike, I would guess, and letting it all hang out with a nice little whip there.
Well, the jersey out as well, like you said earlier. Just lucky the pants are staying up, because otherwise he might be showing all of it. So he does lead. Whoa, bit of a moment. Whoa,
no.
He's just giving him the curse. He's talking about how fast he's going, how good he's looking, and he's just decided to throw both legs off the back of the bike, head for the infield. Luckily, he kept it on 2 wheels somehow, and he's back on track. He's having to check over to see. Lucky he does have that big gap we just finished talking about. So it's all okay for Seth Thomas, but he's just giving us a little bit of a hype moment here in the commentary box. So he's back to it, in front.
I think this comes back to what I was just saying before, Dave, of the speed's clearly no problem. And I think he really does need to maybe just back it down a tiny bit and just make sure he stays clean and stays on the bike. He didn't lose too much time there, but he was looking back over his shoulder 2-3 times after that little bubble. So I think that, my advice to him would be just bring it down just ever so slightly and just clean everything up, keep it smooth, run your own race. You clearly got the pace. Let's work on keeping the thing on 2 wheels now.
Well, this could be part of that bit of him being just that tiny bit younger than everybody else in the class, because he probably doesn't have as much physical strength and maybe not as much mental, stability, let's say, to focus for as long as everybody else. I know there's only maybe a year or two here that we're talking about, but at this point in their development of the teenager can make a massive difference. So he's obviously learning all this too, but he's probably a bit excited out there. I'm leading the moto, I'm going to give it to these guys. Just had a moment, but let's hope that was the only moment for this particular moto. So we'll keep an eye on it. Another look over too. He's very good at looking back, I will say that.
He is. For me, I'd like to see him not doing that and just stay focused on what he needs to do. I think he's got these guys sorted, but I think he just needs to stick to his own plan, and I think he'd probably ride a better race rather than, being so focused on what's behind him. Focus on what's in front, like lap riders, and just do your own race, hit your markers, do what you need to do.
Ooh, he got a bit high. He got a bit of a buck in the bounce into that corner in the whole shot graphics. I thought he was going to take out the bannering there for a second there, but he pulled it down, so that's lucky. But yeah, I think what he needs to do with those head turns, he just needs to make them a bit more subtle. You can still do them, but just don't make them such a big, I'm rotating my head flip-top sort of thing, and then nobody would notice. It's one thing to check and mark the guy behind you, because that's worth doing too, so you can pace yourself. But just, you don't need to do so aggressively obvious. As we see him making his way around the backside of the track here. A few lap riders still to go in front of him at the moment. Oh, it just... oh, that's just a bit of a balk moment there. I think the lap rider was trying to get out of that outside line for him, but Seth decided to follow him to start with, and they've ended up in the same piece of real estate. As he comes around here, he's still got 5 minutes to go in this moto, so a long time yet ahead for Seth Thomas, but the gap that he's got over Heath Davies, well, it's pretty extensive. I feel like it's extended a lot here as Heath made a bit of a mistake. Oh, we've seen a rider down here. That is the 28. That's Rafael Rossiter. He is our third place rider, so he's probably, well, actually, he's going to hold third because that 360 there, that's Tyson Williams. He's in fourth at the moment in this moto. So no massive loss there for Rafael, but he's now got Tyson right behind him to keep him honest here with 5 to go.
It looks like we've had a few drop off the back as well. A couple of early retirements there. Looks like Claire Pollard, Levi Ellis. Something's going on with those guys.
I actually wonder if they've actually been... I don't think they've started either of the motos today, so I'm not sure that they're taking part in this particular class. Because Claire is definitely out there for the women's, or the 13-16 girls, I should say.
Yeah, I thought I saw Levi out there.
Maybe he
I
is.
do see someone pushing a bike in the middle of the track there too, so...
Well, when you can pick up a number, we'll figure that out. Actually, is that the 23 of Darcy Houston, who's also just at the end of our leaderboard on active riders at the moment? Because I did notice him previously as one of the lap riders that was going past when Seth was making his way through the field. But we've got our third, fourth place battle on the screen at the minute. That's Tyson Williams, the 360. He's been able to catch up because of that mistake from the 28, Rafael Rossiter. But they're very tight on the field here now to see who's going to get that third place battle as we just lose a bit of positioning there with our camera shot. The 295 back to our leader, Seth Thomas. Looking pretty good, standing up well and truly into that corner there, the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, just keeping his feet on the pegs in the early part of that rut. Making his way around the track here nice and smoothly. And that gap for him is quite extensive now. He's got probably 3 sections of track over second place. So whatever Heath Davey has done there, that's him there coming into the second last corner. So like I said, massive gap that Seth has established here late in this moto. But we've still got probably another 2 laps before we get the last lap board, depending on the pace that Seth carries here over the next 2 laps. So that's Heath Davies on our drone shot going over the finish line. That's second position on track. Watching him in those S-bends there. Still battling through those ruts and that inside rut. Oh, you see him just get hung up, legs off, struggling on the exit of that corner, across the start straight. You can see the spectator area there on the hill on the side of the start line. It's a pretty good viewing spot for anyone wanting to see what's happening on this track here at Maitland. And we keep an eye on Heath as he goes around the circuit there, joining back in where the start line cuts through into those tricky ruts over the drop-off.
I just noticed one of the flaggies. I was just trying to make out the bike that's been pushed off the track right now. I can't quite tell the number of that, but I noticed a flaggy on another section of the track run out and pick up a seat. So we've got someone, we've got a dead bike out there and we've got someone missing a seat.
Somebody's littering. Get him a fine.
Dad may not have done that old seatbelt up quite tight enough.
Yeah, look, that happens. And I think it is Darcy Houston walking over the back there because he's definitely dropped off as the non-active rider now on the bottom of our list. So I think that's him. Unfortunately, that moto is done for him. Moto 2 of the day here for the 13 to 15 years, 125 class. But that's Seth Thomas. He's going to come around here. Now, like I said, it's still got a minute and a half to go, and he's in the second last corner. So there's going to be no last lap board for him this time around. He's going to have to go around 2 more times at least. Now, he's definitely in cruise mode. He's definitely backed off from where he was.
Yeah.
His lap times have come down. He's in the 204s or 205s. We'll see what he does this time around when the timing pops back to the top. Still did a 204, so he's definitely buttoned off because you got that 158 earlier on in the moto.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Hopefully he's realised that he's got plenty of space here and he can just walk this one home. Now, what we'll see here is that Heath isn't going to be your champion in this particular class yet. The gap is going to be probably, what's that going to be, 14 points, I believe, at the way they run at the moment. So there's still a small chance for Seth, depending on what happens to Heath in this final moto. But at this stage, Heath Davies is definitely in the driver's seat. But keeping an eye on second and third here, they've decided to get in the same shot. That's Heath Davies just going across the start line, and that's Raphael Rossiter, the 28. The third position on track, just chasing him there into that Finance My Bike corner. So things are tightening up there on track for second and third. As you see, Rossiter just getting over that tabletop. Very close now. They're in the one shot, even on the ground level cameras, as we go around with probably 2 to go here on the timing and scoring side of things. And they're in that inside rut, and we'll just watch them. Ready? See that little hook there? They're all getting caught up on the exit of that corner.
Yeah, it's good to see Seth just taking it down a notch, relaxing a little bit, making sure he brings it home all in one piece. It would be, it'd be an absolute shame for anything to go wrong now. But I think he's home and hosed. It looks as though he has got a bit of that maturity, and he's aware of the gap that he's got, which is fantastic. So he can definitely slow things down a little bit, keep it clean, keep it on 2 wheels.
Rossiter's right to the back wheel of Davies here. Davies was just tiptoeing through that inside line over that roller in the previous section, and that's allowed Rossiter right to the rear wheel, and he's taken a different line in the split lane, but I think he just sort of slowed up there a little bit before that roller. So they head to the roller section now. They're going right down to the back of the track, so we've got about a lap and a half to go here, but Rossiter's looking to make a move into second position on track here for this moto. Can he do anything? Will Heath pick up the pace? Has he lost his flow? Is that why he's going backwards, or is he thinking championship? But if he is thinking championship, this will be a 2 points extra that he's going to give up here. Actually, Rossiter's just run off the track.
Yeah, he's gone wide on that one. I think he's come in a little bit hot, looking to put the pressure on him.
Getting a bit excited, thought he could make the move, and just lost the track markers there, and ended up off the side. But he isn't that far back. He will regain this track gap here very shortly as they come over the finish line. Last lap board is out now, so Seth is well and truly on his last lap. He's probably got half a lap to go. But these guys, this is where the battle is on track, second and third. Davey over Rossiter. McCloskey is coming around in fourth, not too much further back from that third and fourth position. And Williams has just dropped back. He's in fifth now, so a bit of a gap back to him on track in our overall positions. But keeping an eye on our 2 Yamaha mounted riders here. Davey leading in second position over Rossiter, but Rossiter's taking a different line here.
Here we go.
This is a good move here. I like this from Rossiter because he's going to stay out of that deep inside rut and probably have a better drive on the exit, and he does. He's come level over this tabletop. Where are they going to be positioned? Oh, he's pulled back inside of him, I think, has Rossiter, just to be a bit safer over that tabletop. But there's a chance here for him in this next section. This is where we're coming to those split lanes. So can he get a good run through them? As we head down, here's that line. Davey's probably going to go to the inside to protect. You'll see him on the pegs and just tiptoe through this rut on the inside. Actually, he's gone out wide trying to block him, hasn't he?
Yeah, big block. Riding a very wide bike there, Davey.
So Raphael has taken a different line there on the inside. He hasn't then cleared that jump because of that, but he's following here. Oh, he's switched to the outside for this section of split lane. Can he get any drive and get up level through these rollers? We're deep. We're late in this moto. Only half a lap to go. Our winner is going to come across the line here. That is Seth Thomas taking the win in Moto 2 here for the 13 to 15 years, 1-2-5. But we're going to keep an eye on this battle here right to the finish line. It's getting tight, and there's Raphael right alongside yet again in that corner. Second last corner. He's on the inside of Davey. I think he's going to try and make the move. He's got him at this point. They're level. Oh, what's going to happen here in that final corner? Davies had to balk to get that jump. Raphael's got the edge here, heading to the line. And Rossiter's going to take it. He's stolen that one away in the last couple of sections of the corner there over Davey.
Unbelievable. Davey's got to be spewing about that.
So that's 2 extra points he's given back to Seth in this championship battle. So that's going to make it, I think, a 12-point gap going into the final moto. So it's anybody's game. If there's a bad start or a bad, bike situation for Davey, Seth could take this one. He could steal it, but Davey's still got a pretty good driving seat here. So let's take a quick break before we get to our next moto on the gate, which I believe should be our women's class coming up here shortly.
Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, back to our action here at Maitland Motorcycle Club. Ready for our women's class riders to tackle the circuit for their second moto of the day. There's your competitors, some of your competitors on the track. You can see the number 2, that's your championship leader. I think she's actually our championship winner already, Taylor Thompson.
Yep.
They're about to drop the gate. You see them get their head down, looking at that gate. And it's down and away. Oh, bad start and a wheelie for Mia Tung there in the middle of the circuit. But it's Taylor Thompson with the whole shot. The 13 of Kira Collins has done a nice job there getting in front of her competition for this third position in the championship. Tabitha Newcomb is back there just behind her now. Mia Tung's made the move on Kira in that second section. She's finally got the front wheel down off from the start line there, Russ.
Yeah, that was a big wheelie, and again, no surprise. I mean, if you've stood next to Mia, there's not a lot over there, so there's a lot of horsepower in that bike. So it's pretty cool to see the sort of control that she has to be able to get that thing back on the ground and driving forward.
Now, this is the battle that we're going to have to keep an eye on, the 13 and the 77. They are pretty much neck and neck here in our championship battle for third position overall in the championship. Taylor Thompson and Mia Tung have pretty much wrapped up 1 and 2. But Tabitha's got the upper hand at the moment. Oh, actually, no, sorry. They are tied on points after Moto 1. So this is basically, I beat you, you beat me, and I'll take the title and that trophy of third.
So it's all coming down to this then.
It is. Now, Taylor's got a nice run there through the rolls. Already a nice gap on the field as well. So hopefully she can save herself for another strong finish in Moto 3 of the MX2 class that she'll have coming up here shortly in our next round of motos that will happen later on this afternoon. She's going to need to save some energy for that one because we want to see her get another moto podium in that MX2 class. That was pretty impressive from her in that one just a few moments ago.
And even more impressive that she's doing double duties today too, right? Like she's doing a lot of racing. So that's a lot of, wear and tear on the body. That's a lot of energy.
Well, did I hear too in one of the interviews that you did that pops up in our little pre-bits in our ad breaks that she'd had an injury and she's only just come back from that, this first race back?
Yeah, first race back. She wasn't even worried about competition when I chatted to her. She was just worried about, thinking about her own race and getting herself through and making sure that her body was all good and was going to be able to hang on to the bike. Meanwhile, she's gone out and absolutely dropped the hammer and just let everyone have it today. So
maybe the break was a
impressive.
Good thing.
100%, yeah, and sometimes it is. I mean, we've just seen that in the AMA with Jet Lawrence too. He's had a few months off due to injury, come back and absolutely gone out there and whooped everyone. So I think sometimes it really is being such a physical sport, such a heavy toll on the body. Sometimes a break is just what these guys need.
Definitely is sometimes just needed, but we're looking at third and fourth on track, third and fourth or equal third in the championship as they run at the moment. Kira Collins got the upper hand for the moment. Tabitha Newcomb there in fourth position, trying to keep her in sight so that she can maybe steal this one back and get the points advantage heading into the final moto. But at the moment, it'll be Kira with a 2-point lead over Tabitha for third in this championship. So, bit of a kicker there that Kira Collins has found. You hear that panic rev through the microphone.
Yep.
She saved it, but it just wasn't pretty.
No, I think we've all been there at some point, mate, where the bike gives you that nasty kick that you're not ready for. Big, loud panic rev. Like you said, she's got great bike skills, so she was able to pull that one back in and save herself. But I dare say her heart rate has kicked up a notch after that one.
It usually goes up about 20 beats or so when that sort of thing happens. But she's holding steady there in third. In fourth place, like I said, Tabitha Newcomb. We just caught a glimpse of the Honda-mounted Saya Perry in the background of that battle. And also just a tiny bit further back was Sienna Goodis as well on the 25 KTM. So that's sixth. Seventh is Bella Brownlee. Eighth is Imogen Christie. So that's our 8 women out on track at the moment. We've just had Taylor Thompson come past the finish line. She's doing a 2:06 at the moment. So time-wise, like we said, then this is why she's getting up there in the MX2 class. She's very, very competitive across all classes at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just a fantastic lap time, no matter what group we're talking about, male or female, and whatever category you want to look at it. That's just a fantastic lap time around this sort of track. So, yeah, big ups to Taylor. It's just, we keep saying the same thing, but it's just super impressive to watch her run these kind of speeds with the boys, with the girls. Very, very impressive. Mia Tung doing her best to keep with her as well. Falling a little bit behind now, but still putting in some really solid laps.
Yeah, Mia's sort of been trapped in the no man's land between first and third. She's doing really good, but she's just not quite good enough to hang on to Taylor. But she's obviously clearly better than third and fourth in Kira Collins and Tabitha Newcomb. But yeah, unfortunately that means that she's just sort of sitting there, no one to sort of battle with or compete with, and then also unfortunately we're not really seeing her on TV either most of the time. So sorry, Mia, but it's
Stuck
just how
in
it's
that
fallen.
Awkward
Unfortunately,
spot.
yeah,
and I think that really has an effect on lap times when you don't have that close person to chase. I think we've seen it today with Connor Rosendich and Dylan Wills. Connor's had Willsy to chase all day, and I think that's elevated his racing and elevated, or made his lap times a lot faster. And I think for Mia, she's stuck in that awkward position where she's just not quite close enough to really hook onto the back of Taylor and get dragged along and really step her game up. And then, there's no one behind her either. So she's stuck in that awkward no man's land where there's not a lot of pressure on her.
But here we go. We've got us some screen time because we've been talking about it. The guys have done a good job. They've found her.
Perfect.
That is Mia Tung on the 117 on the Honda, rocking that Troy Lee Designs gear. We'll give her sponsors and plug. We Are Lusty. They're supporting her. She's doing a good job here. She's been consistently second in this women's championship. She'll get second in the championship by the end of today. Ooh, bit of a foot dab there and a bit of a moment with the front, but all good. Moving through, but she's an exceptional rider as well in her own right.
She's a fantastic rider. I happen to know her coach, Briggsy, really well. He's very focused on technique and fundamentals, and I think it's absolutely shining through whenever you watch Mia. I think I mentioned it yesterday, but I really enjoy watching the girls ride because I think that fundamentally they are so strong. They just have such great technique, and they're smooth on the bike, tend to be smooth on the throttle, easier on the gear. And fantastic to watch. One of the ladies that would be here, but is out due to injury, Bella Arnott. She's another one that's fantastic to watch. Unfortunately, she's been out all this season, but again, just such a technical rider, just fluid and smooth on the bike.
Keeping an eye on this battle here. This is third and fourth. It continues to rage on between Kira Collins and Tabitha Newcomb. Tabitha's just tried to take the inside, but that rut looks like it's not worth taking yet again. And she's tried the next inside rut, and that's even worse. So she's actually given herself a big handicap here to the position that she was trying to take with those moves, and actually given herself a bit further back to Saya Perry, is now within reach of that fourth position. So a little breathing room for Kira Collins after that little couple of mistakes there from Tabitha.
And that's a great example of this S-bend just being a real challenge all day today, where, she had really made up a lot of ground. She was nipping at the heels, almost showing her a wheel, and those two ruts, suddenly there's a huge gap. So
she hasn't done anything necessarily wrong there. She's tried to stay out of the rut and not follow Kira and try to make a move, but that rut was just so bad that it actually played against her. So she's tried the right thing. It just hasn't worked out as she'd hoped. So Mia Tung back on screen there, going around quite nicely through the middle section of that track, just carrying some speed into that corner. Now she's staying out of the ruts to get the drive for that tabletop. Now you're talking about the trainer that you know for Mia, Briggsy there. I actually met Mia at Briggsy's place when we did a Triumph introduction a year or so ago. And I got to know Mia there. We had a little bit of a play around with the Triumphs together in a couple of photo shoots doing some 2 bikes in 1 corner situations. And I got inside to try and push her out and make the photo interesting. And she just pushed down and cut me straight back off. And we went out the corner together. So she can ride with the best, you know, in terms of holding her own. So there's nothing wrong with Mia's technique at all or her speed. And I've been on track with her at a race day a few weeks after that, and she completely whooped me. So I know that she's got plenty of speed, and like we said, just unfortunately where she's falling in this no man's land of this class at the moment between Taylor Thompson, who's way out in front, and those girls behind her there. She just sort of fits in by herself at the moment. So it's probably, unfortunately, a bit of a boring ride for her.
Yeah. Oh, someone's just dropped it in that corner there. Who was that? Looked like a Cowie.
We've still got Kira Collins going. So if it was a Cowie, it was probably Tabitha.
Yeah,
which means, and it is. I'm looking at her window. Tabitha's getting herself up and going. So she's she's just managed to somewhat block Sienna Gadis because she couldn't change line. She was already committed to that rut. But Sia Perry's moved forward on Tabitha, so Tabitha's going to have to get going here because she wants those points. There's not much, obviously, all this moto we've been keeping an eye on it. There's not much between Kira and Tabitha. And if she's got an extra 2 points where she would be finishing right now, that's not great. Even if she does beat her, she's not going to make that up in that third position championship chase.
Yeah, those small little mistakes can be very, very costly. And especially on this track here today, with the track being so sticky and the ruts being so deep, the riders definitely aren't able to pick their bikes up and recover as quickly as you would on a drier track.
No, well, we talked about this in the previous women's moto and where Taylor is on course. At the moment, Taylor's about to get the last lap board. And the other riders there, that 4th, 5th, 6th that we were just talking about with that Tabitha's crash, they've only just gone through the finish area. So if Tabitha's not careful, Taylor might catch them on this last lap and make it a lap short for her. So she's going to want to make those moves on the riders just in front of her, Sia Perry, to try and get those points back really quickly because Taylor's coming.
Yeah, those points are super valuable. She's not going to want to give those up without a fight.
So we just keep an eye. That is Sia Perry there entering the corner. The green machine there, that's Tabitha Newcomb. So Tabitha's got a bit of ground to make up just yet. We can't see. You can see Sienna Gadis there on the KTM just behind them. Can't see Taylor in the shots just yet, but she's coming. Don't you worry about that. I don't know whether she's going to make it to them on this lap or not, but she's going to get damn close.
Yeah, Taylor's definitely slowed up a little bit too. Looking at her lap times, she's dialed it back slightly. She's got plenty of room to do that. But yeah.
Well, like we said before, hopefully she's saving herself for that MX2 moto because we want to see some more impressive finishes from her in that class, which she's more than capable of after getting second in the moto, just gone for that MX2 class. So
yeah, there's something very cool about watching the girls beat the boys, mate. There's something special about that.
Definitely is. Now we're just watching on that drone shot from a distance. There's a lapped rider that Sia Perry and Tabitha Newcomb are just going past. And as we see, we've had our second place rider, Mia Tung, come through the finish line. So she got the last lap board. Kira Collins is just about to come through that section as well. So she's going to make it onto the last lap. And we're just trying to keep an eye on where Taylor is. I think Taylor, yeah, so Taylor's just a bit further back. She hasn't made up the ground I thought she might. So Taylor's going to come around here. She's got about half of the track to go. She's just in that back corner there. You can see the whole shot graphics banners that we've talked about that have been ripped down at one point. Somebody went for an excursion out the back there.
I did see that, yep.
Yeah. So here she comes towards us now. 2 corners to go is Taylor Thompson. You can see her standing up on the pegs, just keeping herself nice and relaxed, saving as much energy as she can here.
Yep.
Motorcycle New South Wales corner, so that's the second last corner for her. She's already the champ. But it's nice to do a bit of a parade lap at this point and just reinforce the fact that she is the champ.
Mate, and this is racing, you know. It's so great to be able to stick it to your competition no matter how far ahead you are in the points, just to let everyone know that you are the champ and you're going to beat them every time you go out there.
So Taylor gets the moto win there. We're looking for our second place rider, Mia Tung. She's just in the second last corner coming towards the finish line here. Here she is on screen, looking nice and clean, ridden the race pretty much all by herself other than that start section there. Maybe a better start in the third moto she can hope for. She's got to try and keep that front wheel down next time. But other than that, pretty good moto for Mia Tung in second. And we'll be looking for our third place rider who's quite the ways back on track, Kira Collins. But she will be barring any issue here on this last lap, she will be third place in this moto. Right, so we're just keeping an eye. Kira is looking for her for that third place. She's in the very back of the corner of the circuit. Just about to make that corner to come over the tabletop towards us. That's actually Cy Perry. No, sorry, that's a lap rider. That's the 12 of Bella Brownlee. Sorry. Yep. Missed. Oh, geez, I thought we had a moment there for a second there. Anyway, so one of our lap riders is on screen. That's Bella. If we look back just a fraction, you'll find Kira Collins there on the Husky, making her way around second last corner. She's going to secure third in this moto, and that's going to give her a little advantage here in the championship for third as well over Tabitha. But it's only going to be a 2-point advantage because Tabitha has made the pass back on Cy Perry for fourth position just here in the last couple of corners. So nice work for Tabitha. She's keeping as close as she can. That's Kira Collins over in third. So let's take a break here as the girls finish up. We'll be back with our veterans as the next race on track.
And here we are with the number 2 of Taylor. Taylor, you are the points leader. You've been pretty dominant this season. How is the track looking out there?
Yeah, it's getting way, way, way better. I think it'll be an awesome racetrack today. Even around for the last round, I reckon it'll be sick. Just got to keep up, stay on 2 wheels, be consistent, get good starts, and stay out of all the fights at the back. So should be a good day.
Awesome. Who do you think's your biggest competition out there today?
Probably just myself. I have had a bit of time off just from an injury, so this is my first ride back, so I've just got to keep my mind sane and just do what I need to do, concentrate, and I reckon I'll be all right.
Awesome. Great job. Congratulations on the red plate, and we'll see you later on today.
Thank you very much.
Awesome to have that interview there from a man sitting next to me, Russell Hicks, catching up with Taylor earlier in the day there. Just getting some of their input on the track and their days and what's been leading up to the event. So it's awesome to catch up with them and put that footage into our coverage here. It's a nice job on that, Ross.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's been great to be down there and chatting to the riders as they come off. There's some really interesting storylines coming out of this whole championship. Some great riders. And, it's been awesome to hang out and chat with them as they come off the track.
So we've got our veterans class on the line. The gate's down. We're looking for probably Aaron Parker in the centre there on the 59 to make another hole shot, and he's clearly getting that hole shot. So look at the gap into that first corner. That's impressive as he makes his way through there. Second place is going to be the 182. That's Daniel Bartlett. He had a reasonable start last moto as well, followed by the 68, Adam Parrington. Now, got a bit of an updated score on the list here from, at least because we had Adam not in the championship here, on the list here, a bit of a double 68 numbers, I believe it was. The previous round sort of screwed up the scoring, but Adam's actually third in the championship in this run for the vets as well. So he's looking to sort of secure that. He's only got a couple of points over Scott Shaw, so he's looking for a good finish in this moto to keep himself on that podium position for the championship outright. But that's Parker out front, doing what he's done pretty much every moto other than one throughout this series, where he's just led, he's had a hole shot, he's led, and he's won. So he's just repeating the formula.
Yeah, these some of these veteran classes are just full of just savage riders. It's I've done a few entries into veteran classes in the enduro world, and I tell you what, mate, it is full of a lot of guys that used to go really, really fast, and they still go really, really fast.
Yeah.
What I've found interesting about these vet classes is just how savage they can be. These guys are not scared at all of banging bars, block passes, and getting super aggressive. So it's always a great class to watch. Even though just about all of them have to go to work on Monday morning, it's pretty impressive to see just how physical they do tend to get.
We've had a bit of a change in our running order as well. The Suzuki, the number 9 mounted Nathan Brocktrop, has made his way past those two riders there in Parrington and Bartlett, sorry. So he's made his way into that second position, which has been customary for Brocktrop, unfortunately, in the vets this series. He hasn't been able to have the pace of Parker. Maybe he'll try and change that here in this moto.
Yeah, it almost seems like Brocktrops, had to push really hard and maybe maybe push a little bit too hard in some places and force a few errors. Parker's just been so smooth. He's been riding really well and been doing that really smart manoeuvre of getting out early and just kind of checking out, being able to ride his own race. He's really good at keeping his own intensity up without anyone around him. Doesn't seem to need that push. But yeah, really, really good rider. Just nice and smooth, keeps it clean, and just gets out ahead and forms a big gap.
Yeah, he's definitely doing that. Now, Brocktrop is actually sort of coming towards him a bit at the moment, but whether that will be sustained over the length of this moto, we'll yet to see. Now, these guys are doing, I think it's a 10-minute +1, so a bit of a shorter duration for the vets, just to fit in their fitness ballpark range.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that's considered 30+, right, is the vets for these guys, and we've got to shorten the races down for these old guys that are just over 30. No, it's a great class to watch. It's interesting to me how much they've all spaced out over the entire track. You can see quite a few riders on screen now, and it is interesting to see how they sort of all space out, find their own room and their own clean air, and just start to put down lap times.
Now, in terms of championship situation, with Parker leading this one, as much as he's won every moto except one, Brocktrop's been second in every other moto and won that one that wasn't the one that Parker took.
Right.
So the points are still quite tight. So even with this moto, if they stay as they are, they're going to go into the final moto. Parker will have a 20-point gap over Brocktrop. So it's still mathematically possible. But I think Parker would pretty much have to DNF that one for it to occur. So yeah, it's still a little bit to play for here. As we see them on screen, I think we've got our fourth and fifth place riders here. The 182, and that's the Bartlett coming over the line with the 808 on his tail. That's Lee Harriman. Lee's had a reasonable showing across these rounds as well, so just not always consistent, but he's had some motos here and there where he's up towards the front. So we keep an eye. There's a pass happening there. That is Harriman making the move on Bartlett in that Finance My Bike corner. As they head along that back straight there, through some of those treacherous ruts, towards this difficult corner, but they've both decided to go outside, and I'm thankful for that, because that's the one, that inside rut that I seem to hate and everyone bounces around on the exit of. It's always an interesting perspective watching from the drone, as you can see some of the different lines that they're taking and why they're potentially taking them, because of the shadows and the ruts that you can see on those dark lines throughout the track as we move through across the circuit here. And that long straight there with those long ruts in that middle dip part there, it's obviously a bit of a softer area of the circuit, but that's got to be challenging as just as much as some of those other corners are with the deep ruts in it as well. Yeah, that's right. Just because it's straight doesn't mean it's an easy one, and they're under a fair bit of power there too. They're going to be full throttle running down through those ruts, and long straight ruts can be just as treacherous as the corner ruts for sure. Now Parker, our leader, is back on screen, but if you notice in some of the longer shots, you'll see that yellow blur coming towards the screen. That's the Suzuki of Brocktrop. He's not far behind, but he's far enough that he's not making any lunges at this point. That's right, but it also means that Parker's got to keep a clean race going. He's got to hit his markers. He's got to keep the thing on two wheels, keep it clean, because Brocktrop is right there. If there's any sort of real mistake from him, or he gets caught in a rut or drops his bike, Brocktrop will be all over him. Yeah, he's in that he's not in that comfort range yet of being able to have a put down moment. He's got to keep his wits about him. Parker is doing the fastest laps of the race, but 2:05 to Parker, 2:06 to Brocktrop, and a bit of a drop off back into the 2:15 range for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place riders. So definitely two riders at a different pace compared to the rest of the field in this particular category in Parker and Brocktrop. Yeah, it's a bit of a smaller class in state titles this year for vets. We've definitely seen a few more in the past. Not sure if a few guys are out to injuries or whatever, but it's definitely a smaller gate than what we've seen in the past. It would be good to see that gate fill up, but for whatever reason it just hasn't really happened this year. So it's basically these two out on their own
head and shoulders above the rest of the class.
Yeah, I wonder if that's to do with the fact that it's a 30 class and not a 35 over class. Like that extra 5 years, younger, can sort of make a bit of a difference still in terms of the riders that are feeling like they can do something in the race, if they're at that 35, 36 point.
And again, to what I was saying earlier too, is that it's just over a 30s class, it means that these riders are still really quick. Like they're really only just past their prime, you know what I mean? They're not old guys. Like they're still young. They've still got a lot of energy and they can still absolutely swing off it.
Well, think of it this way. Technically, Cooper Webb, Eli Tomac could enter this class.
They would be in this class.
They are over 30.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they are still... you say to their face that they're not in their prime and you might have a bit of a problem.
Yeah. It almost doesn't feel right calling these guys vets, right? It's not quite a vet class. It's... not sure what it is, but they're fast. They're putting down some lap times. Parker just put down a 2:04. So that's definitely not a slow lap.
He hasn't slowed down in this moto just yet. He's been doing, that's 2 fastest laps in a row for Parker as he leads this one. As we see him go past those Finance My Bike teardrop banners. And we look back, here's that battle that was going on. Harriman made that pass before, but Bartlett's not letting him have it so easily at this point. He's stalking him through the final corner, and I think he's going to try and make this move over the finish
looks like
line
he's
jump.
got it up the inside there.
He's got him over the front there, so as they head into that tight corner, he's gone for the inside rut to try and protect, and he's cut over to try and protect again. And he's made the move, and he's put a little gap there already. He's only just made that move, but got a nice sweet run through those S-bends and those ruts in that corner there.
And isn't that so interesting that we've just seen other riders try that inside to inside, and it'd be so much worse for them. He's just done not quite inside, but mid to mid, and it's worked great for him. So those corners they just seem so unpredictable, because for one rider, they're losing a ton of time in there and gapping the rider in front of them. And for this guy, he's just made up a bunch of time, and it's worked well and made the pass stick.
So our running order in this Vets class, it's Parker, Brocktrop, Parrington, Bartlett, Lee Harriman. Well, actually, that hasn't updated across the finish line there.
That's right.
So Harriman, then Bartlett, Dean Hay, Adam Beck, Brock Hallett, and I think there's a DNF or a DNS for Scott Shaw in this particular class there at the bottom of our list. So Parker running away at the front here. Still got Brocktrop somewhat behind him there, just seeing pop into the screen. Not close enough to do anything. Just consistently doing what he's been doing all season long in this series is Aaron Parker as he comes to the last lap board now. So 1 to go as he comes over this finish line. And he'll be putting just a bit more of a points buffer in this championship for this last moto. Not secured yet, but just pretty damn close. As we see him make a nice run. He actually got through those S-bends really well there. And just taking that middle rut across the tabletop now. You see the rider 185 just looking back to see, that's Brock Hallett just looking for where the leader is. He must have got a blue flag, so he knows that he's coming. He's well and truly off the line, which is awesome. No issues with the lap riders with the vets. They're all very courteous.
Yeah, absolutely. And Parker would definitely appreciate that. He does not want to lose his momentum right now. Brocktrop is really not that far behind him. So for him to get hung up with a lap rider could have been devastating.
Did you notice the purple on the screen? Brocktrop's decided to throw it down to try and just make a one last-ditched effort. He's gone to 2:04. Purple means fastest lap of the race too, so he took that from Parker's previous lap. So
and pretty cool to see these old guys again doing some of the fastest laps late in the race.
No slowing down for the old guys, it seems. And we said, Mikkel's pointed out this a couple of times across the different races, but Brocktrop's actually 47.
Right. He could be racing a few, deeper vet classes than plus 30 then, really, couldn't he? There's a plus 40. There's probably a plus 45 somewhere that he could definitely be in.
Well, I think he's going plus 45 at Hattah this year is what Mikkel was just saying that he's been currently training for. So, yeah, look, Brocktrop doesn't seem to be slowing down. He's a career motorcycle racer, I believe. Yep. So, and there he is on screen on his Suzuki, just still trying to keep that gap to Parker, trying to bridge that gap. But we're in the last couple of corners here now for this Vets race. I don't think he's going to do anything about it. He's going to just have to ride this one in second place yet again. So as we flip back to the last corner, and we can see there Aaron Parker coming towards that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. That's the last corner on this track, past the dam, over the finish line. It's another moto win for the 59 of Aaron Parker. Second place in this moto is going to be the 9 of Nathan Brocktrop. A little bit of style there from the old guy over the finish line too. We're looking for our third place, which will be the 68 of Adam Parrington. He's a bit further back on track, so he's got probably more than half the track still to go, unfortunately for him. We see one of our lap riders coming across the line. That's the 185 of Brock Hallett. But I think while we wait for those middle place guys, we're coming towards the second last corner there, and there's a bit of a battle going on between Parrington and Bartlett by the looks of it, as Bartlett's trying to get to the inside of Parrington. But Parrington fights back around the outside. One corner to go. Who's going to hold this on down the finish straight here? They're going to get real level, real close, but I think it's going to be... Oh, it's just the 68 of Parrington by the looks of it. Across the line, yes, it is just by the smallest of margins.
That was unreal.
That was very close.
Awesome push right at the end there.
0.891 to 0.920. That's tight.
That's incredible.
All right, that wraps up the Vets race there, Moto 2. Let's take a break on our coverage. We'll be back with more action from the New South Wales state titles.
Looks good, eh? 10 What was that, love? I said 10
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
All right, we're back, and they're already dropped the gate. Oh, big crash, big crash. Claire Pollard has caught the back of Ada Harris as she swept across her, getting that whole shot, and Claire has gone down massive. She's unfortunately collected, I think that's Sienna Cyprian. That's also got the bike upside down there on the start line. And I think Ada Harris has actually run off the track herself in a couple of corners later. So we've got Jayla Parker in the lead, but that was a massive crash there for Claire. Hopefully she can get up from that one. She's had the front wheels just whipped out from underneath her as they went into that first turn. So let's hope everyone's okay, but we got the action here. Ada's made her way back to the front. Jayla Parker in second in this moto as we watch them go down to the back section of the track. We just came in at the right time there, Mikhail, to catch that.
Well, I was going to say, what did I miss? But I didn't even get a chance to say anything before I sat down. But I really hope Claire's okay, because I didn't see the start of that crash. I did hear the end of it, though. And
well, she's standing up on the ground there, so she's wandering around. So hopefully she's okay.
Well,
but
she needs to... as far as championship-wise, can she get back on this bike and finish this race? I mean, they are pushing the bike away, but can she get back on? Is she physically able to finish for championship-wise?
She needs to get some points.
I mean,
here.
she's walking. Not sure.
Because she's actually only going to be, she's going to be 13 points in front at this position at the motos after
if she finishes the race. Because there's still one more race to go in this one.
Yep.
And I don't think she can afford to not finish out this race. So
no, that's a bit of a difficult one to work out here. And I don't know if she realises that, or maybe the bike is... Oh, no, look at the damage on that bike. Those bars are completely bent down. So there is no way that she is riding that bike at this point in time. That is a really badly bent set of bars.
Yeah, look, I mean, even... not saying that she should or shouldn't, but, getting some points in the race, even if she just rolls around for last place.
Well, yeah, that could be the championship, like the state title for her, not secured, unfortunately.
I know the bike's damaged, but, if she can... I've seen riders...
just watching
I just don't think she realises that she could actually...
I think she knows what's going on, because
she could actually ride the track and just circulate and just score some points, because even if she comes last in this race, it'll only be sixth in this race, which means she's still got a chance at winning this championship.
Yeah, look, I think she knows what's going on too, because she's throwing the head back, looking at the sky, sort of wondering what's going on there. But yeah, not a very unfortunate situation for our championship leader in that turn one incident with Ada Harris. So look, as it is, I think I see Sienna Cyprian just going past our scoring tower here. So she's up and going, but the bike also looks a little bit worse for wear, where the seat is joining the back part of the rear guard there. But she's up and going, but unfortunately for Claire Pollard, she's not a part of this moto. And that is Ada Harris on screen leading this moto. She won the opening moto of the day. She's clawed back some points in that one from Claire Pollard. And she's going to make up a massive amount now.
Well, I missed what happened in that first corner because I just rejoined you in the booth as it happened. What was your take on what actually happened?
The only thing that I can say is that basically Ada has just swept into the first corner and just Claire was sort of half distance on her. And it's just taken Claire's front tyre out and just gone across the front of her. So I don't think it's anything.
That's unfortunate.
There's no malice in any of this, but she definitely has come across the front of her to shut off the line into that first corner. And unfortunately, they've just tangled, and it's meant that Claire's position half up on Ada's bike. She's tipped over the back of it and upside down, and that's the end of it for her.
Yeah. No, that's really disappointing for Claire in the championship. And we hope that she's okay physically. Maybe we'll see her come back out in the final moto. I don't know. I mean, obviously, even if she can't win, potentially
try and hold on the second.
Potentially, she could hold on a second, which I think she'd probably do even if she didn't ride the last race. Actually, so.
Well, she may. She would have. She has 29 points at the moment on Sienna, but Sienna is up and circulating, so she's going to make those points. So Claire's going to have to come out to get second in the championship here.
Well, we have a bit of a battle here for a bit further down, where Layla White is trying to get around Chloe Hart, and we got them on screen right now. They're about as two of the closest riders on track, and they're racing for third and fourth place. And Layla White, not with a great start, she's trying to make up for that. Chloe Hart having her best race of the day so far, running third.
Now, we've just been handed a bit of an update as they run points-wise. So Ada Harris would be leading on 181 as of right now. Claire Pollard would be on 169, obviously with no points or whatever points she's able to get from a retired point in this moto. And then Sienna Cyprian would be on 156. So, yeah, that's only 13-point gap that Claire has over third place. So she has to ride the final moto to secure second. So not a great situation. Hopefully she's got some spare bars or somebody that can, get us some of the parts that she might need to put on this bike to make it straight for this final moto.
Yeah, well, Chloe Hart, like I said, best race she's having of the day so far. Not comparing it to any other races she's done in the series, but Layla White, they're putting the pressure on her, and then not far in front of them is Jayla Parker in second place. So there's not much between these three right now, especially between Layla White and Chloe Hart. So Chloe, they both kind of take the same lines through there. We've seen a lot of that today. Riders seem to follow, and I think part of that is that there's like the best line around the track, and then a second best and third best and whatnot. And sometimes riders would just prefer to follow in the best line around the track rather than try different lines. As Layla White tries to go up the inside on this right-hander, and she might have it as Chloe Hart sees her there, saw the white fender on the inside, grabbed a handful of throttle, and maintains the position for now. But Layla White definitely running with a little bit more pace. She's able to sort of close up onto the back, and then she backs off when they got to follow, because she doesn't want to follow too close if there's a mistake from Chloe in a corner, but then at the same time she loses ground if she's not getting close. And then also if Chloe does make a mistake, if she's not close enough, she may not pass. So they both go to the outside here, not wanting to try any different lines, as I said, preferring to just stick to the main line. Maybe Layla's thinking of a pass in an easier part of the track where she doesn't have to take a more difficult line and risk crashing or losing time. And while they're battling, they haven't put too much. They haven't been able to close up the gap too much on Jayla Parker, who's in a comfortable second.
Yeah, Jayla's having an awesome ride in this particular moto. She had a great start, obviously potentially assisted by a few people clearing a path to get there. But, yeah, she's running second in this one. A bit of a gap over Chloe Hart, so, comfortably in this one. So, the Parker family having a good run here in the last moto and this moto.
Yeah, that's it. She's got to be happy with second in this race so far, and her dad obviously really rode really well earlier in the vets classes. He's still got one more race, obviously, but this looks like he's going to wrap up that vets championship. So for him to do that and Jayla to get a top 3 in this girls championship, that's a great father-daughter moment. Let's see what Layla can do here. Still really close, but again, following. Can she switch up the lines and try something different? If Chloe doesn't make any mistakes, this will be how they finish. Now, she got close in that sand section, got up on the right-hand side, but because Chloe had the better line heading out that turn, the wider sweep, she was able to carry more speed. So we'll see if she tries to do the same thing here and get up that inside, down that long straight. They're pretty close.
It's amazing how consistently the same speed these two girls are, aren't they? They're just matching each other here across the circuit. Doesn't matter what line they seem to take, they end up coming out about even.
Well, you definitely go the same speed if you're in the same line, that's for sure. So, like I said, I think Layla I think she's got to take a chance. She can wait for a mistake, maybe wait for the last lap board to go out and wait for a mistake, but there's the chance that Chloe's not going to make a mistake. So I think she, the risk versus reward needs to go for a different line. And where that's going to happen, well, I think she's got to get closer first and then make that decision. So we'll see. We'll see what she chooses to do. If I was Chloe right now, I wouldn't be too worried. It's only when you start to see a fender inside of you coming in a turn that you need to pick it up. But Layla's been behind her for a couple laps.
All right, so we got a bit of an update from the pits. Russell Hicks, so he jumped out of our commentating chair and he's run down to find out what's going on for us with Claire Pollard. Bars are broken, radiator completely bent back, possible subframe damage, and the bike was definitely not rideable. So there was no way she was getting going in this particular moto, which is definitely unfortunate. But look, hopefully there is some parts that they have hanging around there that they can put on that bike and make it useful. And I've just been told that they've done a little interview with her as well. So hopefully in our break, in one of our upcoming breaks, we'll be able to hear from her direct and see what she has to say about the situation. Yeah,
not an interview I'd want to conduct as a rider being in that position before.
Would you not be so friendly at that point, Mikel?
The camera is the last thing I'd want to see, to be honest. So you see it in a lot of the overseas stuff that's televised, obviously, and riders, they have a bad crash or whatever, and the first thing they do is throw a microphone and a camera in their face. Oh, how do you feel? And it's, well, how do you think I feel? That's not the answer. They obviously have to answer as professional as possible, but, it's no different to the news when they have a bad tragedy. But here's Ada Harris getting the win in that one as we continue to follow this battle. And they're on the last lap now. And again, Chloe Hart hasn't made that mistake. So Layla White may have left it too late to actually try a different line option because, relying on a mistake from Chloe. And again, I say it again that, maybe she just didn't feel that it was worth the risk to try a different line to make that pass. But since Chloe has been semi-perfect in her lines and not making mistakes, she's going to hang on to this position.
Yeah, nice consistent ride to just stay that one step ahead. And that's Jayla Parker over our finish line.
Second place.
So that's second place. And here comes Chloe Hart for a third in the moto, Layla White fourth. So that is our 13 to 16 years girls 125. We've just got one rider still out on track, and that's Sienna Cyprian, who unfortunately is a long way back after taking her time to get up from that first turn crash that she was involved with Claire Pollard. I'm not sure if it'll be this ad break, probably not this ad break, but probably the next we'll hear from Claire. But that's the end of our second motos here at round 3 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We're going to come back with our third motos, starting off with our MX3 class.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So we've got the MX2 riders on the line. They're up next.
MX3.
Oh, MX3, sorry, MX3, my bad. See, I've been out of the booth for too long.
Yeah,
I'm trying to play catch up. But look at
that's Lawler.
Richie Lawler. He's like, I'm not even racing this class.
Is he going to hole shot and then disappear from the back?
I want to see him get a hole shot, do a lap with the lead, which he's just lost. He's back down to second now. I want to see him. Funny joke. I actually was talking to him yesterday about it. I said, "Oh, you're not really planning on riding that class. Go out and get a hole shot, lead for a lap, and then jump the finish line and come in.
Chuck a big whip and then just pull straight off."
Pull straight off. But one guy that has been getting the hole shots, and look at Justin Mayhew on the outside of Max Compton. So Max Compton's been the guy in this MX3 class, but Justin Mayhew has found something in this final moto, and he has given it to him.
All right, so some championship implications in this final moto of the day for MX3. Obviously, we had Drew Kremer already grabbed the championship with 183 points. But the battle rages on for second, third, fourth, fifth. So Riley Burgess is on 145 points. Ryan Jones is on 134. Justin McHugh is on 126. The 28 of Peter Wolf has actually jumped up into contention here, 103 points. And then the 2-3-5 of Jack Burton is 99 points. So
well, Jack with that DNF in that last race pretty much
that helped Peter jump up a little bit there.
I don't know if Jack's out there.
Was he saving himself
possibly
for that other moto?
I mean, look, he's racing for a championship. So, you know, again, that's where what Richie's doing is good. He's getting a look at the track. But look at Peter Wolf. He is very racy. I mean, the pace that he had in that previous race where he caught everybody past him and dropped him, as he goes around the backside of Kremer there, Kremer just sort of paddling coming out of that rut. But Max Compton, a third in race one after leading one race two. I had a quick chat to him in the pits during my lunch break, and no, he was pumped. He should be. And I said, what happened in that race? You're leading. He's like, I was pushing. I thought they were right behind me, and they weren't. And
made the mistake, eh?
And he made the mistake. So, you know, but he put it all together in that second race, and, you know, he's clearly got the confidence, and he's had a taste of winning too. And that, you know, it's like once you, Kremer.
Oh,
no, don't.
Not our New South Wales mining banners.
I was more, I am concerned about the banners, but I was worried the banner was going to get caught in the back wheel. I've seen that happen.
Yeah, no, he's got away with that
times.
aspect.
I mean, that is a DNF right there.
Yeah.
If that happens, because or you're going to come last or lose a whole lot of positions, because by the time you unwind that out of your back wheel, you're done.
Well, lucky for him too, he's already secured this state title for this class, so the moto result in this one's not so crucial for that. He obviously still would like to win and do well and get an overall for the day, but it's not a big issue as such for that one. But Max Compton leading. Is that
Peter
Wolf taking a move there for second?
Yeah, he gets around Mayhew, so Wolf's on the move, and the best thing that Justin can do, now Justin's got a lot of pace too, so watch him sort of latch onto the back wheel of Wolf, maybe learn something from Peter's lines, because Peter's on the move, and you know, Justin can stay with him. I think Peter's going to go, you know, the way he's been riding, he may actually go up to the back wheel of Max. If he doesn't, that's impressive from Max Compton then, if he can run this pace and, you know, not allow Peter Wolf to catch up to him. As Burgess and Kremer.
Burgess in fourth, not as urgent looking as he has been earlier in the day.
No, and maybe that's because this championship's pretty much sorted out. Yeah, that can change your whole mindset to the day, and it's almost like, I just want to get it done. But again, you've got to remember the depth. There's 5-6 guys that can all win races.
True.
You know, Ryan Jones, he's in sixth right now. This is probably his best race of the day so far.
Well, and as long as Burgess is in front of Jones, he secures second in the championship. So Again, this moto might just sort of fire out for a few of them, flame out, I should say, but not so for Peter Wolf as he tries to make his way forward towards Max Compton, and Max Compton's obviously not going to flame out here. He wants to get this overall for the day.
No, that's it, and it does come down to this final race. Max with a 3-1 moto scores, Peter Wolf with a 1-2. It's...
not in this class.
Not in this class? Must be the other one.
That race win for Peter Wolf was in the other...
in the 250
the junior class.
Okay.
Yeah, so this MX3 where they're combined hasn't been quite the same for Peter Wolf just yet.
No, and but Compton, his first couple races, I mean, where are we looking for the overall in this one?
Well, between Burgess, Kremer and Compton have been your 3 podium getters in both motos. So at this point, with where Kremer's running and Burgess is running, this is going to be Compton's pretty much no matter what, even if Peter Wolf goes past him.
Okay, so he's got some room to play with is what you're saying. But
yes,
I think that being that Max is not in the points, this is a great confidence booster for him just to get some moto wins, some gate drops and moto wins. And really tight battle there between Burgess and Kremer.
Well, that'll be for second overall on the day, basically, at this point, given how far Max is up in front of them on track.
And then Ryan Jones just a little bit further behind. As we see Lawler, he's finished his final MX3 moto. He's gone in, so he'll be preparing now for that. As we see Eisel, he's like, hey, I'm
maybe he wants to do as well.
I'm going to save it.
They're all battling in that other 250 class in the junior category. So, they're all taking the chance to go and have a bit of a breather. They've had a sticky beak at the track. They know where the lines are. They're get ready to go.
Well, I think Wolf has slowly been chipping away at that lead.
He had the fastest lap of the race so far that last time around with a 1:56. You see the purple on the screen. But Compton was a 1:56, just a higher 1:56. So they're not too far apart in terms of times on track. So they're not going to be really joining up here too quickly.
But you've got 10 minutes to go in this one. And the risk for Wolf is that he's pushing hard. So, if he makes a mistake, then he's just going to lose that toe. But, for Max, same thing. He's probably seeing on these 180-degree corners Wolf coming the other way, and then the worst is when you can see that, then you can't see that. It's like, oh man, is he there or has he fallen off? And then next minute you hear a bike behind you, and then he's there, and then the nerves get up, the heart rate goes up, and arms pump up. So, Max is. I think he's got to try and maintain this gap. He's got to raise his level to keep that gap. That also tends to deflate the rider behind when they feel like they're not catching up anymore, and he's done that. So Max has responded with they're almost identical. I mean, it's 0.007 of a second between the two of them. Like, that is
dipped in the 155 spot.
Yeah,
the pace has increased.
They've both stepped it up.
So keep an eye on those leaders there. That is Compton just ripping that line there, just taking it off the jump, moving over. They're still hanging for that inside rut, which still has a massive hook at the end of it. Just squaring them all up and sitting them upright as they try to exit and get their drive to the ground.
Sometimes on a track, when you get comfortable in a particular line,
you're stuck to it.
Airbags just exited as well. You just stick to it. It's almost, the devil, you just don't want to even contemplate taking a different line. This is where there is a different line, though. Max using that outside, Wolf using that inside. I think if Peter can get close enough in that turn and close enough down that straight, he could potentially, I'm not saying he will make a pass, but he could potentially make a pass in that section.
Now, just a little update for that next motor, the 13 to 16s 250s that we're talking about with the riders disappearing for. You notice on screen Jack Burton was a DNS in this one. He didn't even come out.
Yeah.
So where Ebic and Lawler have come out and done laps, and another rider just disappearing off, that's the 100.
Lockie Neville.
So he's doing potentially the same. I wonder if Burton not seeing the track now is a good thing, a bad thing, or what it is, in terms of, one, like these guys have got a warm-up, they know the lines, they've had a bit of a pace check, or is the way of resting completely going to be better for Burton here?
Look, I think Jack's seen enough of the track, and the track won't change much between the last race that he done and the race that he's going to do next. So being well rested, I don't think there's a disadvantage to that. As well as we see Burgess now is closed up onto the back wheel of Mayhew, so we could see a battle there too. But you know, the lead staying the same roughly at the moment. Peter Wolf has his faster sections of the track where he tends to close up, and then Compton tends to pull away. So another lap there where Wolf was that half a second quicker.
And there's our battle that's starting to brew for third and fourth.
Well,
that's McHugh and Burgess there. Kremer's actually just dropped back a tiny bit. He must have made a mistake coming across the start line there, because he was a lot closer when he saw him at the finish line. But Burgess making a move forward.
Yeah, look, also from Kremer's point of view, the day is pretty much done.
Well, sometimes the bubble bursts, doesn't it, after the championship's been secured?
You've got the championship. It's almost like, if I push, is it going to make any difference? Especially with things like the overalls. If you see Burgess go the inside around that turn, Mayhew going for that outside line. I don't think the outside line is really much of an advantage, but Burgess is going to get an advantage here by clearing that canyon jump and jumping not over but past Mayhew, who opted for the more defensive line on the inside. And just the momentum that you get from that outside line is...
Isn't that funny? Because that's what I was saying I needed him to do yesterday, that he wasn't doing, but he did it then, and he cleared the jump perfectly and actually made a pass from it.
He's been listening. He's been listening.
Maybe.
I think he has. I think they do. You get a lot of people that say, oh, yeah, we watched the stream, and it's really helpful.
Well, maybe the 250 power today versus the 125 power yesterday has helped him out as well. So got a little bit of extra torque to come out of there and jump that jump.
No, well, there was riders. Was it Jones that was jumping from the outside on the 125?
Oh, yeah, it's been done.
There were riders doing it. But like you say, easier on the 250.
Yeah. So that'll put him up to third. That'll probably secure the second position on the day and also second position in the championship for Burgess based on his finishes so far throughout the first two motos. So reasonable day for Riley Burgess.
Yeah, it is. Look, second's a great result. I know that Riley he'd won some championships over second places, but he got one yesterday. So, you know, he's got one more than some of the other riders that haven't. And I think he'll be happy with his performance anyway, especially with there's so many competitive riders in this class especially. And we'll see. Anyway, we can, now that Burgess has made that pass, he's sort of stretched it out a bit. As you see, Wolf has gone a half a second quicker again than Max Compton on that last lap, although we are in the last third of the race now, so we can probably get back to that race lead and see what those guys are doing, where they're at.
And there it is. That's the battle.
Very close. Very, very close. So Wolf has closed right up. Now, will Compton just keep doing what he's doing, keep his head down, stick to his lines, or is he going to switch to defense mode? And I often think that when you've got a rider coming up behind you, if they're about the same speed, attacking is, I feel, better than defending. I find when you defend and you switch up your lines to lines that you're not used to taking just because you're trying to fend off or block the rider behind you, you actually go slower. So if the rider's going much faster than you, well, then you've got to ride more defensively. But I think a rider that's going much faster is going to pass you at some point anyway. And so it's or is it a combination of both? Just ride the best line, ride a wide bike, you know, not necessarily take their wheels out, but you know, gradually move from left to right in each section. As Max, that hook you're talking about, that rut sent both of them off a little bit. Max a little bit more than Wolf, but because it affected both of them, Wolf didn't make up any time on him. Now, what you'll find is that although Peter's got on the back of him, and this next right, I think, is where if Peter gets close on that jump, he will go for a pass up this inside because Max is using that outside line there, and I think Wolf has the chance to sneak up the inside or potentially do it here. He just won't get the drive from clearing that canyon jump.
Yeah, that's a big deal breaker there. If you don't clear that from using the inside line, you'd lose just a couple of bike lengths into that next corner. So Compton with the clearing, making that, just solidifying a little bit more space for him, but they're right back to each other in that next corner there at the very back of the circuit. There's nothing between these two as they come towards. They're going to get the last lap board when they come past this next time. So this is going to go right to the wire.
It is. And as I said, I think Peter's spot, if he can get close, is that centre straight. He needs to get close in the corner before, scrub that centre triple tabletop, and then just go for broke down that straight into that corner. But, Max, on the other hand, like he is, I think he's actually switched to defence mode. I've seen him sort of block the insides, and he's basically saying to Peter, I'm taking the inside. If you want to pass me, you're going to have to go the long way around, not just leaving the door open, making it easy for him. So what a great battle right to the end, and it is the last lap. And Max would have been loving seeing that last lap board come out, especially when you have somebody on your backside. You think, oh, finally the last lap, and a little paddle. They both take the same line through there.
They haven't changed. I would have thought they'd move out of that one.
At the very least, I would have thought Peter would have moved out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because he knew Max was there anyway.
Yep.
And I don't know. I reckon he might be close enough, depending on the scrub and how much rolling speed he gets down the straight.
The overhead tells the other story, doesn't it? He's changed it up. He's gone to defend him.
And very clever.
Actually, that might have worked for him. He's came out pretty good. But he's not going to get that full jump there, is he? Oh yeah,
he just from the middle. Got it from the middle, and I think that
might be enough.
It might be enough. I don't want to say it is because Peter is so close to him.
Look, he's got to get a good run through his rollers, get this next rut clean. If he does, then it's going to be very hard for Peter Wolf to make a move from where he is with the last couple of corners remaining.
I think he's got enough bike lengths on him. There are a couple lappers that they've got to clear, but if Peter was all over the back wheel of Max, I'd say he'd be closer. But with them getting through that first lapper and the next lapper being slightly ahead, I think Max has done the job. And he's going to click off another race win. More confidence for him. Great ride by both these guys. Exciting stuff for us and for everybody at home watching.
So that's Max Compton with your race win. Peter Wolf a very close second there. We're going to wait a few seconds. We've got a bit of a gap back to the 2.75 of Riley Burgess. So it'll probably be Max Compton as your overall winner today. It will likely be Burgess as your second overall for the day. And Kremer's going to follow behind Burgess here in fourth, so that will give him probably third overall for the day as well. No, I'm getting a head shake as a no from the scoring. Margaret sitting next to us here, but Burgess come across the line there. Kremer just with a hand up celebrating, I think, that state title win of his from that fourth position finish today.
So what a amazing weekend of racing. Again, we go back to a week ago when... it was 2 weeks ago, actually, 2-3 weeks ago, all the rain that's happened and Newcastle being underwater. And, it was touch and go with the organisers and the club making the decision. But decision was made and track work was done, and then they got more rain. And a lot of sort of fear amongst the competitors and the parents, because the parents are, for the junior riders anyway, and some of the seniors are the ones paying the bills, are thinking, no, maybe it's not going to be worth racing, but it would have been a shame not to race this weekend. The track has turned out very well. And we're going to go to a quick interview with Claire Pollard.
We're here with Claire Pollard's bike. Claire's walked off. She's clearly upset and a little bit rattled. The championship has definitely taken a turn for her. We just wanted to show you guys the bike and the damage that she's done. When we saw the bike getting picked up, we thought if she can just get on it and roll around and score some points, worst she can do out there is sixth. Those points would be super valuable to her. But now that we've gotten up close and had a look at this thing, there is no way she was even able to putt around. The bars are in pieces. The radiator's completely bent back. She may have done some damage to the subframe. We're really happy to see that she's gotten up and walked away. I dare say she's a bit banged up, but the bike is definitely not rideable.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics, Dantia, Finance My Bike.
All right, we are here with Dylan Wills. He's just hopped off for his sighting lap, his practice session. Mate, I haven't gone out there this morning. Tell me how the track's looking.
To be honest with you, it's probably about right. We know how the track needs to start in order for it to maintain moisture throughout the day. So for me, yeah, a little bit on the muddy side for sure. I'm in that point in my career now where I don't really want to wash my bike, so that's a bit of a bummer. But no, it should form up for a good day of racing.
Mate, I reckon the easiest way to keep your bike clean is just get out the front and stay out the front, mate. Is that going to be the game plan for today?
Yeah, for sure. That's always the game plan. Try and get out front, keep it on two, stay safe, and try and get a win.
Looks good, huh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Right, so we're back on, and a few less riders on the grid this time. I think we've lost a few.
MX1 class ready to go racing here. They're away, looking for Dylan Wills and Connor Rossenditch.
Well, you won't see Dylan Wills. Dylan Wills has gone to work.
He's gone to work, has he?
Yeah, he's gone to work. He's won 2 races. He's won the state title.
He's disappeared.
So,
well, we won't be looking for Dylan Wills.
He's done exactly what he needed to do. so far today, and that's going to give one of these other guys, as we've seen, Jackson Mitchell, nearly he hit an acceleration bump all the way out of that turn and headbutted the handlebars. But one of the guys closest to Dylan Wills today, and he's been on fire with his starts too, is Connor Rosendich. And with Willsy out of this final moto, although he's got the championship wrapped up, it's going to give Rosendich a chance to look at an overall here based on his finishes. Holroyd up to second.
Yeah, this is Rosendich's opportunity then for a moto win, isn't it? Like, he's been challenging in a few different ones throughout the championship. Obviously, most recently in the one just before this Moto 2 of the day. Got very close to Dylan Wills, but wasn't able to seal the deal there and beat him. And he won't get the chance to beat him, but he'll get a chance to get a moto win. So it is what it is in terms of people have jobs, I gather. So he definitely left for work.
Yeah, no, he has. I did an interview with him, handed in his championship plate.
Yeah.
And, he's off.
Because
he works with his media job that he does, and he got the off-roads on. He's headed out there.
Okay, fair enough. Well, back to this one. Rosendich is leading it from the front. Polaroid's in second, keeping him honest there. And that's Riley Fitzpatrick in third position. So...
followed by Jackson Mitchell.
Jackson
Mitchell, and then got the 34, Brandon Steele.
So I feel like we're missing a few riders then, because there's a couple of names there that aren't as familiar for some that would be up the front here.
Look, I think it's that point of the day. It's final moto. Some riders just had enough. You know, it's
I'm
not
going
an
home.
Easy track to negotiate. The rider 11, he's missing a peak. I don't think he went out without a peak. I think he's lost it somewhere along the way, especially being in the position he's in. As Connor Rosendich would be... I like that inside line. Like, we haven't seen riders use the inside line much there, but now that the corner's rutted up, there's some fresh dirt on the inside, giving you lots of traction. Plus, it's the shortest way around that corner. Fitzpatrick, though, he's on the move, right up on the back of Holroyd, and
well, interestingly, there's probably not much chance here, but Polaroid is only a few points down on Rosendich in this championship chase for third overall. And Fitzpatrick, he's got a decent gap from Rosendich for second, so that is the battle for the remaining positions behind the now absent Dylan Wills. And they're the ones that are battling on track there. You can see Fitzpatrick trying to make a move around the outside of Holroyd in this corner.
On a 250 as well.
He's made that move too. By the looks of it, it's going to stick here as he takes the inside line. He should get a decent
I don't like that inside line on the way out, and I think Holroyd's going to do the sweep around. And although Fitzpatrick will be able to cut back down, but again, that 450 power out of that corner.
You're not going to out-accelerate that.
No. So Fitzpatrick's going to have to go back to work.
Oh, but he's got
a different rut there, right next to him, but really letting him know he's there. But again, that sweep around.
Oh, look at the power.
It's going to give, but what it is going to give Holroyd the inside. But Fitzpatrick's like, I don't care. I'll just go around the outside.
He's carrying good speed into and out of his corners. He just can't keep the mid-section of the straight. The power, obviously, differential there is a bit much for him. But no, look, he's doing a solid job now. He's got to second place. Can he run down Rosendich and maybe steal this opportunity for the moto win here in the final moto of our day for MX1?
Look, I've spoken about it many times over the series, how Fitzpatrick will keep charging, and that's unfortunate for Rosendich because he's not going to be. I don't think he's going to be able to enjoy that lead. It's going to be a fight to the checkered flag. And the best thing that Cooper Holroyd could do is stick with these guys, because while they're battling, they might mess each other up. I'm not saying go down, a crash or anything. I'm saying that they might slow up, make a mistake while they're battling each other, and he could be opportunistic and maybe get a pass. And down that long straight, you can see the moisture in the ground. It's still dirt's very dark still through there, where the rest of the track gone that light brown, even white in sections. The white is where that's gone hard and dry, and there's going to be no traction at all through there.
Just keeping an eye on our C-Class riders. Our 74 is in 6th on track. 7th on track is Zach Henry, and I think it was 10th on track is the 14 of Kyan Hatton. They are Kobe Leach is your C-grade champion already, but 32 on the 14 battling over second in the championship here. But at the moment, Zach Henry's got the upper hand on that little battle there that's raging here in this final moto for the C-Class lowest positions in the overall state championship.
I think that's 2 championships for Kobe Leach.
It will be.
MX1, MX2, so got to be happy with that.
Well, saying when you're out, this is probably his last race as a C-grader.
Yes.
He will have enough points and he's out.
Yeah.
But he's earned those points, really.
I mean, technically, he can stay C-grade until he gets a letter that says you're now B-grade. So he might still be able to race other C-grade races.
I think they might be typing that letter as we speak, hopefully.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. Can you hear us? Are you listening? Well, actually, you know what, we'll see, because if anybody from New South Wales is watching this, they'll know.
Well, I can see Margaret next to us just getting a pen and paper ready as she speaks. So I think she's already sent that message to him.
But I think he actually competed in one of my rounds in C-grade. So what does that mean? He has actually started because the ruling, I understand it as, the rule that I understand is that once you start a series in C-grade, I'm not just saying this for Kobe Leach's benefit, I'm just saying that he has raced East Coast in C-grade. He'd be able to enter C-grade again if he wanted, or he might just want to go, you know what, I'm tired of winning.
I doubt that.
I'm tired of winning easily. I'm going to go and work for it now in the A and B grade.
Look, the official pen-written letter from Margaret as she held it up here in the box was that they grade twice a year. So that's the word. So he's obviously missed that point. Maybe it'll happen in a couple of months if it's in the middle of the year, is it, or in the end of the year? So
and Fitzpatrick snuck a wheel in on Rosendich. Unfortunately, he was on the wrong side of him. He now switches up to the inside, and depending on who's going to get this section the best is going to come out, and Fitzpatrick is going to get it. He absolutely greased those ruts, and let's see what Rozzo can do here. He does have the power advantage on that 450, so if he can get close enough on one of these straights, especially like that center straight with a big triple tabletop, he can potentially power back past. But Fitzpatrick has caught up and passed him. He's clearly going at a slightly quicker pace. I would dare say if he keeps going the way he's going to edge away from him. And very difficult, like for Rozzo, he's been leading this race. Very difficult to increase your speed halfway through a moto. These guys have been riding for 8 minutes. They've probably done four laps, So, for them to now pick up the pace and ride faster. Oh, Rozzo.
He's gone down,
He has, and
he's tried to pick up the pace, and he's actually going to have to pick up the pieces now.
Yes. Well, look, I mean, fortunately, they're so far out in front of these guys. Like Holroyd.
There is Holroyd now.
He hasn't close enough.
Yeah, he hasn't made the pass. So Rossendich still holds on the second but that was a bit of a moment there for Rossendich. That moto win's probably slipped away out of his grasp now.
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick putting together a nice ride here in this last moto for the MX1 class for this day.
Well, hopefully Russ, when he interviews him, asks him, is that a 250 or 450? So if you're listening, Russ, can you ask that question? We'd really like to know. And if just to double check, not that we don't trust what he says, but look at the exhaust on the bike, you'll be able to tell. Or the muffler anyway. Here they come towards the finish jump, and it's Fitzpatrick. It's a lap rider there, the number 21 behind him, and that's Keaton Chammings. We saw him pushing his bike off earlier. There's Rozzo in second. Now, what I said earlier about Rosendich and Fitzpatrick batting for the lead, and if Holroyd can stay close enough, he can capitalise from a mistake. Well, that's exactly that situation, and unfortunately, he had let them go a bit. So by the time Rozzo got back up, he was still able to stay in front of him.
We're just looking through our list here. Someone who haven't mentioned much today in fourth position, Brandon Steele, the 34. riding for the PSC guys there down at Morisset. So he's doing quite well in this motor, sneaking up. Obviously, with Wills missing out, he's sort of sneaking up towards the podium here. Awesome job for him. Try and pick out a few other riders as we go through here as well.
He's going to look at a top 5 overall in this championship. So
yeah, good job for him.
Pretty happy.
And Brocktrop's sneaking up here. He's 5th overall in this moto. So the old dog is out here in the MX1, running around in top 5.
Yeah, no, that's it. Like, I mean, he's riding Vets and MX1 today. At his age, that's really applaudable, to say the least. And certainly fitness is not an issue for him. Either that or he's very good at conserving energy. You see number 14 jumping over the finish line. He's one of our C graders. That's Kynan Hatton on the green Yamaha. I was chatting to his dad.
Did you say green Yamaha?
Green
just
Yamaha. We thought it was. We thought it was a 252-stroke Kawasaki, but it's actually a Yamaha 252-stroke with green plastic. So
well, that makes more sense.
It looks pretty cool.
I was just trying to look at some other things here, paperwork to sort of bring up some other point, and I'm like, green Yamaha. What happened then in my ears?
Yeah.
Anyway, as we see Rosendich just coming over the finish line. He's a fair bit back of our leader now, who's on the screen there in that Finance My Bike corner. Fitzpatrick he's gapped out. Obviously, that crash there from Rosendich has helped that lead of his. So this is like an MX2 moto for Fitzpatrick now. The gap that he's got and leading from the front, just nice little hop there over that little section of track.
Using the hole as a jump to sort of jump onto the down ramp. And, one thing we have seen again is these lap times slow down, just especially as we get into this final round. So it'd be interesting to see. We've got Fitzpatrick at a 158. What are the 250 juniors going to be doing in their race? Whether or not they can drop below that or match that. Again, what that does is those riders that are stepping out of MX3 at the end of this year into MX2 that will be coming to race state titles. As I said, it gives them a benchmark of where they're at right now and where they would be position-wise in the race if they were going to compete in MX2.
Bit of a shout out to our man with the headlight on, running around in the MX1 moto here, the 71 of Kane Novak. I love to see a headlight out on a motocross track. He's a man after my own heart.
Well, Kane's been doing a bit of the off-roads. He's enjoying it, riding with his mates, and I was chatting to his dad about it. He's like, he just, he wants to do the off-roads. He's enjoying doing that. He wants to do a bit of motocross. His brother Benny was riding earlier. Ben's not obviously racing anymore today. He's done a couple of races, but then Benny's returning from injury as well. So
got Fitzpatrick on screen coming over for another lap. He's a minute and a half ahead of getting the last lap board just yet. So still a little ways to go for our leader here in this MX1 ABC moto here. Rosendich has come over the finish line there in second. Rocking at a very low pace, but he's got a problem, I think, has Rosendich. He's looking at the back of the bike. I'm not sure what's up here.
Well, I hope it's...
He's regaining speed. Maybe he thought he had a flat or something, but he's up and going again. So
I wouldn't begrudge any rider to look down at their bike on the way the track is today, wondering, is my back shock still even connected?
Yeah, no,
hitting some of these bumps.
He definitely slowed down after that finish line and had a good look at things. But Holleroyd is now right to his rear tail. So maybe if we can find our second place and third place riders, there's a battle going on there, and it's switched around. So Holleroyd is now in second on track. And Rosendich is trying to survive this one here late in the moto, whatever's going on.
What does that do to our overall?
I don't think overall for the day it might change things a little, but I don't think it's going to affect our championship standings too much here because they're only going to switch one position, so there's only 2 point swing there. But in terms of today's races...
Well, Connor's got a 3-2 so far.
Yeah, he'll probably go 3 again.
4-3, so I'd say that as they finish... Connor will still get it by 2 points as long as he stays where he is.
Yeah, he can't drop back too much further. So we're going to have to look for that man. We just talked about Brandon Steele with the PSC team. He's going to have to maybe try and sneak on up on him if he can.
I think he's got a flat rear because he's not clearing the jumps the way he was.
Yeah, he definitely looked at the back of the bike.
Yeah, it's definitely flat. See how it sort of
you can see
sits down when
so he has
in the slide out. He's really just got to cruise it, but if he loses one more position, he'll tie on points with Holroyd, but Holroyd will get it.
Last time around,
winning the last race,
there was 18 seconds to the 4th position man from Holroyd. So he had, so we were probably only about 15 or 10 seconds maybe now. So he's going to have to keep some sort of steady pace here on this final lap.
I think he's trying to, though. You can see him still accelerating where he can, where he's got grip. But look how close.
Who's the Yamaha coming up behind?
I'm pretty sure that is Brandon Steele. Yeah.
Can't quite pick up that number from our window.
I'm pretty sure it is the 34. So I don't know if Rosso is going to be able to hang on to this one.
Well, is he going to want to risk that flat tyre to get some more pace? Because that is the 34. The PSC mounted Yamaha is coming for 3rd place in this moto.
Connor's like, please, leave me, please. Let me have it.
There's a pit board out there on the corner as well, giving it to Brandon Steele. So he's probably telling him, that's 3rd, go.
Yeah. Well, I just seen Rosso again not jump that tabletop. So hopefully we can see as they come out. And, he's gone past him. So.
Oh, look, so that's not good.
Well, it's not good for Rosso. That's going to give Holroyd the position. And potentially, look, it's still going to be Fitzpatrick with a win because he's going to win this race and he's going to win the overall now for the day anyway. Unfortunate for Rosso because, he rode so well first couple of races and he had, if anything, he was potentially looking at 2nd overall for the day with a 3.21 versus a 2.41 or 3.22, should I say? And I think Fitzpatrick was going to get him anyway by maybe a point and get the win, but instead of 2nd, it's going to be 3rd. And Holroyd will be happy with that.
Well, we are approaching the finish here for Fitzpatrick. He's getting the finish flag now. That is checkers. That's the moto win for Fitzpatrick in the MX1 class.
And potentially the overall.
Yes. And we're looking for Holroyd now to come through. He's just in the National Motorcycle Alliance final corner. And he's coming towards us now. So he's going to pick up 2nd in this moto. So a good finish for Cooper Holroyd. Probably he's going to probably be 2nd overall, maybe,
it's
give or take.
It's good to be good, but it's better to be lucky, And, although, again, you got to be in it to win it. And Cooper did just that. He was there. So he stayed close enough. And
our surprise packet, Brandon Steele, the 34, PSC Yamaha.
Another flying W.
Yeah, it's the move
Very
of the day.
Popular.
Yeah.
I can do that. That's one trick I can do.
Yeah, so a strong 3rd there in the moto, which is awesome for him. So well done.
All right, we're going to take a break from this MX1 class, and we'll be back soon with the coverage from the final round of the New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland. Well, we have a very competitive class coming up, exciting class. We have a championship deciding race coming up, and is that Ryan Jones with the... No, it wasn't, sorry, is it? No, it's Peter Wolf, sorry, I was going to say, is that Ryan Jones with the first hole shot I've ever seen him come up with? But it was Peter Wolf on the 28 going for it. He didn't get it.
It's the 100.
It's the 100 of Lockie Neville. Lockie Neville? What are you doing, Lockie Neville? No, it's awesome. Well done.
But that's
He's got a
Wolf
couple
making
riders.
the move.
He does. And a great start for Lawler. Didn't get a whole shot, but he's third. So
where's Davey? Where's Burton in all this? Sorry,
I think he's right there behind him. So
because these are the riders that are tied on points or 2 points apart. What is it?
No, it is.
He's got a 2 point gap.
That's right. It's between these two, and realistically now, it's up to each of them who wants it more. You know, we've had this conversation with a few classes that have been decided in the final moto of state titles this weekend, and that's what it comes down to. So I can tell you who wants to win more on the day, and that's Peter Wolf.
Look at the gap that he's put on this field already.
He's basically saying to everybody, but is that
Burton up to second?
Already up to second place, maybe in front of
Lawler's.
Well, Lawler's back in fourth.
Yeah, we've still got Lockie there, is it, in on the 100, or is no?
No, Lockie's dropped back positions. There is a...
Oh, it's Eisel there.
Eisel.
So it's Burton, Eisel, and then Lawler.
Burton has taken this championship by the horns today. Like he's had to work past Lawler in both races, and he wants it.
So that's one lap in the books. Wolf is out front, Burton second, Eisel third, Lawler fourth, and that's where the battle is. Ebbing's come through fifth, Davey in sixth.
Much better start for Davey, although sixth is still not where he wants to be on the line. I honestly think that, again, a lot of these riders aren't riding 125 and 250.
Oh, we've lost Lawler.
Oh, no.
Lawler is down in the corner, our championship contender. Yeah. He's down in that second part of the S-band. He's dropped a hell of a lot of places, so that's going to hand Burton his championship on a platter.
Well, you remember McCloskey and Williams yesterday. Not that they want to hear about it, but we thought one had it and then the other one had it. So
true. There's still a long way to go. That's
Jack, we don't want that to happen. We don't want. What I'm saying is we don't wish any ill on any rider, but just saying that you've got to race to the flag. And Jack, like I said, he's taken this championship by the horns. He's come from behind 2 races in a row to get in front of Richie Lawler. Final moto, he's done the same thing. Come from a mediocre start all the way to second. Now, what he's got to be careful of doing is not maybe trying to chase Peter Wolf for winning this race. And
I don't think he's going to catch him anyway. From the gap that Peter Wolf has already got, like we're looking at this shot and you can't, there's Burton just popping in. So that's got to be 5 seconds plus already.
Yeah, but because of that, because of the pace that Wolf was running, if Jack tries to push it, he's risking throwing it away. And that's just going to bring Richie back into the championship. So
I think Burton should just basically look behind him and go, I just need to stay in front of you, so I'm going to go as fast as I have to do that. Yeah, that's all I'm capable of this moto.
Exactly right. So, I mean, how many championships have we seen that have just through whatever different reasons people championships can be won, but they can also be lost in a heartbeat. So whether in your control or out of it, and this was Richie's championship to lose, you could say, coming into the day, and it was Jack Burton's championship to win, and he's done that. As Lawler tries to go around the outside of Deacon Do in that corner after the finish.
Yeah, Lawler down to 8th now in this moto, so
that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
But what you were saying about Peter Wolf, 4 seconds a lap quicker than the next rider.
On another planet at the moment.
He is. And we're talking about the MX2s and the MX1s that have just ridden, doing a 158 was the best lap time.
He's a 156.
2 seconds faster than the MX1s. Okay.
Peter Wolf has found some form here in that Dubbo and today. Like the speed that he's got going on, it's looking positive for Peter Wolf.
Well, what it shows any of these young kids is that, these guys are obviously going to go race nationals, and they get there and they maybe feel mentally defeated before they even line up because it's Pro MX. I can't beat these guys, and even if you can't get a whole shot, I mean, if you can, fantastic, but if you can come out the first corner in the top 5 and ride with a pace that Peter Wolf is riding with right now. You know, you'll get a top 5 finish in MX3 at Pro MX level. And, I mean, he's absolutely dropped these guys. We do have a yellow flag, but it's for a couple corners later.
Saw a lovely sideways moment for Jack Burton there, catching a rut as he was heading to that Motorcycle New South Wales corner, just sending the bike completely sideways. But he's got some company now. Corey Eisel has come to his back wheel, and he's brought Heath Davey with him. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th on track are rather tight together here now. And
that's not good for Jack, because
he's got pressure now, hasn't he?
He's got a KTM behind him, and he's like, yeah, he might think that's Richie because he sees the orange front fender. But also, you know, from Eisel and Davies' perspective, they don't care about the championship. You know, they're just here to win races.
Well, he doesn't want to. He don't want to get in a battle here and have one of them put him over a berm or something. And they don't even have to like really put a block on him or anything. They just have to push him out to the edge of the track and he go down. And this could really change quickly. So
that too, or he tries so hard to hang on to the position and
he
crashes.
throws it away himself. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, like the smart thing to do would be just ride your race, and if you can hang on to the position, hang on to it. If the rider is going faster than you, they do pass you, let them go. If you're not racing,
he's had a look back. So let's hope that he's realised that's a 23 and not a 27 on the front plate there. So he had a good look. So and he might have actually.
I think he's done just
that. He's done. Look, yeah. He's had a big look. He's decided to let them go.
Yeah, he's a clever boy,
and he's going to just try and make sure he stays in front of Richie Lawler at this point. So no dangerous riding happening here for Jack Burton. He's taking the safe route.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I've got nothing to prove. All he's doing,
I want the title.
All that he needs to do to wrap this up. I mean, we've seen riders, you look at overseas championships, we've seen riders like Eli Tomac come 8th at the final round of the AMA Motocross. 8th place. I don't think I've ever seen Eli finish 8th in a motocross round.
Yeah.
And just roll around the track, because he just wanted to finish it. And that was when Jeffrey Hurlings went over and raced in America and won both motos from last to first in both motos. And you know, there was this big rivalry. The media played it up, all the socials and whatnot. And Tomac did push, crashed, and then got up and went, you know what? I don't need this. I'm just going to skip this one.
Yeah, my race is elsewhere today. So, Jack Burton taking a leaf out of that book at the moment and just playing it safe, making sure he gets this to the home plate here, get that home run basically and get that state title. So, look, the battle here now, between Eisel and Davey. And then we look back, we wait for Burton. Because not far back from this, where like if Burton's losing a bit of pace here, Lawler is on the charge up from that crash that he had early in this moto, but I think they're probably going to be. Are they going to be actually 6th and 7th on the track now, running order?
Well, I think the one thing that you've got his teammate Nate Ebeck
in between. So it's 4 and 6. So.
But I think Jack does have the capability of picking up the pace if he needs to. Richie lost a bunch of time when he went down, but look at Heath Davey. He's on the move. He's closed up here to that back end of Corey Eisel, and he's trying different lines, looking for a way through. Eisel going right to the outside to ensure that clearance. Davey getting it anyway from the middle of that corner and through the split
different lanes
through
the split.
Lap rider
right in the middle of the track here.
Yeah,
they're going to split.
They're going to separate. He's like, poor lap rider.
But is that Davey going around the outside?
He's trying to.
Oh, he's cut down. Nice move, Heath Davey.
Yeah.
Well done. He's made an absolute picture of that corner. Yeah. Taking it away from Eisel. He's now into...
Oh, Eisel.
Did Eisel lose that? There he goes. Yep, he stayed up.
Yeah.
So nice move from Heath Davey. You can see Eisel there, and actually in the bottom of the screen is Jack Burton.
Yeah,
so
Eisel making a lot of mistakes now. So, and just on the other side of the track there, you saw Ebeck and Lawler. So Richie hasn't let go entirely.
No, well, Richie's actually moved in front of Ebeck now. So it is 4-5 running order on the track, but there is a decent gap between Burton and Lawler. But Lawler's not giving up. He's got 4 and a bit minutes to go until the last lap board comes out. So maybe there's some time, but...
No, look, I think where Jack's got to be extremely careful to not fall into the trap of being too careful, slowing down too much.
And going backwards.
And going backwards, but also sometimes when you're too careful, you actually make mistakes. So whereas when you're in the zone, when you're racing people, you're more focused because you're racing people. You have to be more focused. So with the track the way it is now, the lines, how rutted it is. I mean, talking to Wilsey earlier, he was saying that some of the ruts coming in the turns were very squiggly on the way in. And because of the nature of the dirt being very sticky and clumpy, I think that's why you've seen a lot of the riders' front wheels grab when they enter into a rut and they almost go over the handlebars, and some of them have. And we think, oh no, he tapped the front brake, but it's actually that sort of squiggle of rut and catching the front wheel, that mud sticking.
Just keeping an eye there on Heath Davey and the riders in the background. I wonder if that's Burton just catching back up to...
He's caught back up to Eisel. And again, don't really want to be getting in a battle with him.
I don't know if you need to do this one, but if you're going that much faster, maybe, but you just don't need Eisel to bump you here at any point either. So
I don't think you'll...
that's
Jack.
what we're talking about.
God.
That is what we're talking about. We don't need that mistake, Jack.
And he didn't even slow down. He's just like grabbed another gear and a handful of throttle and makes the pass.
To be young and, what's the word, DU at the end of that. But anyway.
That's young and demanding.
Well,
Eisel probably got more of a fright than Jack did because he's right next to him and going, oh my Lord.
So that moves Burton back up to third in this moto.
Well, that's going to guarantee... He's got
a buffer now.
I swear he's got an earpiece because just a second ago we were talking about how careful he's going to be and that if he's battling, he's going to be in the zone. What happens like 5 seconds later? He's battling and he's in the zone. So, you know, he's maybe got some Wi-Fi connected or something.
Look, maybe a Cardo system is being run there in the helmet. I don't know. But anyway, so that's Heath Davey second on track. Peter Wolf has gapped these guys. He is gone in this moto. He's our moto leader, the number 28 on that Husky.
And again, 156 is like he's dropped back to 159, and that's still faster than anybody else on track. Like Jack Burton been the second best time with 159, a late 159, but Peter Wolf, man.
Gone.
The pace that he's got, and you know, where is he finding that speed? I don't think it's the lines. He's taking the same lines as everybody else. It just seems like he's flowing through the turns better than everybody else. Like his braking point where he gets off the brakes is just right. He's rolling into the ruts. He's getting on the accelerator at the right time. He's just basically dissected this track and got all those pinpoints sorted out. That was a near miss for Jacko. We could have all been over right there.
So as the riders in second, third, fourth come out of the back part of the track, Peter Wolf's actually just gone over the finish line.
Okay.
So he has got a massive gap on this field, and he's got probably 2 laps to go at this point with the timing.
Well, he's 24 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, he was last lap around, 24 seconds in front.
We'll see what it is this time past. But
and that's and Heath Davies no slouch.
No, so Heath Davies still running second. That's Jack Burton on screen, holding third and holding this state title. He's got one hand on it at this point. Eisel coming over the finish line. I think he's got a bit of forearm pump, just shaking out that left hand there as he came over the finish line.
As you would.
There's Lawler, our other championship contender, but put it down early. Trying to battle his way back towards Burton, but I don't think he's going to catch him at this point. There's too much track space between them.
Look, unless Jack does something silly.
Well, he tried to show us that before.
Unless he does something silly, he should be able to, ride this to the end. That's the 826 on screen there. KTM, Nate Leary. Did a little bit of racing with his dad. We had some really good battles, and mostly club stuff.
Yeah.
And just good competitive fun racing, So really good people, great kid. Very. I had a couple chats to him. Very respectful, and so it's so many good people in the sport that you meet, and That's what I love about motocross. Oh, well, dirt bikes in general. I mean, you spend most of your time in the enduro scene. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Same sort of feel. Very family friendly sort of situation. So, and a lot of, like you just sort of indicating there, a lot of second generation now coming through. Like the dads and mums rode, and the kids are now getting into it, and so it's becoming a real like ingrained family activity for a lot of families out there. And there's Peter Wolf coming over our finish line. He's got the last lap board, so we're on 1 to go for this 13 to 16 years 250cc 4-stroke class. We can see Heath Davey coming into that second last corner, just making a pass on a lapped rider there. That's second on track. And just behind him, Jack Burton's found some pace here towards the end of the moto. Just trying to come back towards second position.
He's only 2 seconds off of Davey. So, not sure what his plan is. I mean, he moved over and let those two guys go earlier.
Yeah,
and then realised, hang on,
I'm faster than them.
faster than these guys. What am I doing?
I should have stayed in front of him. Anyway, so he's running third. Isel's just come over the finish line in fourth. Lawler's closing in on him in fifth. So Lawler's not given up on it. He hasn't slowed his pace at all. But I think it's going to be just an unfortunate one tip over is going to spoil the day for Richie Lawler.
Yeah. Well, keep an eye on our championship leader, Jack Burton, and just sort of bring it home with him, follow him through and make sure he does what he's supposed to.
Well, he gets out of this inside right there. There's that kicker, the hook in the end that sits him all up.
Oh, yeah, look over, see that?
He's just slowing down, I think.
It's like, hang on, where are you? Okay, there you are. And
so Burton just trying to bring this home here. He's about half a lap from home. Got to just keep this thing up on 2 wheels to make sure that he secures this championship. He's got one hand on the title championship plate here. That's our race leader, Peter Wolf. He's coming towards the end of this moto. He's got 1 turn to go now. He's going to absolutely wipe the floor with this field in this final moto here is Peter Wolf. Very impressive ride. Out of that final National Motorcycle Alliance corner and over the finish line is Peter Wolf. And that will likely be with a 1-1-2 score for the day. That'll be the overall for him as well. So awesome job for Peter Wolf in this class, 13 to 16 years, 254 stroke. But we're looking for our championship man.
Well, there's Heath Davey.
Heath Davies in the final,
second,
the second last corner.
Around the New South Wales turn, followed by Jack Burton, who's just sort of negotiating the few ruts there, and then Richie Lawler. I have to give the kid some credit. He went down. He didn't just give up. He just kept going and just hoping. But it is going to be Jack Burton. He knows it too. They would have lined up on the start line knowing that there were time points and what he had to do, where he had to finish. So, that's off to him. But also Richie, head back. He knows. And it is what it is. But we'll go to an ad break and we'll be back again soon with the final round of the New South Wales State Championships.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
If I got paid, I'd probably wear a Ronnie Mac outfit.
Ronnie Mac's outfit.
Princess.
Yeah, those inflatable dinosaurs.
Probably a dinosaur costume.
Batman.
Princess.
Looking good, eh?
Pano.
What do you think, Donna? Tormento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Wow. Did you see Fitzpatrick just pulling a wheelie and looking over as he pulls the hole shot there for this MX2 start to this race.
Well, it's about time that he got a whole shot and made it easy on himself. Although he's got Zach Henry, one of the C-grade contenders, trying to challenge him for that position. But he has got it out in front. Now he's just got to do that for another 15 minutes.
Look, he can clip that for his socials later off this live feed and put it up. I'm sure that'll be impressive and get a few views because that was awesome. Nice work, Riley. But now he's got to finish off this moto. Shouldn't be too hard. He's done it pretty much all. He's only missed one moto win in this class across the 3 rounds. So he's looking for 8 of 9 moto wins here. Is Riley Fitzpatrick in our final moto for this MX2 class here.
I wonder when he realised that...
Oh, he's almost put it down, but he pushed that front super duper hard just then. Anyway, keep it together, Riley.
I was about to say, I wonder when he realised that how easily he could actually win this class. Like, what point of the series did he actually realise that? Because, I don't know, in almost every single race, he's had to work for it or put it down. And I wonder if he's finally, in this final race of the day, gone, hey, I've got it. I just need to chill and you know, he's 6th moto of the day. Track's in the worst, potentially the worst possible state it's going to be. Just put in some good laps. Maybe ride at 90%. I think even at 90% is possibly going to pull away. But here's a good battle with our C-graders. Yeah.
Kobe Leach came across there in 3rd, but he's just behind. It was Zach Henry, wasn't it?
Zach Henry on the 32.
So yeah, that's the battle. But I think it doesn't matter. It's only for the day.
Yeah, it's for the day.
The championship's done. Leach has got that secured. He's got both C-grade titles there for MX1 and 2. So nice work on
the rider
Kobe.
of the Yamaha in 3rd place, Joshua Miller. He's also one of the C-grade riders. He got 3rd in race 1. And see where he finished in race 2, but he's up there as well. As we see up the inside, Leach going for the move and gets it done on Henry. So can Henry respond to that pass? Maybe stick with him, but Leach slightly more pace, caught up to him, made the pass. Let's see if Henry can pick it up.
We need to keep a couple of things in mind here for this championship for the lesser places. We've obviously got Fitzpatrick securing the A-class MX2 and Leach the C-class MX2. But further down, the 134, Caden Gray is currently 2nd in the A-class with 162 points, but Taylor Thompson is on 157.
Okay.
So there is a chance, and Taylor beat Caden in the previous moto. She got 2nd on track to Caden 3rd, so they are a bit further down the list. Caden's currently 6th, Taylor's currently 8th on running order.
Are those points after the last race or the start of the day?
No, these are from our updates.
After the last race?
Yes.
Okay, so there's only 4 riders in the A and Bs that are in this class. So
that's a problem.
It's a problem for Taylor, not for Caden Gray. Most of the riders are in the C grade. So realistically, Taylor would need to win. And
well, did she tee that up with a boyfriend?
Well, there could be team orders, or after this race.
Do we magically see Riley Fitzpatrick coming back to the field halfway through this moto?
Kobe Leach looking down at his rear wheel. We've read out one flat tire today. I mean, it might just be that the track is getting that slippery, but definitely big look down at his rear wheel there.
Taylor Thompson in that shot there of the drone just getting cut off by one of the riders just in front of her there as Caden's trying to sneak away from the rider just in front of that. So the battle there is happening, but yeah, like you said, not enough people to probably put between them. So
now I'm not going to be too hard on Riley Fitzpatrick because I don't think he should be pushing the limit in this MX2 class because he's got it easy. But we were talking about lap times of the juniors, the 156 versus
You're making some comparisons
I'm making some comparisons. 202 from our leader, but again, he did a 158 in the MX1. So I'm just going to say that he has actually decided that, hey, I've got this. I'm going to get the win for the day anyway. I'm just going to ride this out, and no point. Again, what's he got to prove? Nothing. He's going to get the win anyway. He's going to win this championship. He's going to get top 3 in the MX1 Championship as well. So, you know, but I am looking forward to next year, watching those young riders move up and challenge for these positions. You know what the difficulty though that I see, and I was having a chat to John earlier about this, is that we got 4 A and B grade riders. Where are the rest of them? There's lots of talent from New South Wales. That once they get up to Pro MX, MX3 level, that's what they race. You actually don't see a lot of them anymore racing state titles. So they go, okay, look, I'm racing nationals, that's my focus.
Well, the incentive isn't necessarily there, and the chance of injuring himself and missing out on the Pro MX races, which they want to focusing on, is too great in some circumstances. So, it's unfortunate the numbers aren't here right now, but what do you do to make it so they do come here?
When you figure that one out, let me know, will you?
I'll give you a call.
For sure, because then I'll have some advice for what I do.
Well, just keeping an eye on that race on track, and this is what's happening here on screen. You can see the Jet Lawrence lookalike gear in the Honda, and right behind it is Taylor Thompson. So that's Caden Gray and Taylor just right line of stern, second and third.
Yeah.
In the championship for the A class. Oh, and just making a move there, but getting split between them is the other rider that's just in front of them. They are making their way forward, just slowly in this moto.
Don't you hate it? You look at our timing screen.
Yeah, it's on the wrong one.
There's one rider, and they are DNSs too. Can't we just cut them out of the list so we could just see the one screen? And there it is again. So Caden Gray's cleared that rider. Thompson taking the same line, looking to do the same. As we were talking about the points, there being a 5-point difference between the two of them, and that's 3 placings.
Yeah, well, that might not get impacted for the championship, but the overall for the day would at the moment, because I dare say they've gone 2-3 to Taylor. No, sorry, they were gone 2. Taylor's gone 2-2, and Caden would have gone 3-3.
Right.
So this, this still might not actually impact the overall if they finish the other way around for the one moto. So.
No, I'm also speaking about the championship. That she needs 3 positions on Caden in order to get that second place. So Caden will be the third wheel on the podium, separating Riley and Taylor. But congrats to him. He's stuck it. Oh, Caden!
Oh, he's put it down.
Sorry, bud. Sorry.
He's got high in that berm. You can see where that tyre's pushed right out the top of that mud pile, and just thrown him on the deck, unfortunately. So he's just given that position on track to Taylor. And that's probably the position overall for the day.
Yeah.
But like you said, he's probably still safe for the championship point of view.
Yeah, we've got 3 riders there behind him, are all the C graders, and that's a really close battle, actually. We'll try and stay on that one with Henry. We've got...
Yeah, right there on the screen.
211, a Jet Harpo, who's just made a pass on the Yamaha rider. That's a 262, Josh Miller. So and just in front of them is Henry. Really close between these 3. We'll see if Harper can close the gap there. Or is that no Morgan on a 228?
It looks like a 228.
Yeah, I think that's no Morgan, and he's one of the A grade riders, so he's not racing those guys for position, but for overall race position. Yes.
Is he separating then? At least one separation between Taylor and Caden now.
Is Caden behind that group?
I think when he went down, I think that's where he's going to have come up.
Yeah,
that's him at the back of the screen there. So it's only 1. So they're going to be separated by what, 1 point?
1 point, yeah. Yeah, no, Taylor needs 1 more pass. So
this is where Riley's phoning in Riley at this point.
Riley, are you listening? Listening, Riley.
Just drop back, champ.
If you want your relationship to continue, you might need to pretend you have a bike problem, and then when she goes,
then all of a sudden it's working again.
It's working again.
Yeah. I stalled it. I couldn't get it going, and it just fired right at the opportune time.
I hope people think that they know that we're joking.
When
we say these things, that they don't think that we're serious. So
it is tongue in cheek. So
yeah.
Look, Riley, obviously, he's way out in front. He can't hear us. He can't see where Taylor is at this point either, so he doesn't know what's happening back there.
Maybe the pit board, I don't know if there's anybody pit boarding for these riders.
No.
Maybe they can hear us and they go, oh, great idea.
Yeah.
Still
joking.
Still joking. But could you imagine if they put the pit board out, like, Riley reads out. You know how do you explain that on a pit board? You know, like he'd probably read it and go, "What?"
Yeah, let Taylor by.
And he'd be like, "Taylor who?"
But look, Caden is actually catching back up towards the back of the 228 there in Noah Morgan. So this might be all for,
Zach Henry's
useless talk. Having a detour?
Yeah, well, he's mowing the lawn on the side, and he's back on there just behind Morgan. So doesn't affect his position at all. But
now, just checking on your list, is Houston definitely a C-class rider? Because he was not on our orders.
I don't know.
We had to handwrite him in.
I think so. That's a very good point.
But
it's not really, because if he's in front of Taylor at the moment, it's only a good point if he is.
But that's what I mean. If she can get to him and pass, does that affect anything?
Yeah, it would. It would then throw the championship back in
her
favour.
But we've still got 3 minutes to go before we see our last lap board as Taylor just navigates through that whole shot graphics corner. She's clearing that jump well and truly. She's on a mission there, so she knows what she's after. As we see her work her way through the split lane there. Her partner in crime has just gone over the finish line, so he's got probably half a track on her. So it'd be pretty obvious if he slowed down, like we've been joking about here.
Oh, you know what it's like. You stall your bike.
Hold on. Kobe Leach has just gone over with a definite flat rear tyre.
Okay.
So remember,
he is C-grade, though.
He is C-grade, yeah, but just pointing out that there is some flats, because that's the second one we've noticed for the day, rear tyre, with Rossendich having that one earlier. So, maybe there's a...
I think there's a nasty rock out there with an attitude that these guys are hitting, and it's probably churned up in a rut or something. And, unless you're running 14 to 16 PSI on your rear wheel, there's a chance that it's going to pop when you hit it.
So Taylor's just come across the line there in fourth.
Just in front of
Jed Harper. Yep. Looking for Zach. Oh, no.
No, it's Noah Morgan and Caden Gray. So
they're having a battle.
Yep.
Caden trying to make the move here.
Nearly almost got tagged.
Got cross-rutted.
On his front wheel.
Yeah.
And Morgan is in that A and B. So if Caden can make that pass, it just makes the math a little bit easier for him to know that he's got it in the bag.
We see Taylor on screen here. She's done an awesome job competing with these guys out here, and she's going to get herself on the overall podium both today for the racing and for the series. So pretty impressive from the KTM mounted rider here.
No, it is. It's and this is great practice for her. Again, racing nationals, even things like bike setup. If this is the bike she's going to be racing nationals on, is the suspension feeling good the way she wants it? Nothing worse than turning up to the biggest race that you're going to do and you're not gelling with your bike.
There's Kobe Leach just about where Taylor's about to overtake with that flat rear tyre, so he's losing ground. Lucky he got that C-class all signed up on the state championships already. So unfortunately he's going to miss out on basically cleaning up every moto for the...
not yet. Another one.
Not yet.
Another minute to go on the countdown. So 2 laps to go for our race leader. And the way Leach is circulating, he'd almost be hoping that Riley laps him. So he's got to do one less lap.
Well, the way he's going, the speed he's going, I'd assume that's going to happen. So,
and that'll affect the overall potentially for the C-grade class today.
Yep.
Possibly.
He's going to definitely drop right out of contention.
Possibly go to Henry even.
So our running order is Fitzpatrick, Miller, Houston, Thompson, Harper, Morgan, Gray, Henry, Tripp, Weber. That's your top 10 in this running for the MX2 ABC classes in our final moto of the day for this class at Maitland.
And Weaver, he got the pass made there. Up one more position, just trying to solidify that second place in this MX2 AMB Championship.
We see our race leader on screen here in a class of his own today in the MX2. Has been most of the season when he's not been picking himself up off the ground from some little tiny mistakes. But
like you said, what was his training, the interval training?
Yeah.
As you see, Leach is DNFing.
Yeah, look, that's not ideal.
You know what he could have also done is just stop
parked up there.
Yeah, parked up there. I mean, it's better than a DNF.
Well, and he wouldn't have had to park there long because he's.
Well, he would have been there for a lap and a half because here comes Fitzpatrick now.
Oh, true. Sorry, he's only getting the last lap now. So
he still would have scored points.
Look, when you've got the title wrapped up, I guess one overall finish on the day is not really important.
He probably lost the overall anyway with what happened in that race. So.
Well, look, there's the purple just flashing up for the last lap time. That was the fastest of the race so far, and it's only a 2:01. It sounds terrible to say only a 2:01, but it's not the pace that Riley was doing earlier in the day in either of the classes that he's raced. But he's obviously not under any pressure. He's just making sure he's riding this one home safely. Is Riley Fitzpatrick, as we see him just navigating some of those.
Also
sections.
Was he the one that we've seen
do
that before and he's done it again?
He's
preloading that hole. I don't know. That's that can go the wrong way. I mean, if you preload that and it kicks you too much, and you go nose down
the
downside of that jump into ruts as well. Like, I mean, he's obviously got it worked out, and he's liking the way that's working out. So we often see that with big braking bumps heading into corners. Instead of riders braking through the braking bumps, they double them. They sort of hop them in. Just saves a lot of energy, especially on really, really rough tracks or sand tracks with rollers heading into the turns.
Now, Riley, I was going to give you a shout out. So when you're watching this back, I was going to list out your sponsors, mate, but there's none listed. So shame on you.
Taylor Thompson. I'd like to
thank Taylor Thompson for supporting me in my racing efforts.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, Riley, list your sponsors next time, mate, and I'll give you a shout out because you deserve it at this point. I figured we got a bit of a lull that we could talk about it, but I've got nothing to talk about now, mate.
Well, it's funny with some vets riders when they get on the podium, they go, "Yeah, look, I'd like to thank myself." Because they fund their own racing, and quite possibly Riley's doing the same thing.
Maybe that's all it is. Yep.
Maybe it's Fitzpatrick Racing KTM, and that's who we're going to thank. So he'll tell us on the podium anyway. We can have a laugh about it.
Yeah, definitely. Look, here he comes out of the last corner. He's looking over his shoulder, probably to see where Taylor might be now that he's got the chance, because there's the checkered flag for him.
Yeah.
Another moto win. I think that makes 8 of 9 motos in this class for Riley Fitzpatrick, and a dominating win here in this particular moto. So definitely your state champion as well for MX2.
And if he's not sponsored, he should be.
Well,
there should be all the sponsors listening. Riley Fitzpatrick, your state champion in MX2.
And if he does have sponsors that are listening, well, maybe they're a little bit disappointed he didn't list them.
Oh, yeah. There's inside voice. Inside voice. All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back soon with the 125 Junior Lights 13 to 15s. We are back at Maitland.
We're starting to close out our day here, Mikkel. We've got our next class up on the line, and it is going to be our 13 to 15 years 125cc 2-strokes. We're going to be looking for Seth Thomas, who's been dominating this class today with 2 moto wins. Should also be looking for the 125 of Heath Davey on that Yamaha and the 28 of Raphael Rossiter. They've been the riders getting on the podium here, but it's been the Seth Thomas show here in this class today at least, and he's got 2 whole shots, 2 moto wins.
Look, I mean, this is what Seth's needed all season, and hopefully he can make it 3 out of 3. That'll give him a heap of confidence.
And he's getting another whole shot by the looks of it.
Heading into whatever next race he's going to do. Didn't see Heath Davey with a great start coming out of turn 1. He's there in about 6th. Raphael Rossiter up into 2nd place and keeping Seth Thomas on his toes. But had a little bobble coming out of that inside rut, that notorious inside rut out of that 2nd turn, and lost a bit of time. There's Davey, he's moved up to 5th. But Seth Thomas checking out. And, he's won both races with a bit of a gap today. He's whole-shotted both races.
Yeah, well, as we've been watching this class over the few rounds, it's been fairly tight between Seth and Heath, but the last moto particularly, Seth just checked out and left. Like, he had a massive gap on the field. So something's different today with Seth Thomas, particularly here at Maitland, whether it's just the fact that it's a more familiar local track for him. Maybe he's just got all the things sorted out that he's had some little, hiccups with over the previous few rounds, and it's just clicking today. I don't know, but he looks very solid today on this Gas 125.
Yeah, he does, and a lot of that can also be championship pressure. Like, he doesn't have championship pressure.
Well, it's relieved today if there was any, yeah.
If there was any, like, it was probably out of reach. So knowing that he had no championship pressure, he could just ride and enjoy his day. And that's, I think, a lesson for everyone that racing at this level, is that the more pressure you put on yourself, the worse you're going to make it for yourself, or the harder you're going to make it for yourself mentally to cope with the day. And your mental state affects your physical state. So, riders that approach the day and go, I don't like the track, I don't like this track, I've never done well at the track. Guess what? You're not going to have a good day with that attitude. I don't like the conditions, it's too wet, it's too dry. I've spoken about this before, about being able to ride all conditions. Guess what? It's the same for everybody, so get over it. And you only hear, I was talking to a few riders yesterday, I said, you hear once. It's not a video game, there's no reset button. You get one shot at it. So as we see Heath Davey giving his shot, trying to go up the inside of Rossiter there. So Rossiter has really stepped up this round and is racing the 2 guys, or at least one of them, to say that he also has some pace. Davey looking over at him with a big scrub, going, dude, what are you doing? I don't want to race you. So makes the pass, and let's see if Rossiter can stick with him.
Well, not that there's any real championship pressure or any chance of this changing around, but I'll just mention that anyway. But Heath Davies is leading this with 189, and 12 points back is Seth Thomas. So there's a small chance, but there has to be something majorly wrong happen to Heath Davies for this to shake up at all.
Absolutely.
Here.
Look, I mean, we've seen a couple flat tyres. We've seen riders go down and DNF. It can happen. And because anything can happen.
I felt like I had to say something, but I don't expect anything to change here.
It can happen, and you've always got to be aware of that. And look, again, sometimes it's completely out of your control. But all Seth can do is what he's done. Get out in front, 3 race wins, dominate, and he can't control what happens behind him. That's really up to Heath, who's up to 2nd now and has put some time on Rossiter. So,
And look, the front 3 have got a nice, healthy lead over 4th place, which is Josh McCloskey coming over, and Tyson Williams is running there in 5th. So, yeah, those 4th and 5th are a bit further back from the 3rd place, but there's a bunch of riders there shortly behind that's 5th place of Williams. So, Plenty of action happening there in the mid-pack of our race here for the 125s in their third moto of the day. Bunch of did not starts as well in this class too.
Yeah, well, like I said, for a few riders, I mean, Claire Pollard was one that was meant to ride. Understandable why she's not there. Hopefully we even see her in the final race of the day.
Yeah, well, we're yet to see how that all plays out. We obviously had the update of a bike show up before, so we'll see what that does when the 13 to 16 girls class comes up for our final moto of the day, and how Claire Pollard is at that stage. But look, Seth Thomas doing a 2:01 as the fastest man on track.
Yeah. And we were talking about lap times earlier. These aren't as comparable to, say, your MX2, MX1, who was on 250s and 450s. Your 125s are a little bit down on power, so they're not going to put the same lap times in as, but pretty close though.
In saying that, I think Seth did get under the 2 in the last moto, but only one lap. But yeah, like they aren't that far off. This is probably, like usual with the 125, it's harder to repeat those lap times.
Yeah.
Because one little mistake, they don't have the power to pull it out and continue to carry the
bike
momentum.
bogs down, you lose your revs and your momentum. Funny though, 4th and 5th, McCloskey and Williams found themselves again.
Yet again.
They're like, you again? Come on.
Well, look, Tyson will be hoping to sit there in 5th and just secure up that 3rd in the championship, because he's currently 3rd. Rossiter is just, 13 points back on him in 4th. So he needs to just keep this one. Rossiter's running 3rd at the moment, so he's making a couple of points up on Tyson. But Tyson holding 5th for the moment, and should be able to secure that 3rd position in this 125 championship.
I've just seen Seth look over on that Finance My Bike tabletop there, look over to see where Heath is. If you do want to look back to see where the next rider is, use the 180-degree corners. You can use your jumps, but it's better in the 180s.
Makes
because
more
you're
sense.
not actually looking, you're not almost concentrating on something else. You're still concentrating on what you're doing, but out the corner of your eye, you can see where the other rider is, and then the next lap around, you can see if they're in the same spot or better or worse, depending on whether they're catching up to you or not. So,
yeah, I was telling Russ when Seth was doing this in the last moto that they were out on track, he needs to make the head turn a little bit more subtle. So it's not as obvious to us that we bring it up every single time, but also, like you're saying, pick a better spot on the track so that it's not as big a movement that's required, and you can keep your focus on your line and not cross-rut and go down as you're doing it.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just about the fact that you're looking elsewhere. It's your focus. If you're looking, you're thinking about that rider or whatever you're trying to look at. You're not actually thinking about, okay, I'm going to land this tabletop in this rut, or I'm going to take that rut in that turn. And then when your brain switches back to the track itself, when you're trying to focus, you're maybe not necessarily mentally prepared for what's coming up. And then a mistake happens or a crash.
We're watching some of the riders head to that back section of the track from our drone. As it was yesterday, as is today, the shadows are starting to come over as we're getting deeper into our day here. We're into the afternoon part of our program and almost towards the end of our program altogether. So shadows are starting to come over the track and make it a bit harder on the vision. When you pop back out into the sun, it's just hard for the eyes to adjust. But the kids, they're out here, they're making it happen. Just watching, that's McCloskey and Williams just working their way around. So that's 4th and 5th, ticking off another lap here at the Maitland circuit as they come over the finish line and into that S-bend. You can see even now, look at those ruts in that corner that are really developed nicely. They're actually probably clearing out a bit, making it a little bit easier for them to get through, and obviously people are figuring out which ones are the better options at this point late in the day.
Well, Ellam's just closed up onto the back of Williams a tiny bit, and then we've got a two-way battle further back here with Kate Tipper and then looks like Levi Ellis, maybe?
I think Seth Elam is actually making a move here up the inside of Williams. Williams made a mistake over that Finance My Bike tabletop.
Oh, no, that's Buddy Brown, sorry.
But yeah, so Elam just tried to get alongside, but Williams has recovered there. For the moment, holds the position, so maintains that 5th. But yeah, Elam is sneaking up here at the back.
Yeah, he is. And he also looking over just trying to get an idea of where Elam is, and he also crossed over to the inside to cover the line. So Williams riding, with a wide bike, just protecting the position. Looks over again. Unfortunately, this part of the track with the ruts, you can't really protect. You've just got to try and get that section correct. And as they opting to do the single tabletop through the canyon section there, Elam choosing the inside-outside option here. It will give him the inside to the next turn if he gets a good run out of this turn, which he does.
Williams has gone down.
Yeah,
he cross-ratted.
Yeah, he did. He stepped off and ran next to the bike, and sometimes that's not such a bad thing to do either, because you don't crash with the bike trying to hang on to the bars, and you can get up a lot quicker.
But, he's up and going. He's just ahead of, is that the 116?
It's Riley Tongue, yeah.
So he's dropped one position, has Tyson Williams. That shouldn't impact him too much in his championship battle here, but I'm sure he would have preferred not to go down there and lose that position. As we see him now on screen just going, and there is the 116 of Tongue just in behind there, pulling a wheelie. I'm not sure he needed to go that excessive over that hole, but anyway, he did, as he's trying to catch up now, and you can see an opportunity to get a pass probably on Tyson Williams.
Yeah, well, Tyson, he can't afford any more mistakes because he's got those riders behind him, not just Tongue, but I think the next rider in line is the 411 of Anderson.
You know how we're talking about...
And then we've got Tipper on the 64.
You know how we're talking about Tyson earlier today about having a soft cast on at the presentation yesterday. I just noticed as he come past, he's actually wearing a wrist brace on his arm as he's riding as well. So he's obviously got something going on there that's maybe holding him back just a fraction at the moment in his racing, but still putting out the effort and battling through. So we see Tongue again on screen, just trying to creep in on Tyson Williams through those ruts, but that hook in that one still exists there and is just kicking them up out of the seat as they're trying to get out of that corner. Up and over the tabletop now towards the middle of our track here. See those New South Wales mining banners there marking that corner for the middle of the track. Some big whips over the tabletop. Not so much for Tongue that time.
Yeah, I think he's more concerned about the position than the style. And look, honestly, you're jumping that tabletop, you're landing into ruts. When you throw the bike sideways, you've got to pull it straight to go straight into those ruts. So sometimes straight scrubbing or keeping the bike straight and getting drive down the down ramps into the ruts is better than the big whips out sideways that you have to then pull straight, land off the power to try and regather the bike. And then depending on the size of the kid as well, you've
got to be able to manhandle that back too.
If it's a young kid on 85, even these kids are they look big, but there's not much underneath that gear.
No, there's no man strength in there, is there yet? So when the bike goes sideways, it's a lot harder for them to pull it back straight. As we're watching and getting our running order update, we've got Thomas is still out front with quite the gap to second place in this 13 to 15 years. Moto 3 for the 125s, but the running order is Thomas, Davies, Rossiter, McCloskey, Elam, Williams, Tongue, Anderson, Tipper, and Buddy Brown is 10th in this particular moto. So,
isn't it interesting this time of the day when you look at the races, everybody out there separates a lot more in the final round of racing than they do in the beginning part of the day. Beginning part of the day, they want to smash into each other. End part of the day, they're just like, okay, no, you go, no, all right, let's form a train and let's just get around, let's finish this.
We're just getting a note from our scoring that Tyson Williams points. He's actually got two scores going through this series, and different numbers and maybe different two different people with that number. So look, we'll check that scoring and we'll come back to you as to whether he's holding that position or not. It might not be so clean cut here.
No, Clone Wars in the 125 class.
Did he send out somebody in his place to get extra points maybe? Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's Thomas out front here, and he's coming around the final corner, that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, to get the last lap board this time past. So 1 to go for Thomas, and he'll get a three moto wins today if he holds this last lap together. And 3 dominating moto wins it will be.
Well, he has a good
massive gap
on everybody else in this pack. And he's still, although his lap times have dropped off, they haven't dropped off as much as everybody else's. Davey crosses the line.
Holding that second position there is Davies as he came over. We'll just wait for this timing to kick over. And he's got 17 seconds on Davey, does Thomas. So massive gap there. So he's got the space to just chill out on this lap. Make sure he does it cleanly.
Well, McCloskey in that 4th place, I think he's going to be very, very happy with that result, considering the track. On top of the title win on the 85 yesterday. And getting back to our race leader, Seth Thomas, like, he had a hard day at the office yesterday on the 85, second in the championship.
Yeah.
He's going to get second in the championship on the 125 today, but 3 race wins, 3 dominant race wins.
He showed what he's capable of.
What I would like to see from Seth after this race day is for him to get his chin up and go, you know what? I dominated today. I had a bit of, things not go my way in previous rounds. Is what it is. Can't do anything about it. What's my next race? I just got 3 whole shots, 3 race wins, and just finish on a positive, because he is a very capable rider. You've got to remember, Seth is one of the kids that has moved up early.
Yes.
Into almost every single class that he's gone into, he's moved up a year early. So he's a year younger than
everybody in his class.
Everybody else in his class.
Yeah.
So,
So it's impressive, and he's got time to grow into this. Like, he's already battling with these guys and beating these guys. So another year, and some of them will move out of this class, and he'll become the senior of the group. And, he should be dominating well and truly, and probably looking to jump to the next class again.
That's right.
So here he comes. Seth Thomas has taken our moto win, gets the overall for the day with those 3 moto wins, as we just said. So impressive day for Seth Thomas. We'll be looking for our second place rider, which will be Heath Davies, coming around here now. Fair way back on the track, but second overall today. He'll get your championship win, Heath Davies, in this 125 class. So well done to Heath, will be your state champion in this 13 to 15 years 125 class. Third over the line will be Raphael Rossiter. So well done to Raphael. Third on the day. And we'll have to wait and see on that championship, because that information with Tyson Williams' numbers we'll get to in a minute once we know. But that's McCloskey coming over with some nice style and a whip. I like the sound of his bike, that Yamaha YZ125, whatever pipe he's running. It sounds awesome as it comes past us here in the commentary box. So he got 4th. So good finish hit there for McCloskey. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll try and bring you those numbers on Tyson's situation and third in championship shortly.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining. Kennards Hire. Sideline Sport. Dubbo Regional Council. National Motorcycle Alliance. Black Dog Institute. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Whole Shot Graphics. Dantia. Finance My Bike.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
We are back at Maitland, and it's time for the MX women's class. You're going to see Taylor Thompson try to get another moto win here in just a second. We're waiting for a couple of our riders from the 125 class to come across the line. We haven't been able yet to confirm that situation with Tyson too much and Raphael as to who got third in that championship, but we have determined that Tyson decided to run 2 different numbers across the series and just confuse the scorers here. So Tyson, mate, pick one number and stick with it for the series. That'll be helpful for Margaret and the team.
Unless, of course, he did choose 169 and the other Tyson Williams is a different one. So
who knows? Anyway, here we go. Women's class away. Taylor hasn't got a great jump there. She's spun off the gate. But we're going to have Mia Tung get a whole shot here.
Well, what can she do with that? And Sienna Gadis
with an awesome
sliding
start
into second place. There's Thompson in third. Then Kira Collins, Tab Newcomb, Sarah Perry on the 245.
So we've got to keep an eye on this Imogen Collins and Newcomb battle here, because that's the one that's been raging for this third place in the championship. And at the moment, Collins has just the upper advantage by, I think, 2 points.
So it really comes down to this race.
Well, if they turn around the other way, they'd be probably count backing for who gets that one, I'd say. All right, we're just getting confirmation from that 125 race that Tyson's going to hold on to third overall in that one. So well done, Tyson Williams. Raphael Rossiter will probably end up fourth there instead. So still on the podium, but
well, in this
couple
race,
of points between.
In this race, Tab Newcomb is in front of Kira Collins. So let's see if she can stay there or if Kira can mount a challenge. But a battle for the lead. Can Mia Tung challenge Taylor for first place in this girls' class? Now side by side through the split section there. So they've just gone out of shot. As we look at the overhead with the drone, third place there's Gadis. Collins has just made the pass on Newcomb. So Tab has got to turn it up a bit here as we have a look, and Thompson has made the move. So Taylor into the lead, and
see how long Mia can keep with her now.
Yep.
We were talking about Mia last race around a fair bit, saying that she's been sort of in no man's land by herself in most of these motos, just sitting in second. No big gap to first and a big gap to third. She's just hasn't been able to hold on to Taylor too much, but she's easily able to gap third position.
Well, what we'll try and do is just screen back to that battle for third, fourth, and fifth, because
right here where it's all happening, with Sienna currently in third, Collins is currently fourth, Newcomb fifth, and Perry trying to get up the inside of Newcomb there at out of that last corner.
Well, Sarah Perry rode with Tab last year in Junior Lights
Perry's
Girls.
just gone down in that last corner there. She's just tucked the front, trying to follow those girls into that corner. She just got a little bit balked and just cross-rutted, and down she went.
Yeah, I was just saying that Sarah Perry and Tab Newcomb actually competed last year in the junior girls, and now they're racing in seniors. Sienna Gadis, she's been senior for a while, as has Kira Collins. Kira Collins on the move. She passed Tab earlier. She's just made the pass on Sienna Gadis. So, you know, she knows this is for third in this championship.
She's having a day. The pressure is not getting to her. She's using the pressure to her advantage.
That's right. And Tab's got to respond. She's got to move forward with her, stay with her, because if she gets stuck behind Sienna for too long, it's going to allow Collins to get away. Although we saw Sienna try and make a pass back on Tab.
She's gone down there.
The front. She was going for the move on the inside of Sienna, and
that looked like it hurt.
She basically went face shoulder first into the ground, and that's going to make it harder for her anyway.
That might give Kira the advantage she needs, and just to secure that now, because I dare say they're very close on speed, Collins and Newcomb, and I don't think Collins is going to make up enough ground. Did I just see Sienna just taking a scenic route, or was that something else that I just saw?
No, I think it's something else. But look, you know, Tab is completely out of this one now. And look, Kira moved forward. She passed those other riders in front. She's taken the position, and well, now it's up to her to stay on the bike and finish this one out as she goes around the whole shot in New South Wales turn, down into the sand straight. So our second place rider, Mia Tung, has just crossed the finish line. And there's Sienna Gadis. She's lost ground on Collins for third. Third place will be. We'll see how far back Tab Newcomb is after that crash. It might have taken her a little while to get up and get going again, and whether or not she lost any positions, because
she has, unfortunately. I'm just looking back because Perry who did also crash earlier in that lap, has managed to get past her and in front of her by a bit of a margin. So, yeah, she's lost a couple of spots there.
I think what happened there with Cyrus tip over, not comparing, who had it worse, but it looked like Cyrus was more of a tip over where...
Yeah, got up and got going much quicker, did Syra.
Tab was more of a face plant and went down a bit harder.
But Tab's up and running. She's just coming over the finish line here is Tabitha Newcomb. Got a bit of dirt stains up the sides of the gear, unfortunately, from that little dirt sample she's taken on this particular race, but she's continuing on. As is Collins and Gadis here, 3rd and 4th on track.
Well, Sienna hasn't let go entirely. She's still got Collins in sight, but Kira looks really relaxed and calm on the bike. Like she's focused, she's hitting her lines. Haven't seen hardly any mistakes out of her today. Even in the previous race where Tab was making a run at her, she just looked like she wasn't phased in any way. She just had it under control, and sometimes that's how, sometimes you're just gelling with the track. Other times, those days where you're not gelling with the track, those are the days you've got to be careful and just go, you know what, I'm not feeling it today. I'm going to be a little bit more careful than normal, because those are the days that you generally throw it away. As back tail leader Taylor Thompson just come over the finish line through the Kennards right-hander and then through the NMA and New South Wales Mining left. Or left and right, should I say? Got my left and right. I was facing the other way. You know what I mean.
There's Collins coming towards us, and Gadis just stalking her in the background. Not close enough to do anything about it, but keeping pace with her for the moment, which is an awesome effort there from Sienna. So Kira's just continuing to do what she needs to do here in this moto. We've got 3 minutes to go before the last lap board comes out. Taylor's making her way through this field, starting to get towards the back of them, I'd say, for some lapping happening, but I don't think she'll be catching up to Kira at this point. So we'll be getting all their laps in, and same with Sienna.
Although they're over halfway through this moto, the laps can feel a lot longer than they actually are. As you see Sienna sort of stand the bike up in that Kennards higher turn. Just sometimes the race can sort of just drag on a bit. When the riders are out there, you see some of them, they'll look over and go, where's the last lap board? Where's the last lap board? Even though they know they've only done 3 laps, they're still looking over, going, come on, please, put it out. You look at Taylor Thompson. This is her 6th race of the day. She'd be hanging out for a last lap board right now.
Yeah, that and a shower probably.
Well, yeah, yes. Tab over the finish. She's the only one that would want the race to go on for another half an hour, because the longer the race goes on, the more chance that something might happen where she may regain that position. But
Taylor Thomas on screen now.
Yeah,
Thompson on screen, I should say, not Thomas, Thompson. She's working her way through the Motorcycle New South Wales corner towards us here at the final corner at National Motorcycle Alliance. She's got some really nice lines and just consistently putting the laps together here in this women's class. Ticks over another lap. Probably going to get the last lap the next time around. So 2 to go here for Taylor. She works her way through that New South Wales Mining corner. Just feet on the pegs, in the ruts as well. Standing technique going really well for her.
Look, and Mia Tung, not that much off the pace of Taylor's lap time, 3 seconds. But, 3 seconds compounded over 4 or 5 laps. I mean, 4 laps already is a 12-second deficit. It's actually more than that. It's about 17 seconds at the moment. So, Taylor might have dropped backed off her lap time a bit. But, if you're only a half a second slower than somebody, well, then that's you've got a chance of competing with them. If you're more than 2 seconds slower than another rider, very hard to compete against that rider. And here comes Kira Collins, our 3rd place rider, the number 13. unlucky for some.
There is Mia Tongue on screen as she's working her way through there on her Honda, through that middle section of the track, getting those jumps nice and clean, working up to that inside roller, take the nice nasty inside ruts here, or she's sort of crept out into the middle of the track there.
Look, I think a lot of riders choosing that inside roller because there isn't ruts leading into the roller, but then the setup after the roller is not great. I've seen a few riders go over that roller and actually over jump it because it's quite a sharp roller. If you go over it too quickly, you flat land and bounce and then can mess up the ruts afterwards. You've almost got to come to a complete stop. It's not a roller as such, it's more of like a sharp single.
Is she missing her goggles, or is it just the angle of the camera that I'm looking at?
I couldn't see how she would have taken her goggles off, but it does. I think she has. Otherwise, that's a really clear lens.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, no, she's missing the goggles. So something's happened there. She's maybe had a goggle malfunction, and she's had to chuck them.
She's thrown them away. Either that, or on the start line, she forgot to put them on in the first place. But I'm pretty sure she started the race with goggles on. And
so that's going to be an uncomfortable ride. She's probably going to need some eye drops after this one, Mum and Dad, if you're listening.
I thought there was a streamer behind the helmet, but it's a ponytail.
She's going to have some dry eyes after this one, because racing a motorcycle without goggles on definitely dries those eyes out really quickly. So luckily she's not getting any roost at this point either.
Well, that's the big advantage of it. I mean, it could also be, it may not be a malfunction. Sometimes you just can't see. Sometimes with that lens, the glare on the lens, it's easier to just not wear goggles, and without any roost at all to have to contend with. It's not like she's racing for position, and even if she does lap a few riders, she can avoid those riders completely, not to not to get roosted.
Now, as this race closes out, we've got Taylor Thompson on screen. We'll give her some love and the sponsor some love while we've got the chance. She's riding for that KTM Australia team. She's got MotorX, WP Suspension supporting her, Sutto's Power Sports, Thor, Michelin, Gas Imports, ATR Suspension, Fuzz Farm. Now, that's her own farm, isn't it? She does her own training and stuff out of there.
It's her
not her
farm, but we'll give Corey a shout out. And it's where she does her weekly training at home. So.
And her sticker kits there are SKDA design. So all the supporters there for Taylor. She's got probably a couple of corners yet to go on this last lap for her of this moto. Her 6th moto of the day, and this will be her 3rd win in this particular women's class, and this will be a 9 moto sweep for Taylor Thompson in the women's class here in the New South Wales Motocross State Titles.
It's just gone around Syra Perry, and as I said, this is Syra's first year in seniors. Hasn't done a whole lot of riding this year. I haven't seen her at many races. I did briefly see her dad in the pits, and he said she's just been busy with study and work, and she's at that age, 16 years old.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
But here it is, checkered flag for Taylor Thompson as she comes across the line, collects that 9th moto win of the season and the state championship for the women's class for 2025. Mia Tongue's coming across the line in 2nd. Well done, Mia, even though the goggles got left behind somewhere. And we'll be looking for our 3rd place rider, which will be Kira Collins, and she will secure 3rd in this championship with this 3rd in this race as well. Unfortunately, you're going to see the lap rider, Tabitha Newcomb, come through here. She's going to miss out. She's going to end up 4th overall in the championship. Unfortunately, that crash there in this final moto has secured her fate, and she's going to miss out on that 3rd place. But it's going to be Kira Collins. We've got a bit of a gap here until they come through. They're a fair bit further back of Taylor and Mia. We might take a break here, and we'll update those results after our break.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy?
Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kennots make your job easy.
Welcome back to Maitland District Motorcycle Club. We're almost done here. We've got 2 motos left in our program to complete round 3 and the final round of our New South Wales Motocross State Championships for 2025. We've got the vets online. The gate has dropped. We're looking for another Aaron Parker hole shot, I dare say. And there he is, and there he goes. Through that turn 1 does Aaron Parker. Look at the gap he's got over Brocktrop. Brocktrop with a better start this time in this moto, finding himself in second position on track on this opening lap.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tall ask, for Nathan to get the win in this one, just because I think Aaron's got so used to winning that he feels like he belongs out front. And, I think for Brocky, what he has to do is not settle into the race, is actually charge early, make a pass and then settle. Not necessarily try and pull away, but push while you got energy at the start of the race, especially for these guys. While you've got the energy.
What are you saying, Mikkel?
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. I'm older than all these guys, so there you go. But yeah, while you've got the energy, push early, get that pass, and then settle, and then that way you just become a nuisance almost, because if you're running, even if they're going slightly faster than you, you're in the way, you're in their line. They then have to step out of the comfortable line that they're in. But first of all, he's got to close that gap, because Parker's putting a charge in here.
Creeping away, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's riding with a little bit of intensity and aggression at the start of this one to create that gap, so that he can then just manage it the rest of the way. So, Brocky's going to have to go to work, and this is, the shadows are at their. They've moved again. I'm not going to say at their worst, because I think any time the shadows are out there, it's difficult. But what makes this difficult is they move every part of the day. So where you're used to seeing the shadows in a rut, well, they're not there anymore. They're in another part of the rut. Brocky is right there on him. And so far, Parker's been perfect through his lines, hasn't made any mistakes to speak of. Brocky with a little bit of paddle coming out of that right-hand turn and loses a bit of ground as they go through the finance my bike left. Up over the tabletop is Parker, and the gap is increasing.
Our running order after 1 lap: Parker, Brocktrop, Adam Parrington, Daniel Bartlett, Dean Hay, Adam Beck, Brock Hallett, and I think Scott Shaw and Lee Harriman. They might not be out here for this final moto because they haven't ticked over yet, and there's nobody else to come through on track, I don't think.
No, they've, either the bike's expired or they've expired.
They've just been marked as DNS.
Yes.
All right, Parker on the screen, making his way over the tabletops. Not bad style for an old guy.
No, he's... well, that's the thing. People think we're the vets riders that they don't have style because they're old, but they were young once too. And Aaron's... He's I guess a newly crowned vet. You were talking about the plus 30s earlier, and a lot of the guys that are 10, 15, 20 years older than that probably don't feel like it's that they can compete against some of the younger ones. But it is a state title, so they're trying to race the best of the best riders. It's not a nippers class. Not everybody gets a trophy, and you got to earn it. And Brocky's a competitor, as is Parker, as is every other rider in this race. They're racing for that plastic, and because that's who they are, and that's what they want to do.
Hey, look, it is a nice piece of plastic. The whole shot graphic guys have put together some nice trophies here for the state titles across the round. So thank you for the whole shot graphics guys for doing that and making it a nice piece of plastic to put on the mantelpiece. Parker continuing to charge across the start straight there. attacking those ruts in that Finance My Bike corner. That corner, as much as it's got plenty of ruts in it, they look fairly smooth through that section of track. Obviously getting a nice arc through there with the rut line. But Brocktrop just slowly dropping off the back of Parker. The gap's extended here quite a bit over this last lap, and look at that lap time, and that'd be probably why. 2:08 versus a 2:10. Aaron Parker with the fastest lap of the moto there on that last lap around.
Yeah, no, he is. He's stretching it out, and not once have I seen Aaron look over his shoulder, even over a jump or anything, to see where anybody is. And when I say anybody, the only person he's looking for is Brocky, and maybe he's seen him on the 180s. But yeah, he is all business right now through the whole shot graphics left, up and over that canyon jump. Comes up a tiny bit short. Sometimes coming up short on that jump can help you, because it can help you pull up for the turn. Just that case out can take the speed away. But then again, if you can brake, you can use it. If you're good at braking, you can land on the front brakes anyway and pull up with more than enough time to spare.
Well, look, we've just been given a bit of an insight. You never ask a female their age or their weight, but we've just been told the male ages in this one. So
okay.
There's an 11-year age gap between Aaron Parker and Nathan Brocktrop.
Okay, so I didn't realise Aaron was 36. That's, that's good going. So,
he's 35.
35, so it's 12 years, because Brocky's 47.
Maybe it's 11 and a half or something.
Hey? Oh, so I'm 2 years older than Brocky. That makes me feel even better now.
But yeah, that 11 years will probably make a big difference in a particular halfway through a moto. So
yeah. Well, Brocky will want to finish this race out quickly so he can get to bingo night.
Doesn't want to miss the parking spot at the home facilities and stuff.
No, not at the RSL. Got to get in. Got to get in early.
He's probably got one of those little special aged care parking passes.
He parks at the front.
Yeah.
Parker doesn't. He's not entitled to any of that stuff yet. A young whippersnapper at 35 years old, and
he's just. Who's that having a moment? Is that Parker? Just.
Oh, it's one of the Yamaha riders.
Is that Parrington or Bartlett? One of the two.
It was one of them. I think it was Bartlett. I think Bartlett's got the pink helmet.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But is that? I thought that Parrington was in front of him. Or was that Adam Beck behind him?
It's hard to tell from the angle shots there, but yeah, one of them was having an overbalanced moment.
I left my binoculars at home, so the drone was just a bit too high up. Almost clipped the satellite.
Parker doubling in that roller section.
Double through there as well. We saw Brocktrop do that earlier, where Parker was sort of monoing through. What that also does by doubling that last one, how there's ruts just after that last one, means that you can land on the front wheel and line a rut up. Yeah. Whereas if you sort of mono through those rollers, you risk ending up in a rut that you don't want to be in heading down that straight.
Yeah, you're just a bit more settled when you've landed both wheels on the ground at that point, aren't you? So you can line it up with a bit more time and a bit more care. As we see Parker working his way around that last corner there towards the finish line. He's going to have 2 laps to go still in this moto.
Well, I can't say that, as much as Parker's pulled away, he hasn't pulled away that much. Rocky's still putting in some good laps, but Aaron, every lap is quicker. And he's opened up to a 5-second gap now. And these guys are a fair way in front of third place, which should be the 68 of Adam Parrington. One of the hardest things to get your head around when you're racing is you look at, say, Adam, and he's running in third, and he probably feels like, man, I'm going as fast as I can go. How are these guys going as fast as they're going? And when you think club level, so the guys that are winning at club level, and then they go and race at state level and come, 5th, 6th, 10th. and they think that. And then the guys that are winning at state level go and race nationals, and they finish 10th, 12th, 15th. And then the guys winning nationals go overseas and race, and they're coming 10th, 15th, 20th. Like, you know, it's just hard to, like I said, comprehend.
Everything's a step up, isn't it?
It is. And
well, talking of a step up, Parker's just put another fast lap time down.
Yeah, he has.
He hasn't slowed down at all.
No, and he's been consistently going slightly quicker than Brocky. So that's just basically letting Brocky know, mate, you're not catching me. I do have this. But Nathan, he's just like a robot. He'll just find his lines and he'll just methodically put lap after lap together. He's not too phased with the mental side of things. And as you wouldn't be at this age anyway, you'd sort of be pretty experienced with that type of stuff. So last lap board now for Parker. He's just got one more to go on this really, almost you could say treacherous track with how it's just rutted up. The sun is now in a really difficult spot for the riders in parts of the track. They're riding straight into it. Probably got to duck their head down, especially this finish jump. I reckon that if you look at the shade on the up ramp of the jump from the score tower, they can see up until they're airborne. Once they're airborne, I mean, one of the lap scorers on top of the finish jump was looking over in the direction the riders are going and having to put her hand over her eyes to see what was going on down on the other side of the track. So I reckon the riders are blinded, and then they're landing into shadows again. And that's just one part of the track where they're going in that direction. There's multiple parts where they're riding back into the sun.
Keeping an eye on Brock Trop here on screen on that number 9 Suzuki. In second place on track, making his way around through the jumps, the tabletops of the middle of the track here. One last time in this veterans class moto. Now just looking ahead. Oh, hold on. Getting some information through from Russ down on the ground there, just ahead of our last moto, and obviously keeping an update on Claire Pollard. She is on the gate. She's on there. And a bit of an update on Mia. She took her goggles off because she was running a tinted lens. So just like you're saying about the shadows and stuff, she obviously couldn't see too well with that tinted lens, and she just decided to chuck them. It was the easier option. So good info there from Russ down on the sideline. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought is that, you know, I reckon she couldn't see. That's what I said before, and one of the reasons, again, I couldn't see it being a malfunction because they wouldn't really be using their roll-offs in the conditions as they are. I doubt she would have got any roost on her goggles. The only other thing it could have been is maybe a bit of dirt got in the goggles and was bouncing up and down in her eye while she was riding. That would be the only other reason to take her goggles off. But
well, Aaron Parker's just come over the finish line to complete that moto. He is your day winner and your state champion for the veterans class here, the 30 plus. In New South Wales for 2025. So congratulations to Aaron Parker. 8 moto wins of 9. Pretty confident, dominant season.
Yeah, it is. It makes me not want to come back and race vets next year. In the
had visions of making a return, did you?
Oh, visions of grandeur. No, I think I like my spot up here. It's you know.
It's a little warm right now, but otherwise
warm,
it's okay.
But, you know, I think I can make it through the moto. But we'll take a quick break and we'll come back with the final race of the New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining. Kennards Hire. Sideline Sport. Dubbo Regional Council. National Motorcycle Alliance. Black Dog Institute. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Whole Shot Graphics. Dantia.
Yeah.
Finance My Bike.
Well, an eventful day so far, and especially in our junior girls. Unfortunately for our championship leader, She went down hard in turn 1 in a previous race in DNF, and that's turned this championship upside down. So she bravely has managed, I think she's riding her brother's bike. She's managed to, or a bike that they've put back together, and she's back out there. So really good on her for...
and that's the 25 Claire Parker there on the left that you can see. So she's going to be looking for a bit safer start this time around. Given herself, she's had a look over to check the gap that she's got. She's put herself in a good position, has Claire Pollard. She's out front with the whole shot.
Well, we'll see how Ada Harris handles this race. Now, with a points lead, will she... well, she just has. She's made a move on Pollard, and Pollard back to second. So Ada feeling racy and taking the early lead in this one.
Well, Ada has, as much as Claire had that, that little run-in with her off the start, Ada has won both motos today, so Ada's probably feeling quite confident in herself on this track today. So just putting a move there and putting herself back in front.
Well, the one advantage for Ada to get in front and get away is she can ride her own race. And, whereas if Claire was in front of her, she'd constantly be maybe wondering which way to go, and there is a risk that they could come together. Being that the track is so rutted and difficult. So clean, being out in front, no one to deal with but yourself, and she can, ride this bike to victory. Again, we also don't know how Claire's feeling after that crash. What she'll be banged up, and I'm confident that she's racing just to try and at least bring enough points from this race to keep second.
Well, if I'm hearing things correctly as they're going around the track, I think Claire's actually on a 4-stroke this one around too, so that's going to be a bit different for her to adapt to in terms of just being comfortable on the bike from what she's been riding all day. So
no, for sure. On
a
the
bit of a change up.
She's riding her brother's bike at 254 stroke, so a little bit different.
And she's just had a moment too. Legs off the back there. She tried to navigate that left-hand turn there.
Because of the engine braking.
Probably not used to it.
Only one big advantage of riding the 4-stroke is that if she does fall, it's electric start.
Well,
so keep going.
There is some benefits to this, but she's got to adapt to this rather quickly to try and hold on to this second position in the motor that she's currently running, with Sienna Cyprian right behind her. Chloe Hart in 4th, Jayla Parker 5th, and Layla White in 6th in this moto. So all the girls 2nd to 6th are basically right behind each other. So nice tight battle here for this moto.
And,
Ada's checked out.
I don't know what happened to the sun, but it's just gone.
It's dropped another 5 feet or something.
It's gone down well enough that I think everybody can see now. So as long as you're not running tinted goggles, you can actually see the track. We should just run another round of racing. Being that, anyway, no. I think everyone's done. Everyone's done. The rider's like, no, please don't. So,
all right, so Ada Harris out front, keeping an eye on Claire Pollard there, trying to work out that 4-stroke through the corners that she's not used to for this race. She's been on the 125 for all the series. Unfortunately, the bike, if you haven't seen it in the brake coverage there, she had that crash in the previous moto. Off the start, broke the handlebars on the bike, and she's had to switch to another bike here.
Well,
adjust.
The 250, I mean, if she can just stick to the easy outside lines and, easier to ride the bike, not worry too much about braking, just sort of back the throttle off at engine braking, slow her down. She can nurse this home. The other thing to keep in mind is the suspension.
Will be very much differently set.
Her brother would have a much harder setup than she would. So, not so much because of weight, but because there wouldn't really be too much difference. He's also quite a young kid, and but more so how he rides the bike. He ride the bike a lot harder, land the bike a lot harder. So definitely have a stiffer suspension, and he would be heavier anyway. Being older brother, so really, Claire's and on it's not like they're just cruising around a flat pan on the track either. As she does get hung up a little bit on that inside rut
she's
there,
struggling down this section of track, isn't she?
Cyprian almost got the pass. And
Cyprian having a moment.
Yep, she just got off a bit balanced there.
And is that Jayla trying to get inside of Cyprian after that little error that she made? So I think Sienna's just going to hold this one as they make it into that final corner there. As we come to the finish line, it is still Pollard in second, Sienna Cyprian third. Jayla Parker's going to try to duck to the inside here into this S-bend. She's made the move at this stage. Can she hold it out of that rut?
Yeah, she got a little bit hung up, but then she's gone across to cover the line. And Cyprian gets her right back. Cyprian diving to the inside, taking the inside rut, makes the pass back. So
bit of back and forth going on here, but that's Jayla going to the inside. Going to try and get the run here. Can she hold her out there and take that position, or is Sienna going to sweep in? And she does. Sienna's just swept back across in front of her.
Yeah, she kept the power on, and I mean this is tough for Claire because, like I said, she's banged up after a crash, and she's riding an unfamiliar bike, and she's got two riders nipping at her heels. So she can't actually just focus on her own riding. Plus, although she could probably afford to give away some positions to still hold down second in this championship, I don't think she wants to, as you see Cyprian right up the inside line there.
Yeah, so Cyprian's made the move into second. Claire's dropped back to third now. Maybe that's just enough pressure off. She's not going to try and keep up with her as such, and she can just ride this out. Like you said, she only needs to really finish the moto, really, and she's going to hold on to second. So she can probably let Jayla go past as well and just, safely navigate this track on the unfamiliar bike that she's currently on.
Yeah, because it's not going to make any difference to the overall. DNFing that race.
No, she's out of that.
She's out of the overall
circumstance, yeah. Yeah, quite the eventful start to the second moto for this class that's led to all this scenario to play out here. So here we are. So we've just been handed a bit of an updated running order with the championship. If things stay as they are, yes, correctly, Ada will win on 206 points. Claire will stay in second on 191. Sienna is going to be on 176, and Jayla Parker is going to be fourth on 156 points. So, yeah, even if Jayla moves up, pretty much as long as Claire, I think, finishes the moto, she's fine. She's got enough points in this that she should be okay. So we'll keep an eye on where they finish for this race, but
yeah, as Jayla just makes the move on the outside, and I think I don't think Claire's going to fight her for the position. I think she's more worried about not crashing and just trying to finish this race. I mean, she might get more comfortable on the bike.
The longer she goes.
That's right.
Yeah.
As she rides it. So she might actually get to a point where she feels like, you know what, I can actually race these girls and beat them and pass them.
Well, if nothing else, maybe she decides to have a few more laps of her brother's bike in midweek, just in case moments, come up like this. So be a bit more familiar.
Or she gets home to Dad, I want a 250.
Well, that too, yeah.
Dad's like,
Dad, you might be up for a pricey purchase in the next few weeks.
That's it. Upgrade.
Ada Harris leading the way, just put down the fastest lap of the race with a 2:25 here in this 13 to 16 years girls class. As we're seeing Sienna Cyprian on screen here in second on track, followed closely by Jayla Parker. Now, Jayla got second in the previous moto, but Sienna got third in the moto at the beginning of the day. So they're probably battling out for who's going to get second overall today, in terms of who's on track right now in second and third.
Yeah, it's still not over until we see that checkered flag, and even some of the riders that came into today thinking that what they had to do and how the day's changed or the day's played out for them. It's you can have a plan in place all you want, but it's being able to execute that plan on the day and then being able to deal with whatever gets thrown at you. So that's one of the corners where there is still a tiny bit of sun, and it kind of messes with them a little bit, but the rest of the track is actually really good right now. Even the finish jump, they're not jumping into the sun anymore. Just the vets probably had it the worst.
Now, loving having Margaret in the scoring tower here with us here. She's doing her part for the scoring for the day, but she's also passing us some lovely little updated scores along the way for the overall aspect for the day for this class. Obviously, Ada's going to do it with 3 wins, but in terms of that Jayla Parker and Sienna Cyprian situation, Jayla's just currently, as they run, got 60 points to Sienna's 58. So
that's why Jayla had to pass.
She needs to pass on Claire to keep that position.
Yeah,
we're just seeing Chloe Hart down there at the back part of the circuit. She's up and going, which is good. But yeah, that pass from Jayla was important on Claire. So as much as Claire probably wants to move back forward, Jayla won't want it to.
No, she won't want it to. But maybe, like I said, as Claire gets more comfortable, she might feel like she can race for position.
Well, we are on the last lap, so we are going to run out of time here shortly.
I think she's going to run out of time, yeah. Not enough time to get used to the bike.
Well, there's Ada Harris leading the way in this moto, and she's going to, at the last straw, steal away the championship from Claire after that accident in that second moto there. So Ada, give her a bit of love here. Her sponsors are Morgan's Financial in Port Macquarie, Rock Motorcycles, Moss Institute, Link International, Hostile Handwear, and you can see her wearing that camo gear that's a Hostile trademark, I think. Pirelli Tyres, Motorex Oils, and Wilmax Graphics on that Husqvarna. So as long as she navigates these last few corners here of this track here at Maitland, she will be the 13 to 16 years junior girls state champion. And the overall winner for the day. We see her make her way towards us here at the end of the circuit. She's got 2 corners to navigate, a couple of tricky ruts. But it's been an impressive day for Ada. She's stepped up to the plate today. She took the first moto win, got the second moto with that, avoiding the carnage. I think she might have started a little bit of it by coming across at the front of the pack there when she took that whole shot. But she stayed upright. She's got the win. She's done what she needed to do in this moto too. She's taken the win as well. So there's the checkered flag. And that's it. She's the state champ.
Yeah, and, second place, Sienna Cyprian. Like you said, it was not going to be enough to get second on the day. Jayla Parker will get that. But going back to, as we see Cyprian there in the New South Wales left-hand turn, couple corners to go. Jayla Parker not far behind her, and it'll be enough for Jayla to get second on the day, and I think third in the championship. And then a brave ride from Claire Pollard. It's heartbreaking to see that, and very difficult for her to come out emotionally and ride in this race and ride a different bike that she's not been used to. So
and that's Layla White just coming over the finish line as well. And yeah, just echoing that sentiment there about Claire. Awesome to see her get up and battle through to get that moto finish there. As we're just waiting for our final rider to come off track here at the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. It'll be Chloe Hart. She'll be the last rider on track for the event, for the series. And Mikkel, it's been awesome to be up here in the booth with you across the 3 rounds. We've had Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club, we've had Dubbo Motorcycle Club, and now Maitland District Motorcycles put these 3 events together at their venues. A lot of effort from a lot of people across motorcycling New South Wales. The organisers, the scorers, Margaret sitting here next to us is one of those such people. Marie Kirby, there's probably a bunch of other names that I'm not going to know, I'm not going to say and whatnot,
thanks,
but
thanks
we say
everyone.
thank you to everybody.
Yeah, no, look, it's been a lot of fun, and, we will see you again next year.
Yep. I'm David Hogan, this is Mikkel Constantino. We've had Russell Hicks on the coverage. Thanks for being a part of it. We'll see you in 2026.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Wholeshot Graphics, Dantia, Finance My Bike.